move, unless it's to go and put the kettle on for a lovely brew. 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd love a cuppa right now, but sadly I've got to wait 50 minutes. Bad, isn't it?
Yeah, unlucky. You've got to put up with me for another 50 minutes as well, haven't you? So there's that you've got to deal with. But yeah, I mean, we're still going. We're still not even 3/4 of the way through, and it has been day for hours now. It just feels like an extended race. It almost feels like it should have been an 18-hour race, really, doesn't it? Not a 24, just because of when the time of day that we started at. But now, looking a little bit better, looking a little bit nicer in terms of the weather. The sun's up, all is well, and yeah, realistically, this is red lines to lose at the front. There's no other way about it. I mean, if Diogo Pinto and co lose this in the number 20, I don't really know who else they're going to blame apart from themselves. Maybe a back marker if they cause another collision.
Yeah, maybe the same as what cost them an awful lot when it was with the Sebring 12 hour a little bit earlier on in the year, where they got decimated from the race with netcode. Oh, I've just seen a bit of an incident with Felix Quernbach. Is that? I don't know if that's live or not. I think it must be. But he's just had a bit of an issue going down into Tiergarten. Has Felix Quernbach with one of the back markers and absolutely sent them into the barrier. So there has been a bit of drama. There is Felix Quernbach. I was mostly getting concerned because we were looking at the Team Redline 21 car, and I thought we were looking at the 20, which is obviously the race leader. I got very confused for a second. I thought we were watching a replay or something, but again, it's been a long day. But yes, Felix Quernbach definitely sent someone into the barrier. That is the important bit. I believe it is the car directly behind them, which is of course the Valkyrie competition car. Let's see a replay. There is the Valkyrie competition car. Take a look at this.
Let's see what happens here. I'm running through the final couple of corners. Bit of a love tap. There's the barrier. Hope you kissed it wonderfully well. And yeah, that is the cleanest moment there, I think it's fair to say. I don't think they'll be too pleased with each other, but we've seen worse, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely seen, but mostly with GT3s versus GR86s, to be fair. I mean, look, it's a little bit of a love tap, fair enough, and maybe you could say that the Valkyrie competition car there of Godestad could have probably given a little bit more room, but tough. Like, he gave the car width, and the Marla car went for it and was impatient, and that's what caused the crash. Then again, to be fair to them, Marla aren't just cruising around this circuit at the moment. Felix Quernbach isn't just ticking off laps, hoping to see the checkered flag in second place. They are pushing hard because 26 seconds with 6 hours and 46 minutes to go, especially when the gap hasn't really changed very much, that gap is closable. That gap can absolutely come down. I don't believe it will on pure pace, but there could be a switch in that and a closing down. Also, how far away is our race leader from coming into the pit lane? He... one, two... I actually can't remember if that's on this lap. Either way, they're doing 7 lap stints. The reason why I say that is because Max Verstappen's joined the game, and I wonder if he will sneak in a stint before he takes part in the Grand Prix.
I had originally said a couple of days ago when some people had asked me, is Max Verstappen doing which race? Is that race? That race? You know, people were confusing lots of different races, even though there's only one. And they said, when do you think he's going to race? And I said, I reckon he'll do it about 9 to 11 in the evening and about 9 o'clock in the morning, around then. If I've smashed that, then I'm going to be very pleased to add that to my list of getting when the sunrise is correct to my list.
That real hard prediction of when the sun will come up. Yeah, no.
Look,
yeah,
I was pleased because it was never going to happen, and in the final minute that I was on, there was pink in the sky. That made my day, and that's probably why I didn't get to sleep for another 45 minutes.
yeah, whatever he's doing. I did tell you that that you should set an alarm, and the second you're off the broadcast, head down, gone.
I did.
Yeah.
Didn't get to sleep.
To be fair, I don't generally sleep in 24-hour races as a commentator. I used to sleep very well as a driver, mostly because I'd already been in the car by that point. But as a commentator, I don't really sleep in 24-hour races. In fact, I slept in Daytona, but most of them, like that is very much the exception to the rule. Not most of the time. I'm a little bit too focused on what's going on. Even today, I've only had a bit of a nap. It's not sleep. Yeah, head down, 20 minutes, off you go, back into it, jumping back in.
Yeah, I mean, when you're driving, you get a little bit more
I'm off, yeah.
Sleep, don't you? Really. When you're commentating, you've got to try and keep across it as much as you can, which is why when we produce these little sheets, it really does help everybody out. I noticed that actually we haven't had anything to write down, have we, over the last hour and 17 minutes?
No.
Because nothing much has happened at this stage. But we've had a couple of moves, haven't we? But generally, it's been quite tame. So, nice to see that we're still going, though, because 6 hours 43, there is room for moves, isn't there, Lewis? We always say it, there's room for madness, but where's it going to come from? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that's happened in our stint really was the spin, or the assisted spin, when it came to that Tier 1 car that nearly got taken out by the Dürr Esports car. That's about the only thing that's really happened in this grouping. Taking a look at the GR86 race leader. Again, they've already been binned off in this race and still come out of it as a race leader. None of these cars will come across the line clean. All of them have a fair share of damage. And again, just going to give a bit of a shout out to Alonefredson. And to be fair, I'm going to give a shout out to all of the GR86s here, because I will tell you now, none of these cars will be driving as quick in a straight line as they were earlier on in the race. And I know that the Daniel Alfredson, the Alonefredson car, is in that category for Paul Rowland, but I'm assuming it's probably the same category for pretty much everyone in this car. This car is already pretty slow in a straight line. And this circuit is already pretty flat out all the way around for this car. So when you get damage and it's even more flat out and even slower, suddenly this race becomes far more painful. So for everyone in the GR86 category, I respect you for staying in this race, because as much as that car might not be hard to drive around here, it's just boring, which is arguably worse.
On Friday Night Primetime, last couple of months, we've had the GR86 Cup, and those races have been 15 minutes long, so a bit of a jump from 15 minutes to 24 hours. They can pack a punch in a short race, as we saw in the first hour or so, didn't we? With about 8 cars by 4 seconds, but that proximity to each other led to some GT3s deciding that they wanted to come through early on, and there's a reason that we don't have 11 GR86s left in this race, Lewis. I think it's fair to say. I wanted to quickly ask, because I've just seen it developing in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
No, YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Okay. People are talking about their breakfast.
Yes.
Now, I've seen someone say that someone's got crumpets for later, or actually, at this point, they've got crumpets now. I am partial to the crumpet.
I do like a crumpet. Bit of butter on top. Bosh.
Awesome Nutella.
Toasted.
I'll tell you, Nutella works.
Yeah, I always feel like Nutella's it's just a little overrated. For me, Lurpak salted butter, bosh, done, and plenty of it. Also, that reading that comment, there is the prime reason to have children. Saying that their son brought them a coffee and the crumpets. I'll drop the coffee, not about that, but I'll take the crumpets. Which does the reason why I'm saying this as well, because it does lead on to a slightly off topic but still on topic, which for the Apex Race team there was some very positive news for one of their drivers behind the scenes, and more so elsewhere in sim racing. Kevin Ellis Jr., if you've seen the name Kevin Ellis Jr. in the world of sim racing, big congratulations to Kevin Ellis Jr. Announcing that he will be a father. That's pretty cool. So maybe he's going to be brought coffee and crumpets.
Yeah, well, hopefully he doesn't get any kind of the parenting tasks while he's driving. That might be a distraction. I would have to say, though, it is 7:10 a.m. on a Sunday morning. I am going to guess that if someone's son is bringing them crumpets, they are under the age of 10. Because unless there's something big on today, no teenager is up at 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
Absolutely not. Did you bring crumpets and coffee to your parents when you were...
God, no. Don't ridiculous. I also realised very quickly that I may have to defend my saying for Nutella on a crumpet. You can't knock it until you try it. A little bit on the top, melts in. It is fantastic.
Also, he's 27. Do you know what? 27 is a great age for great people. I'm slightly above that, but I'll take it.
To be fair,
I respect that.
That was kind of it was kind of the either young child or older child.
Yeah.
That's acceptable. If they turned around and said no, they're 14, 15, I just wouldn't have believed them. Not a chance. As I know that I don't think I've been awake on a Sunday unless I've had to be before 10 o'clock for about 3 years. Because why would you?
Indeed, no, too right. I honestly, in the entirety of my tenure in secondary school, I was never up before 10 o'clock, and that included on school days. But anyway, genuinely, I am not joking here. Right, my attendance, this is not something to be proud of, kids, if you are listening, but still, my attendance in my final year of secondary school, it's not something to be proud of, but I am incredibly proud of it, was 69%. Nice. I am not joking.
Sorry?
For one, that's an exceptionally low number, but it is an excellent number. Yeah, I'm not joking. It was that low. I just completely lost interest in secondary school. To say my mum didn't care was an understatement.
You missed 3 days of fortnight.
Yeah, I did.
I got awards for my attendance.
Yeah, well, you're a nerd. It's fine.
Well, yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
I can't deny that. I'm sitting here with a pencil in my hand, a notepad in front of me, and glasses on my face. So I can't really deny those allegations.
All nerdy qualities. Yes. That's a big paintbrush you are using there, Mr. Thacker.
And I'm looking at the top of my screen, got 4 spreadsheets open.
But to be fair, that doesn't actually shock me with you.
No, exactly.
I know you do love. I know you do love a spreadsheet. We've got a bit of love for a spreadsheet. You should see my Formula E one. Oof, there's some stats in there. It's very nice. There is a question, by the way, in the chat that I want you to describe. What is a crumpet? Honestly,
right.
Really hard to describe.
Oh my god, it isn't so. What's even right? Imagine.
Okay.
Oh my god, there is nothing like it.
No.
Right.
Absolutely nothing like a crumpet.
Oh my word. So imagine if a bread roll got more air inside of it and got a little bit, would you say a little bit damper on the inside?
Yeah, they are. They're fairly damp and fairly dense, but they've got large air bubbles.
Yes. And then the top looks a bit like the moon. With lots of holes. You can put any kind of spread on, whether that be butter or Nutella. Please don't hurt me for that one. On top, and it will melt into the crumpet and effectively give you that buttery feel all the way through. Such a British thing, isn't it? I know that Samuel L. Jackson's been doing the Warburton's adverts recently, hasn't he?
Has he really?
I think so. Of course, other crumpets are available. This isn't the BBC, but yeah, might as well. Someone asking, isn't this what Google is for? This is what Google is for, but this is more fun, isn't it?
Exactly. It is more entertaining to hear Dara struggle to describe a crumpet because I didn't want to go anywhere near the topic because it is a tricky thing
I will jump in head first
to describe. Also, I do think now other crumpet manufacturers will be disappointed that you didn't shout them out, because obviously this will decide their profit margin for March, for May of 2024. Obviously, we are a waffle o'clock, as we'll see these cars still take to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There is still a race going on. Don't get us wrong. There's just large separations on it. Only acceptable topping for a crumpet other than butter is cheese. I've actually never had cheese in a crumpet.
Absolutely not. Sorry. Why
Depends on the
cheese
cheese
in a crumpet? Why? Because the whole point of the crumpet, you might as well put it on toast. The whole point of the crumpet is that it melts in. Is the cheese going to melt through?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Well, I mean, it depends. You could use the Dairy Lee triangles. Those are all Philadelphia.
Ooh, no, there is nothing worse than a Dairy Lee triangle.
You've been scarred by that in your time in primary school or something.
No, there's 3 cheese products. Well, 2 cheese products and a fake cheese that I won't go near. Vegan cheese, absolutely not.
Vegan cheese is grim.
Just nowhere near. I don't think I've ever met a vegan who enjoys vegan cheese.
No.
Then you've got a Dairy Lee triangle. And then a Baby Bell. Cannot stand a Baby Bell.
You can't stand Baby Bell?
I've been scarred for some reason by a Baby Bell. I don't know why.
What about
stand a Baby Bell.
Cheese string?
I'll have a cheese string, but only if I have to. Because it's not proper cheese, is it?
It's not proper cheese. No, absolutely not.
I'd rather have a block of cheddar. No, actually, that sounds horrific.
The amount of people that I sell a vegan burger to, and the note is, please change the cheese for real cheese. The amount of people, it's unreal. It is. I would say it is at least 75% of the time, because vegan cheese is that bad. It's just not. I honestly, I have absolutely no problem with a Baby Bell. To be fair, I've not had a Baby Bell in a long time. Cheese strings absolutely fine. I'm even okay with a triangle. I don't know what's your problem.
No. I'm just not feeling it. It's not proper cheese. You know what I mean?
No, I 100% agree with you. Like, I don't put them in the same category as like an aged Gouda or Chowder, if you want to really go.
It's a lovely Parmesan.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not the same. It's not the same category. Do you like a red Leicester, by the way? It's not the same deal. But I can appreciate it for being a different thing. It's like a different class of the Nürburgring. You don't have to enjoy all of them. As BMW M Team Redline coming to the pit lane, are we going to get Max Verstappen back in the car?
Yes. That's my answer. Let's see. I'm watching the timing tower. Does it change from Diego Pinto to Max Verstappen? Of course, we had that wonderful image of Max Verstappen earlier on in the broadcast when he jumped into the car first time. I don't believe we'll have such an occurrence this time around.
Sorry, I honestly thought you were talking about a very different picture.
Oh, right, no. I just want to quickly say, before we see if Max Verstappen gets in that car, as he does actually get in that car, so Max Verstappen back in the race. Yes, that is the real Max Verstappen. He is in this split, ladies and gentlemen. Ewan O'Leary has woken up, and 2 points on that. He said that cheese bags in a crumpet, why doesn't that surprise me? And if there is any teenager that I could think of who may have been up at 7 a.m. in their teenage years, it's Ewan O'Leary.
Well, let's be real. Ewan O'Leary has been about 20 years older than his age anyway, throughout basically the entirety of his life. But that's fair enough. Anyway, Max Verstappen doing practice, of course, for Imola here by joining a race circuit and heading back out onto the track. Lovely morning for him. It is 8:20 local time at Imola. It does have plenty of time, of course, before the Grand Prix, which I think it basically starts in 6 hours and 30 minutes. Obviously, we've got Formula 3, Formula 2 as well to deal with before that. I actually don't know what time they start. Fine.
Neither do I. Not a clue. I guarantee that I will end up watching them because I will be awake.
Formula 3 starts in 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes?
Indeed. So you could support sim racers like Alex Dunn, who's going to be out on it starting.
Qualifying.
He did get disqualified in qualifying and still worked up 15 positions in the sprint race, despite there being only 6 laps of racing because people can't drive.
We'll have to do it all again today, won't he? from the back.
Yeah.
See if he can do that. Max Verstappen is after being from the back. When was the last time Max Verstappen qualified? Was it Saudi Arabia last year? I feel like that he went out in Q2. Yeah, he was at
Miami was afterwards, so there was that. I'm pretty sure
Singapore last year, P11.
So I'm pretty sure there was another one.
Apart from that, we had Nico Hulkenberg help him yesterday, didn't he? So there's that. I haven't seen the telemetry. I don't know if they've actually got him pole or not. Because he only got poled by 800ths, didn't he?
I honestly, I don't know. I always like tune in and be like, it's Max again. He's annoyingly good, isn't he? He is annoyingly good.
You can't really blame him because he is.
Oh, you can though. Yeah, the time around. It's unfair.
Blame Jos. He was the one who brought him into the world.
Yeah, well, it's just I don't know. Just share the talent around. It's not fair. It's not fair that I have to sit here on 3 point. Whatever am I on now? I got to like 3.5. I think I'm about 3.2 KI rated, and then you have people like Max here. Taking part in a race early in the morning, and unlike quite a few real world drivers, where when they take over the car and you'd be like, that gap might come down. No, I think the gap would probably stay the same. He's got probably about the same pace as the Marla team behind, despite literally probably just waking up.
I'm sure it does. When he got in the car for his first stint, he was a little bit off the pace for the first lap or two, but then he was right on it. So I've no doubt he will likely be right onto the pace and not really holding anything back. The gap between himself and Marla, 23 seconds, is almost completely identical to the gap between Marla and the other red line car. Well, having said that, Verstappen is shipping time for maybe the first time in his career. It's coming down by about 5/10, but it does seem that is, if anything, Marla gaining rather than anything else. Sam Coiter as well back in the other red line car, so that is a double change, I believe, there, isn't it?
Yes. I can't hold the phone here. I will inform you on this information momentarily. I'm just filling whilst I click the right button and then can give you the information. It was Gianni Vecchio in the car on the previous stint of the 21. I did think it was Gianni Vecchio, but I didn't want to confirm it until I actually read it. So Sam Coiter fresh behind the wheel as well. Also, there is a switch at Marla. Kei Kashiba getting in behind the wheel. Felix Quirnbach obviously was on. So Kei's had a couple of stints out and has jumped back in for another couple of hours. Of course, at this point, they're all probably getting themselves ready for who's doing the final few stints. With 6 hours and 30 minutes left to go, there's probably 8 stints left to go, isn't there? If you were to do 2, because they're slightly under an hour, might be 7.
I reckon they can do it in 7.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
It depends really. There might be a requirement for a splash and dash, possibly. But everybody's coming on the same lap, haven't they, in this GT3 class every single time. So if one of them does it, they're all going to have to do it, frankly. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, Max Verstappen in the lead, having a lovely morning. 8:23 in Imola. The weather's been gorgeous there all week. The weather's looking gorgeous at the Nürburgring. And Max Verstappen looking to win 2 races in a day.
Yeah, I do always say this about sim racing, and obviously in motorsport, arguably the biggest thing that you can do is the Triple Crown. Right, obviously winning Monaco Grand Prix or an F1 World Championship, depending on which one, however you want to see it, but generally it's the Monaco Grand Prix, winning the Indy 500 and winning the Le Mans 24-hour, which is obviously very impressive to do all 3 of those. I said in sim racing though, you can technically do all 3 in one day. Well, one weekend. Because you could do, if there was a weekend where there was an Indy 500 and a Monaco Grand Prix and, just for why not reasons, a Le Mans 24-hour race, you could do Saturday, stick a few stints in the Le Mans 24-hour race, get yourself in position to win that one, tick off the Monaco Grand Prix, tick off the Indy 500 in the evening, bish bash bosh, done the Triple Crown of the weekend. Fernando Alonso, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, wasn't there that story where his engineers had measured everything in metric and or had measured it in imperial when they should have done it in metric, or the vice versa, and so his setup was askew.
What, for Fernando Alonso?
Yeah, in the Indy 500 in qualifying.
Was it the second year that he did when he wasn't very good?
I think so. Yeah. Don't quote me on that.
I was going to say that seems like a far-fetched story of an excuse maker than an actual reality, because engineers.
No, because I feel like I must have read it somewhere, because he brought along European engineers and they did all the measurements in centimetres when they looked at it, and in fact it was written down in inches.
Yeah, but Bill, I can see them writing down and like being like, oh right, we've got to change it. I just don't see that actually. Look, engineers, have you ever spoke to a race engineer, like to an actual to a mechanic rather? They're generally relatively smart. That sounds like something I would do.
I.e., I'm going to look this up.
The actions of a moron.
Truth behind it.
So I don't actually. I feel. I could be completely wrong. It does feel like something that an excuse maker, a big Fernando Alonso fan, would come out with as a reason as to why he was fairly mediocre. And by mediocre, that is being fair. At least that car was in his second outing of the Indy 500. Of course, the first one he was very impressive. Although I do stand by the everyone says he would have won that race had he not retired. I don't believe that. I still don't think he would have won that race. Was that the one? Who did win that race? Was that the Sato one?
I don't know. Right, no, here we go. I found it. Julien Febvre. Now that's a name that, you know, carries a bit of weight behind it. Quote, a third person confirmed this to me. At the 2019 Indy 500, Alonso, who struggled with his car setup, asked his team to buy the settings from Andretti for $2 million. Alonso said the car was literally undrivable and failed to qualify. Turned out the numbers were in inches and they used them in centimetres.
Yeah, but how? Right,
I don't know.
I understand. Okay, I understand receiving information from a team and it being an Imperial, right? I get that, right? Because Andretti will obviously do it in Imperial. But 1 centimetre, don't ask on it, 1 centimetre, 1 inch is 2.5 centimetres, right? Pretty well known that. There. Surely you would look at some of the information and go, that says, I don't know, 5 centimetres. You're like looking at it being like, that's not enough. Like that wouldn't be enough in this scenario. And you would look at that and be like, right, surely this isn't centimetres then. Like surely there would be a twig somewhere in that. Even tyre pressures, like the difference between a kilopascal and pounds per square inch. Like the thing is, the numbers on that, they aren't close enough to overlap. So something surely would have had to have twigged at some point to have gone, one's metric, one's imperial.
Probably.
They're just not close enough, because metric units make sense and imperial units are like the boiling point of an egg on a summer's day, altitude or something. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
You're on the top of this mountain in Arizona, where they can put some mirrors onto it. Just there, that specific point, wherever an egg can cook. It's a wonderful system, isn't it, the Imperial? Yeah. I mean, the Ferrari strategy department exists as a reason why that is possible to happen.
That is true. It is poor. It is poor.
It's always an option. Not saying it would definitely happen, but at the same time, Febvre is not someone who is an insignificant member of the community.
Okie dokie. So that was a very scary moment with Mr. Verstappen, and that is some excellent driving from the GR86. I hate that chicane, by the way. Let's just, if we can roll that one back in time. I was going to say it's Dane Bear, but I think actually it is now Hugo, but it's fine. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. What was Max doing? Like, the car's there on the racing line. Just go to the inside. Just go to the inside. There's no room on the outside. Just go down the inside. You've got the entirety of the Nürburgring to the right-hand side of this poor GR86. I'm not saying that he created that incident because the GR86 absolutely bombed that one themselves. But why wouldn't you just go to the right?
There's no contact there, was there?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think you just the aura
it's still
scared the Toyota off the road. Sure MV on Twitter would say. Let's have a look. On board with Max Verstappen, down in towards Tower.
Yeah, okay.
To be fair, where is the GR86 going into that corner?
It is broken, to be fair, but also
more broken now.
Yeah, okay, no, touche. I'll back off from the onboard. I had the same thing with the Williams car against the Tier 1 car earlier on in the race, where it wasn't particularly clear what the GR86 was doing. So now definitely seeing it from the onboard of Verstappen, it's a little bit more like, yeah, there's still a lot of room on the inside, but that GR86 was definitely moving over to the right hand side, then back over to the left. I think that was possibly more due to damage and maybe a bit of fatigue, and also just to be clear as well, to top off the main point of all of this, if there was actually live race control and they were actually looking at that, there wouldn't be a penalty because that car decided it was a good idea to not be a part of the race itself.
Yeah. Difficult one really there, wasn't it? I think someone put it well in chat that GR86 probably didn't want to be that guy who took out Max. It's probably fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if anybody's a Lewis Hamilton fan in this, they would take pleasure. Not saying that they will.
Let's hope Luca Munro doesn't appear in Top Split. Luca, if you're watching, hello.
Is that a Lewis Hamilton fan?
Oh, just go and look on Twitter.
Okay, yeah, that'll. You say Twitter, anything on there means likely of extreme views.
Let's see on the. Ooh, that's a big shame. That's a big bit of contact as well by the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car. Just clipping the curb, going down into they flip plats, but it's definitely on that one.
In the jam car, 002.
The jam car. Oh god, I forgot about that.
Are there any other 00s in this race?
No, because I don't think they've got. There's not. They sometimes have 3 cars. Sometimes there is a 003, but I'm pretty sure it's just. Oh, there is 003. There you go. It's out of the race in GT3.
Jame. That could be Jame, couldn't it?
Jame. It's part of an S.
Well, if we would go for the whole James Bond thing, you could have it as the first. The 001 is Bo. 002 is Bon. 003 is Bond.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's
the English language. Beautiful.
People are sat here thinking, what are these two clowns talking about? And it's because there's a 001, which you said earlier was Ja, because it's 1/7 of James Bond, which is a great point. I will say, though, obviously, to go on to the whole, like, that being that guy to get in the way of Verstappen. I distinctly remember back in the 90s, there was always the talk in a qualifying session, slightly different, in a qualifying session of everyone would jump out of the way of Senna, right? Because you didn't want to be that guy that ruined that. I think it was Brundle that said it. You didn't want to be the guy that ruined Senna's lap, right? Because it's kind of like even like drivers and stuff are looking over, being like, everyone wants to see that lap, and so you just didn't want to be the one to ruin it.
I mean, I have the same effect myself when I drive on the racetrack. No one wants to get in the way of me.
Because you're Senna.
No, mainly because I'd accidentally take people out if they're
I've heard you've been a bit of a weapon on circuit.
No.
A few people have passed on this information. No comment. But I have heard it from a couple of people.
Is their name Zachary Sweeney?
No. Have you got a record on circuit of being involved in a wee incidente?
No. Why? I'm interested now. Who?
No comment. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll move on. Is
this you?
No.
Okay.
I have seen a fair amount of your driving though, so just we'll leave that one where it is.
Glaze over it quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Look, at least I was going to say at least you didn't use 2 of my fast repairs like what Arjuna did, but I can't remember if he used 2 fast repairs. I think Arjuna did use 2 of the fast repairs in the Zolder 23 hour, the race for mental health. I think it was 3. It's a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago. I'm pretty sure Arjuna used 2 of the fast repairs in the car. Dan used 1, Cam used 1. I used none because I was a good boy, and because they used all 4 of them in rapid fire succession, we were basically out of the race. Fantastic news. I'm still salty about it.
And just like when you crashed the car.
Different. That's different. That is different.
I will relish in the opportunity to make this point because there's nothing in this aspect that anyone can have against me, because I have not crashed anybody out of anything. That's a lie, actually, having said that.
I was going to say, again,
nothing can be proven.
I have received messages, not links though, so yeah, read that what you were. I was so confused. That's so funny.
Who do you know that I know? This is where I'm confused. It's not.
But it's fine. We'll just move on. We've got 14 and a half minutes left of this. No one watched this broadcast is going to know. Why don't we talk about this battle between Simify and the Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures car? Obviously, this is in the GT4 category, and you can see that it's for 6th position. I'm pretty sure 6 hours ago, maybe even 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago, maybe even, I was commentating on a fight for this position in this category between these 2 cars. So, well, they've not separated much, have they?
At least they've had a pretty even race. There's not been too much to differentiate between them. That could be said. I mean, they're having a nice battle, aren't they? You got to give it to them. They've been this close. They've been this close for a while. Of course, maybe some mind games coming into play. Quarter of the race left to go. We're into what you would, typically call the final stretch of a 24-hour race, albeit we've still got 6 hours to go. And a few old stints, maybe a couple of jumps in the pit lane possible. But this has got time to develop, doesn't it? As do all the battles still.
It must be fascinating to be this late into a race and be kind of battling for position, whether it is on the strategy, whether it is actual positions. I mean, even in that race where I binned it, we were also battling for positions later on in the race, so it obviously didn't make it that hard. Just to clarify. Well, I was talking about Sebring a little bit earlier on, and I'm pretty sure you dropped in our little chat, did you bin it again in a different race or something in that vein? And the answer was no, I ran out of fuel. Very different. Let's see what happened to Marcus Law, who's been laying it down, heading down into the Dunlop hairpin. Oof. That is laying down the law. He's been pulled over.
Yeah. Is that a... Was that a technology? What's happened there?
No, I think he didn't want to get in the way of Max Verstappen. He could hear the dirt right behind him, and he was like, "I'm out of here. See you, lads." Off he goes.
As he was coming to the tear gut, and he could just hear it getting louder and louder.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like those videos that you've seen, like all the karting and stuff, where the guy's in VR and he's looking around and suddenly Max Verstappen appears out of nowhere. That kind of stuff. Sherra Esports Blue and Dura Esports leaders in the 992s and GT4s, both into the pit lane at the moment. So obviously working their way down. So right on board with Tristan Iglesias. Trying to figure a way past the Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures car. I say figure a way past. Let's be honest, again, wait till doing a hoe, you can pass if you want to, but it's about whether you do want to or not.
You kind of have that advantage, don't you? You can play that game, you can either sit in behind, maybe give a bit of a bump draft, or make the move, or maybe if you're very lucky, use some traffic to make your way through. Is this going to happen here as we make our way through the fun bit, or as Arjuna called them, the twisties?
Yeah, I hate this. Well, I hate Arjuna, so, it is what it is. He's asleep, I can say what I want.
Not for too much longer, to be fair. I mean, it's not even midnight where he is it? So
yeah, but you still got to have a nap.
That's true. Would you like a quick Alex Sun update?
Actually, so that's a great point. I completely forgot the race has started. I'd love an Alex Dunn update, because I think everyone
would
want to.
He is still P27.
Yeah, all right.
Just behind Joseph Loke, who's P26.
Oh, my boys. Anyone that's raced in GB3 before, I have bias for no reason.
Alex Dunn, not Alex Dunn, Callum Boyton's 18th. There's your trio.
Who's in 6th place?
Oh yeah, Luke Browning. What about him? Make that fifth.
Can't forget about Luke Browning. Obviously 2022 champion and sim racer and driver of Redline. So he didn't want to bite the bullet and take part in both the Nürburgring 24-hour, nor did Alex Dunn. So all I can say to the pair of them, wimps.
I'm going to steer it well clear of that because they'll be more angry with me than you if I call them that.
Yeah,
you never know. Luke Browning might rock up. I don't know. I don't necessarily know where. Do we know where Max is doing this?
Isn't it his motorhome? I'm pretty sure.
But this, but in the paddock.
Yeah, this is the whole thing. I don't actually know what the dealio is. I don't know where his setup is. Unfortunately, I've not actually had direct connection. You could probably find out by tuning into the Redline stream at twitch.tv/Redline, and maybe find out that way. I actually have no idea. I'm pretty sure it's in his motorhome though.
I'll look at the Team Redline stream very quickly. Have we got an onboard? Well, I don't know. We've got an advert. Team
Describe the advert to us.
Big like that. What's the person there? That's called Darren. That's too close to me. Anyway, yeah, I mean, we're at this kind of stage of the race, aren't we? Realistically, nearly 6 hours to go, where most of the battles you'd argue are settled. There are still things up in the air. GT4, top 4, 45 seconds, probably the closest battle of all 5 classes at this stage. But the GT3 lead battle isn't too far away. And the point I was going to make about Max Verstappen is I'd be impressed if he's actually got himself into the paddock, got himself ready, and gets racing all for 8:20 in the morning.
Are you saying that he might be a lie-in kind of guy?
Well, no, but he was on the sim rig nearing midnight, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So.
And do you know why? He likes sim racing.
Well, obviously, but you're going to give me
a technical bit of analysis. Yeah, no idea. I, honestly, you're never going to get any solid insight from me. Ewan O'Leary will confirm that as he dropped in the old YouTube chat about my rejoin. Thank you. Appreciate that. It was one time, all right? I have caught... This thing is that as much as I joke about being told about your transgressions on a racetrack, I've had my fair share, including one time I was 3 wide into turn 1 at Le Mans with a driver called... I think it might have been Hani Asadu, it might have been Arnold Sconefleet, and a driver that you might have heard of, one Mr. Haniowski. And we were 3 wide going into the first corner, and to say I didn't know we were 3 wide going into the first corner would be an understatement, as I turned in straight to the apex because I checked my mirror signal manoeuvre. I checked my mirror and there was no one in it. I didn't, however, check the relative, where there was 2 cars on my inside. Turned straight into the apex, caused the largest crash in series history.
Yeah,
went on to finish 4th place in that race. Obviously, that was stripped of me, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it's scary because I'm genuinely sitting here racking my brains as to who you've been talking to, and the only person that I can think of that you would know, that I know just from races I've done, is Tobin Lee, and I've only ever done about 2 races with Tobin Lee.
Oh, I've not spoken to Tobin Lee in a long time.
I know. Tobin Lee, he's bailed on our little Kennedy Indy 500. Apparently he's busy.
I wasn't invited, so...
Shout out to the BPRL Indy 500, happening in 2 weeks, of course. I've just got that one in there.
Extra sign-ups.
I think we're full, to be fair. We've done it every year for ages. Tobin Lee, his last appearance was as the pace car. So, yeah. Shout out to Tobin Lee if he's still watching. I did ask him before the broadcast if he's in any of the cars to, have a little bit of bias, but he said he wasn't, involved at all. So that was a little bit of a downer, but there we go.
I've been teammates with Tobin Lee.
I've been known as the next Tobin Lee.
Why?
Because oh my word, going into PPRL history here, he won a F1 League Racing Championship, or maybe a Forza Motorsport Championship, before I was a part of it, and then I turned up and I won it some years later, and apparently we were both very young, squeaky people. So I was known as the next Tobin Lee.
Right. So basically what that's like is that would be like someone winning a championship in a series, someone else winning a championship in a series, and then them being classified as the other person. The other, like, what? What a stupid point.
Good old Garfield leader.
Oh my
again,
goodness.
I only think I've ever spoken to him twice, but I've heard many of the stories of a decade ago. Good ones, I should point out, before that sounds bizarre. But yeah,
fair enough.
Nice times.
Oh well, we've got 5 minutes of our stint left to go, so I think now's probably the time to talk about our race leaders in each category. Of course, we are watching the battle for 6th position in the GT4 category between World's Cooking Racing Adventures and Simify. But to discuss the situation of the race at hand, just so we're all on the same page, race leader in the lead category, of course, is the BMW M Team Redline car, driven by Max Verstappen at the moment, about 23 seconds clear of Marla, so the gap could well be closing down. In the 992s, Sherra Esport Blue continue to lead, as they have done for basically the entirety of this race. Had pole position a little bit earlier on in the hands of one Mr. Big Willie Chadwick. Of course, Altus Esports obviously in 2nd position in that category, and closing up with Valkyrie Competition. Dura Esports leading in the Apex rather, leading in the GT4 category, because Dura Esports came in the pit lane. Of course, the Apex Racing team at the moment at the front of the field, Sour Talons behind the wheel, and again they have been fairly strong. It's been up and down, this order, as chopped and changed, but at the moment it is in the hands of the Apex Racing team. Impulse leading in TCRs. That has chopped and changed a little bit. Obsidian have had the lead at various points. Gal Valero is behind the wheel of that car, but there is quite a margin now between 1st and 2nd in the TCR category. Impulse holding the advantage. Final category has been the most up and down, and that is through no fault of their own, because let's be honest, this car is almost uncrashable around here unless it's with assistance, and boy have they had assistance. The Nürburgring Esports Wifferman car, of course, at the moment at the front of the GR86 category, leading by a very comfortable margin over Team RSO, who are looking for a 5th victory at the Nürburgring 24-hour. To be fair, it would be as Ewan pointed out earlier, if you account for the MX5 class that was before, and account for that as the production class, if you want to be, obviously, you know, one class and that kind of stuff, this would be their 4th victory in that class, if you account for it as being the MX5 class as well.
Yeah. The touring car class. I mean, you're right in it being up and down. I think we had 7 cars within 4 seconds. Then we had someone in the lead by a lap. And then we've got a different car in the lead by 3 minutes, and that's the only other car on the lead lap. So, it's been quite a journey for these GR86s, isn't it? And full credit to all of them for carrying on going, because it's not been the most enthralling race for any of them, but they are still sticking it in there.
They certainly are. Just kind of surviving through the race, which is obviously the important bit. It's always the important bit with a race like this. Just getting one lap done at a time. 2 minutes left to go, Darren. What have your thoughts been on the Nürburgring 24-hour? You've commented on a few hours, isn't it? Six now in total. What's the dealio?
Well, we've been, I think it's fair to say, we've been short on high-octane moments. But it's been a good race just to see how it all develops. It's been nice in terms of the strategy we've had in the GT3 battle. Of course, we've had pretty much stagnation in terms of the strategy with Redline, Marla, Redline, Falcon Sim Racing, Door. They're all really been on the same strategy. There hasn't really been much difference between them, much differentiation between any of the strategies. They've all come in the same lap and come out again. So it's generally been pretty much of a muchness, and you've got to overtake either in the pit lane or on track, and we've seen both, and of course a failed overtake, including a crash for the lead. But there's that in the GT3s. We've got in the 992s, it's been a good race all the way through. Sherra Esports Blue look like they've been in absolute control for well over 12 hours now, and all they've got to do is really bring it home. 1 minute 40 ahead of the rest. GT4s, I do think it's been the best category overall so far. I'd stick my neck out on that one. They've had the closest battles. There's only 17 seconds for the lead. Apex Racing team don't look too comfortable, and there has been change for the lead there. TCR, there's not really been much to talk about in TCR, has there? I mean, not too many battles. A few cars quite a long way off the lead, and then in the GR86s, of course, as you mentioned, cannon fodder for the rest. But hopefully to get to the end, and most importantly, Roland, he's 3/4 of the way there, Lewis.
Yeah. And he has been asking for advice as to how to make time go faster. Bless him. Obviously, doing the race by himself. Got 6 hours left to go. The final quarter on the way here for the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour question marks as to whether Max Verstappen can win 2 races in one day. Obviously, with the BMW M Team Red Line squad. We're going to step aside. It's been myself, Liz McGlade, it's been Dareth Thacker alongside Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes to take you through the next couple of hours.
Thanks very much, Lewis. 1/4 of the race remaining. Just 6 hours in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours for 2024. And it's great to be back again in the daytime and heading for the checkered flag. It is myself and David Haynes for the next couple of hours until Arjuna Kankipati comes back again. And Max Verstappen is leading, David. It's a familiar feeling at the front of the field. And I've got to admit, I'm slightly surprised we're seeing him this morning, as we're only 6 hours away from the Formula 1 Grand Prix starting later this afternoon.
Yeah, we sort of covered off a little bit of this like a couple of hours ago. Look, he'd already driven 21 laps, which is basically 3 hours in this race. And I went, if he woke up this morning and decided, no, I've got too much media, too much briefings, I'm worried about how quick those McLarens might be today at Imola. Nah, there's 3 other competent teammates. They could aptly handle it, but the man's just nuts about, a bit of racing. So clearly he's woken up well this morning, dotted his I's, crossed his T's, ready for Grand Prix Sunday, and decided, I'll get in for at least a couple more laps. I wonder how much we'll see of him. I think like 2 hours, like a double would be good, and then you've got plenty of time for team meetings, sponsor commitments, driver parades, the whole whatever. So great to see him in. I don't know about you, but my resume is just going to say commentated Max Verstappen on a Grand Prix Sunday.
Yeah, that is a good point, actually. I was going to say we've seen Max Verstappen plenty of times now in the past on RaceSpotTV, because as you mentioned there, he's done plenty of sim racing in his time, but on a Grand Prix Sunday, absolutely, I don't remember this happening in the recent past anyway. It is nearly 9 a.m. now over in Imola. Race starts at 3 local time, so as I say, 6 hours away, but as you mentioned, there's plenty of things to do beforehand, as we all know, and that may well mean his stint is a little bit shorter. It certainly won't be the 3 hours that we saw last night from him. In case you weren't with us, he drove from roughly I think it was 9 p.m. to midnight Central European time, or 8 to 11, but it was 3 hours, whichever way you cut it, and he was able to extend the lead to BS Competition, who were in second place at the time, actually. But now it is the Marla Racing Team who are chasing him down, 25 seconds adrift. But I'm beginning to wonder as well. He's on lap 5, of this stint. He'll only be a few laps away, including this one, from making a pit stop. I do wonder whether this will be his only stint in these couple of hours, because as you said, there's surely a lot of things for him to do, and to be honest, it's already getting a little bit late, I suppose, in that regard. It's already 9 a.m, and I'd imagine some of the other drivers around Imola at the moment are waking up and starting their preparations already, but whatever that is.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the other things you get if you're watching TV, but you definitely notice when you're at the circuit is, sure, it's like lights out, start of the race at 3 p.m, but they're doing like driver parades like 2 hours before that. You're doing install laps to the grid like more than half an hour before that. You really are in that race day Sunday mode significantly before the 5 red lights go out, and it's lights out and away we go. I hope Crofty's having a more relaxing weekend. He's doing what nothing, and Max Verstappen's doing everything.
Yeah, two stark contrasts. I would argue 2 people at different ends of their career, but still, it's not that Crofty.
2 people at different ends of the buffet.
Yeah, nice. They certainly are that. But there we go. Just seeing in YouTube chat a bit of an update from Roland Alfredson, who's let us know his throttle pedals died, which is not exactly ideal. I'm not entirely sure how he got that car back to pit lane with with a broken throttle pedal, but anyway, he clearly did, because he's still third. Not sure if it cost him any time or so, but I don't know if you've seen, he's told us that he's switched his throttle pedal to his clutch pedal now, which has got to be a bit disconcerting, and a very difficult thing to get your mind wrapped around, I would have thought, as you're driving around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, that's insane. I don't know if you've ever even just on the highway had to take your right foot off the accelerator and use your left foot for just a second to sort your shoelaces or sort something, or whatever the case may be, and that it breaks your brain. But and I imagine Roland Alfredson's brain is already in a slightly fragile state, having raced for 18 uninterrupted hours around 170 corners of 25.95 kilometers of racetrack into the night, lots of traffic. So I mean, it's a tough time in the race to try to reprogram your brain like that, but the man's got a lot of support and he's in third.
Yeah, he certainly does have that, and we personally hope that he will get to the end of the race with no particular problems. I do want to go through a run-through of the order, by the way, because we're three-quarters of the way through. However, we do have an interview waiting, and he has been waiting for quite some time. What seems to be happening in the recent past is people join just as we're about to do a com switchover, in which case things all go slightly to chaos, and we leave someone waiting for about 10 minutes, but I'm going to put an end to that now and pull him in for an interview. Logan McKinsey of the number 86 Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team can now join us. Welcome in, Logan. Good to have you with us here this morning. Well, it really is the morning for you, I suppose. It's certainly the time for waking up over in Europe, let's say. You guys are in 4th place in TCR at the moment. Now, 3/4 of the way through the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours for 2024. How's your race been so far?
Well, I think aside from the small altercation we had around hour 2 or 3, where we ended up on top of a tire barrier, it's been great. I think we climbed all the way back from 7th up to where we would have been without the crash, honestly, on pace, on merit. So no complaints here. And if one of these guys up ahead just happens to make a mistake, we're right there for a podium.
Absolutely. And what's the aim in terms of finishing positions here? You've got 2.5 minutes ahead of Carlo Esports. That's, of course, a relatively large gap if everyone stays on the road, but we all know this is the Nordschleife as well. Is it just about consolidating that 4th place for you guys now in the final 6 hours of this race?
Yeah, I think we have to be realistic and say the only way we're catching the one of the guys off the podium is if they make a mistake. So it's up to us to be there just in case they do, and at the same time, managing the gap back to Carl Lara. The guys they've had in that car over the last few hours have definitely had the edge on us, a couple seconds a lap. But we'll see if they're able to keep that up for the rest of the race.
How are you guys coping with the night period? I noticed that as you've logged into TeamSpeak, I can see the American flag next to your name, which is not a good sign at this time in the morning, to be honest. It's 8 a.m. in Europe, and that's early enough, or 8 a.m. in the UK, I should say, and that's early enough. How are you guys dealing with the night time in terms of where are you guys all from? How have you split the graveyard shifts, if you like?
Yeah, so we actually only have one North American on our team. So I'm East Coast, I'm in Atlanta, so it's 3 a.m. right now here. Once I finished up talking to you guys, I'll be headed straight to bed. Ray in the car right now, he's West Coast, but so he's effectively going to about the same time that it is here now, because he's doing, I believe David's getting in the car next, and then Ray's doing another stint. So he'll be going to about 3 a.m. his time. That's just how it's worked out, and hey, you take naps when you can. It's the weekend.
Yes, exactly. It's all about getting through 24 hours somehow with the right amount of sleep. I don't want to keep you up any further, Logan, and let you go and get some rest. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us here, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much, Logan McKenzie there of the 86 Sim Racing Grid team. On the east coast of America, as I say, 3 a.m. over there at the moment. For anyone on the west coast, it's just hit midnight actually as we speak, so hopefully Logan can go get some rest as their team continues to lap around. Meanwhile, out on the hats and back, Thomas Vargas Pinto goes for a spin in the GR86, and as we were also having that interview, Beckham Jasir has been off on the Grand Prix Strecker. This is up the Schumacher S, and that was a very long and loopy spin, and he's a very lucky boy that he didn't grab the wall there.
Yeah, we've still got GT4, I think, as the class with the most cars running. A lot of them are pretty tanky. The GR86 is a little more fragile, TCR a little more fragile, GT3 and the Porsche Cup likewise. Yeah, it's not a great place to be parked. That's a little bit rough, but it just goes to show that even, when you lose a couple of cars from the race, you think, it should be smooth sailing. You've got some reasonably large gaps between cars and positions, but no, you never give up on this racetrack, because this racetrack never lets you breathe until that checkered flag. There's a few classes where things sort of come and go, who's really in control. So I note that at the GT4 lead, it was down as low as 12 seconds. It's now out to 16. And in 992, as we look at Scherer, they are managing a pretty decent lead of over a minute, which is not comfortable, but it means you don't need to take too many risks. You're trying to keep your car on the road and moving more than, try to find every half a second every time you have to catch and lap and pass traffic, which is where the risk starts to go in. Some of those other, battles where there's like 10 seconds to give or go like this way or the other, you need every half a second as you lap traffic. Not so for Scherer Esports. So that's a comfortable margin to have that allows you to take less risk.
Yeah, it wasn't that large, not that long ago, that gap, so it's extended very quickly here in 992. Luca Alpert is not long out the pit lane. He's on lap 3 of his stint at the moment, and his previous stop, by the way, was very short. I don't imagine he took any tyres. Even at this time in the morning, it is fine to double stint tyres in the Porsche Cup class, pretty much the only class where we're seeing that done in any meaningful capacity. And somebody was asking, is Will Chadwick still in the race? Well, yes, or his car is. He's not driving at the moment. I think, has he just got out?
Someone, not anyone, Ragnar Wisloff of 60 Plus Racing Adventures that RaceSpot broadcasts.
You're a bit more
possibly my favourite Norwegian sailor.
I mean, how many have you got? I mean,
it's slim pickings.
Yeah.
But,
yes.
That's why it's very easy to be confident in that assessment.
Yeah. They seemingly, by the way, Scherer be going in a 3-driver cycle where they sort of go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, excuse me, they don't have 4. Just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, if you see what I mean. And Will Chadwick normally gets in before Luca Alpert, who started that race, and is driving again now. I think Alpert will be out at the end of this stint. That's a question mark at the end of that sentence. And then we will see him probably get some rest, maybe get some breakfast. It is just past 9 a.m. over in Europe, but he will continue on for at least one more lap. Let's have a little bit of a run through then as to where everybody is at this stage in the race, given we've got a moment or so to do so. We're in the final quarter of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours for 2024, and Max Verstappen is leading the way for Team Redline. 26 seconds is the gap to Kaika Schubert, who's going for history today. He could become the first individual driver to win 4 Nürburgring 24-hour races in any class, although his classes are all going to be in GT3 if indeed he manages it. Sam Kreuter is the backup option for Team Redline, if you like. They're third at the moment. Falcon Sim Racing and Door Esports Academy are the other two cars that have yet to have any problems today in terms of a crash. They're all on the same strategy. BS Competition did have a crash. They're now 6th. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, and we'll talk about the other things that happened that you may have missed over the course of the night. Williams Esports recovered to 7th. Coanda still running, but they're still not quite ahead of all the Porsche Cup cars. They're in 8th place, and then you've got the 3 retirements, although that retirement list hasn't been added to ever since darkness fell many hours ago. In the Porsche Cup class, as we've just mentioned, there's a minute and a half now between Share Esport and Ultras Esports. That's a surprisingly big gap in my mind. 6 minutes back to Valkyrie Competition, who are battling for a podium with Visceral, although it's very much going in their direction now, as when it was when night was falling earlier on, things were not necessarily looking up so good for them. Ollie Peacock chasing them. He's 38 seconds behind. Garaika Motorsport are in the top 5 at the moment, and then the rest of them follow on. Effect Simulations, Carlisle Esports, Visceral Esports, Pro Sports, Sim Racing to round out the 9 still running. Sim City Racing are out of the race. In GT4, we've got what we believe anyway is the most interesting category, the closest category in terms of a battle for an overall win. Salva Talons is leading for the Apex Racing team ahead of the Grid and Go car, currently running in 2nd place, although they've lost their 002. The 001 is still just 17.5 seconds away from glory. It is Team 75 Bernal by Simol C in 3rd ahead of Door Esports and Drago Racing. The top 5 covered by 1 minute and 10, the closest class I can remember inside a top 5 for quite some time. Simify Esports are not that far ahead of What's Cooking Racing Adventures, the winners last year. Suntech Racing are just over 6 minutes back ahead of what Zach Swingley likes to call as the Williams Esports community car for some reason. They're in 9th place. Grid and Go are in 10th and as I say, falling through the field, although they are back going again. Gabriel Straightmatter, despite the fact he has fallen behind the podium sitters of TCR. Then we've got Drago Racing's GT4s. They are the only retirements, in fact, from the GT4 class. In
Perhaps
TCR,
I'm sorry, perhaps the suggestion is that it's less of a Williams Esports Academy and more of a Williams Esports Community College?
good, but I think you're saving him really from embarrassment.
Oh, okay. As you were.
I think he meant it, to be honest. But anyway, we'll leave him be. He's not even here to defend himself. Impulse Racing are leading the way in TCR. The gap 52 seconds. Martin Asher now ahead of Obsidian Racing, who flew out to an early lead. Gal Valero trying to gain back that lead, but 1.5 seconds the time loss on that last time round. It's very much going the way of Impulse as they look to win the TCR category for the very first time, somewhat surprisingly, in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Obsidian chasing them. Then it's the race favourites, Team Huizingveld, who have not quite been on it today, not led or anything. A minute and a half off the lead. Then we've got the guys who have had problems today. Sim Racing Grid are back up to 4th after issues earlier on. Carlisle are chasing them, although a couple of minutes adrift. In 6th place, you probably can't read that name, but I'm going to have to tell you it from the timing. It's Whiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry. Marcus Law, who pulled over on the Grand Prix tracker not too long ago, don't know why, and still don't, but he's still 6th, so that's fine. Then in 7th place, SimCity Racing, who I believe to be out of the race, to be honest, as are Impulse Racing's other car, the 222, and the AWK Racing car in 9th place. And finally in GR86 we've got Nürburgring Esports leading the way, despite being taken out at Kesselsen just as darkness fell earlier on tonight. They're leading again now ahead of Team RSO, who are going for glory as well by winning 4 editions in the same class. I know we haven't had the GR86 for that long, but we have had a production car in the race for a very long time. If we want to lump in the MX-5 with that same class, they would be making history by winning 4 in the same class if they were to do that and close that 2-minute margin. We've got Roland Alonfredson, who's now using his throttle as his clutch pedal because his throttle is broken. That's because he's been driving for 18 hours and 20 minutes straight so far. Vermilion Esports are currently in 4th place, so they're just making a pit stop. They might get overtaken by Talk Dog Freak Racing. Forgia TV racing team were leading earlier on. They're now 6th, ahead of Tier 1 Motorsports, who round out the 40 remaining in the race. Was thinking that actually when I woke up this morning here, David, that 40 was relatively a lot. I remember being on this sort of stint, this kind of time in the race with Arjuna last year, and I remember seeing, I think, less than 30 cars in the race, to be honest. But despite a really chaotic second hour where it seemed that half the field was falling off the road and hitting the wall and all sorts was going on, we've seen a relatively clean edition of this race up to now.
Yeah, and I mean, some of it is just some years, you know, you roll the dice and you're going to lose quite a few cars and lose them early, and some years you roll the dice and it's just a little bit cleaner. But I'd put to you just a couple of little changes last year to this year. One, slowest class from the MX-5 to the GR86, which is just a little bit quicker, corners just a little bit faster, just a little bit more straight line speed, so it's still, you know, handily lapped by GT4s, TCRs, GT3s, etc., but not with quite the same speed deficit. GT4s are a little stronger than they used to be, so there's plenty of them still running despite some heavy knocks, some decent incidents. And I think the grass isn't quite as slippery as years gone by as well, which kind of might help a little mistake not end quite so heavily in the Armco.
Yeah, but because the wall's so close here, do you think that's making a lot of a difference? Because I mean, look at this right now here. I mean, it's a very narrow strip of grass from there to the wall, and in my mind anyway, if you're in the grass here, you're likely going to hit the wall here anyway.
Well, I think that's the point I'm making, is that years gone by, 2 tyres in the grass was guaranteed to be in the Armco. Now, 2 tyres in the grass is maybe you can just get it back on circuit, and none of those things individually need to be massive for, you know, like, oh, there's like a 2% less chance of being irreparably damaged in GT4, and there's a 2% less chance of ending up in the Armco if you run slightly wide and get 2 tyres in the grass, and there's a 2% less chance of the slowest class getting wrecked because they're slightly quicker, and then you multiply one by the other, and then you end up, 40 something cars running instead of 30.
Yeah, it's a noticeable difference actually waking up this year compared to last in terms of the race that we're seeing. We've got pit stops in TCR, by the way. Jan Boll has just gotten into the Impulse Racing leading car. Obsidian coming in at the same time. It's a marker really where those two are in their race, in that they've really not had any problems in terms of crashes today. They're still on the same strategy. Impulse exit the pit lane though and make their way out onto the circuit again, just behind the 992 class leaders in fact. And just behind, Cal Valero is switched for Michael Polasek, but we're getting to the stage in the race now with less than 6 hours remaining that some of these gaps are beginning to get uncrossable without any problems up ahead, and I just wonder whether the TCR leading battle is one of those as well. It was edging towards a minute before that pit stop there for the 2 TCR leaders. I mean, with 5.5 hours remaining, it's going to be difficult to catch Impulse Racing unless they have no problems at all.
Yeah, there's a few of those gaps where you're looking, you can go, okay, 5 hours is a lot of racing. I'm sure they could close that down, but some of these like greater than a minute ones, it's like, oh, it needs to be trouble for the leading car for that to close down. So, I mean, we talked a little bit about that GT4 lead battle, and for example, fastest car in that class at the moment is the 3rd place car, Team 75 Bernhard by Simarcy with Corentin Guinea, and you go, well, hang on, yeah, they're 30 seconds away from the race lead. They're 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment. They can definitely keep closing that down with the amount of time we got left. They can start to bring a little bit of pressure in that area.
Do you want to update you on a couple of things that have been happening overnight in case you're waking up across Europe here this morning and wondering where the hell some people are, because that's the same reaction I had too. Just as darkness was falling, in case you weren't with us, In GR86, we had a fairly major moment. In fact, I'll go a little bit further back than that, actually. Just a few minutes before, the other Impulse car, the teammate to this car on your screen right now, had a wheel disconnect, a wheel failure. I think it was Miguel Freitas at the time. He certainly did a bit of driving for the 222. They crashed into the wall heavily at turn 1 as a result of that technical failure, and they never re-emerged from that. So that left one bullet in the gun for the Impulse Racing team. Just after that, the Nürburgring Esports GR86 was crashed into. Now, they were running second place at the time and did an unbelievable job at getting that car back again, by the way. In case you weren't with us, there was spark flying all over the place. All the wheels were still there, but the suspension pieces certainly weren't. And the tail lights weren't either. It was a remarkable sight, and there was a long way to go as well. About half of the Nordschleife before this car could get back to pit lane and get the repairs done. Eventually they did. They took on the requireds first of all, then went out for a lap, decided that wasn't worth doing. They came in again and took some more minutes of optionals, and then they were back out onto the circuit. But I think if there's ever an example of an encouragement to persevere with this race and stay in the race and just keep going, I think it's the Nürburgring Esports team, because I'd imagine when they crashed with just over 16 hours remaining in this race, in the full darkness with most of the nighttime driving still ahead of them, it would have been quite easy to just call it a day and give up from that point, thinking that you might not be in contention for the win anymore. But that's not what the Nürburgring Esports team have done. They've soldiered on, and they are now leading this race by 1 minute 58 seconds ahead of Team RSO.
Yeah, and again, any of these iRacing endurance events, you say never, but I feel like the Nürburgring just has a little more of that. You never know what could happen to the cars in front of you. You know, never give up, stick it out sort of thing. So to that extent, I think you persevere more here than you do at some other places.
Yeah, I've been
that
pleased.
is the pit lane for Max Verstappen after 7 laps, which is typical for the GT3s.
Yeah, the big question now is whether he will be getting out or not. It's not necessarily about what time it is at the moment, 9:15 local. It's about what time it will be when he finishes another stint, which should be 10:15 local time.
And then you can see second place also hitting the lane. So that's the kind of gap that the GT3 leader has got, is that 25-ish seconds.
So, yeah, the last gap I got was 27.9 to be pedantic.
I feel like ish can be like plus or minus about 3 seconds. It's not plus or minus 10 seconds, so I think I'm just within my ish window of measurement.
No, that's fine. So we'll see what the gap is on the other end of the pit stops. It does seem that Max Verstappen staying in. He's got the tyres changed, and he's back out again, even before his teammates can pull into their box, actually. And so Max Verstappen heads down towards turn number 1 for one more stint in the car. Can we be surprised at this, David? I mean, this is the 5th hour now he's been driving for this race, and it would take him to 10:15 local time, just less than 5 hours to lights out at the Grand Prix at Imola later this afternoon.
Yeah, you're right. Just about 5 hours until the Formula 1 MSC Cruisers Gran Premio delayed in Italy, Emilia Romagna 2024. And I'm exactly, like, my thought process around this is exactly what you said out loud, which is work towards, when does this stint end in, 7 laps that are each 8 minutes. So yeah, an hour, give or take. Again, that'll also fall within my ish window. So yeah, we've already then covered off all of the things that a Grand Prix driver has to do in the hours before the race, and including all sorts of elements like personal preparation. Maybe you have to meet some sponsors. Maybe you have a meeting with the supporters. You definitely have a meeting with your crew, your race engineer. Talk about the things that just cover off what's maybe changed since your last meeting last night around what to expect out of race strategy and the weather. You've got driver parades, formation laps, installation laps, all of that.
It's not going to rain over there today, is it? Maybe it does. Maybe
I haven't looked at that weather, to be honest. I've looked at the weather for here, where it was mostly cloudy in the morning, but we've now reduced to partly cloudy, so there's more sun out, less cloud for 23 in the air, 32 on the track, and still with a chance for the racing surface to heat up, get a little bit more slippery, eat tyres quicker.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, actually, in terms of temperatures. It may rain at 5 p.m. local, but I don't think that's going to be early enough at Imola, I think, for a shower here today. Although maybe after last year, pretty thankful there isn't any rain, to be honest with you, in that region. Don't think people will be too disappointed about the weather today in that respect, but anyway, that is over there. We're over here at the Nordschleife. Ragnar Wisdorfer asking whether Verstappen brings a full sim rig to the F1 races. Now, there was a story going around. I know Arjuna mentioned this in the first hour, maybe he mentioned it in the middle too, but I was asleep. But he mentioned about the story that was in the media not so long ago about it's almost like a rumour that Max Verstappen had a full sim rig on a plane. That's not really true, but we do believe that there is one at the circuits when he's got the motorhome in Europe. Is that correct?
I think that's currently the going theory, is that European races he can bring a motorhome, and then you've got a lot more room in there. I think that the plane thing, did that come from a mistranslation of like he was taking like gaming controller and laptop and stuff with him, race to race, and so then it goes like, oh, he brings it on the plane, like he takes it to fly away, versus like it's on the plane, like he's playing it like in the back of the jet. I think there's like a slight translation, like misunderstanding there, and of course everyone's going to run with like the funniest story.
Or the most sort of heightened version of the story. I do believe, by the way, that he may have even gone further, may have even watched his teammates doing an iRacing race from there. Don't quote me on that, but I seem to remember that floating around at one stage as well. Once the driving theory had gone away. He certainly has been known to watch in on his teammates before an event. I remember a BMW Sim Cup race that he was watching before one of the not European races, you understand. That would have been at completely the wrong time, but elsewhere. But yeah, there you go. We've successfully debunked that story, although it's still going around with relative frequency, I've got to say.
It's good. You can't undo that kind of like a gossipy story that spreads that far. There is no amount of like actual facts and clarification that will like stop people talking about Marilyn Manson having like ribs removed. It's like no matter how ridiculous the story, once it gets out there and gets far enough, there's no completely getting it back. And his lap times, of course, as you would expect from a driver of his immense talent and dedication and preparation, are really good right now. The in-lap compared to the cars behind him was that's 0.6 faster than second place and 0.4 faster than his teammates in third. So he's got good teammates, 3 other good teammates in this car. They've handed him back the car again in some good position, and he is not squandering that nice little 25-ish seconds lead that he got. He's keeping it, and if anything, padding it out a little bit right now.
Yeah, as he was last night actually, for a stint of 3 hours. Did extend that margin from roughly 10 seconds, using the roughly thing, 10 seconds-ish last night to closer to 15 over the course of a few hours. That was to BS competition, and we haven't really talked about this yet in our stint, and you may have missed it if you were asleep overnight, which of course many of you were, I would have thought. But not that long ago, actually, I say not that long ago, it was 5 hours now, which is becoming quite a long time ago, the BS competition car went for a big spin and crash at the Mutkkurve. There is a clip of that floating around, by the way, if you want to go and look at it. But it was running second at the time, I think. Still, it was the closest challenger to Team Redline, and unfortunately they eventually went round for a spin. And slightly more interestingly to me, having watched that incident here this morning, was the fact that the race-leading Porsche Cup car was right behind them and did a pretty good job not to get involved in that very same accident as well.
Yeah, touch and go moment for Sherra Esports, leading that second fastest class. As it was. Whenever we've rode on board with any of these leading GT3s, you'll see that they are quite floaty at the rear. They're very, very pointy, and it relies on the driver's smooth inputs to go quickly and stay under control. And it seems like for that corner where they don't really brake a whole lot, but they have to crack the throttle, that maybe just a little too aggressive on the throttle, lift off because of the proximity of the traffic, carried maybe a little too much speed in, lost the rear, and it just couldn't catch it again. So they turned in too aggressively with too much lift off oversteer. These are the way that they're all set up to maximize the speed out of these cars does rely on the drivers to have some finesse and smoothness.
Do you think that's more prevalent this year than in previous ones? Because I personally don't remember people so on edge through the muck curve in years gone by. We saw this even with Vasilis Bertsiotis on I think it was the second lap of the race where he grazed the wall at that corner.
I mean, I can't speak to it. We've obviously got a lot of work going on with iRacing's GT3s of late, more of them coming along, and then with each car that they add, iRacing kind of get more data from that manufacturer, more ways to sort of, optimize and balance the already existing cars. So it's possible that, little tyre updates, little all the other updates, the cars do respond pace-wise to a bit more oversteer, a bit more on a knife edge than in some previous years. We're talking about that Sherra Esports Blue leading 992. Zino Lombardi has gotten into the second place car in that class, but man, they are 90 seconds away from the race lead. You don't see them finding pace to close that kind of gap. It's fingers crossed and prayers and divine intervention that could deliver a win to Altus Esports.
Yeah, I think so. Speaking of podium contenders, by the way, about 8 hours ago now, we saw the Marla Racing team, who were a podium contender themselves, by the way, in GT3, hit the Ava Vavatic car in GR86. Unfortunately, we're left with only 7 of our slowest class now, 4 of them out the race, although it's not been quite as attritional as last year, where the GR86s were... well, I've used the word decimated maybe too much to describe them in this broadcast, but it is true. The winning GR86 finished in 20th place that year, by the way. That shows you just how difficult that race was to get to the end of, because right now 20th place is being occupied by a podium sitter in GT4. It's a very, very different race in 2024. But in terms of getting to the end, we had just 3 of the GR86s. Unfortunately, I think one of them was hit in the end. And to give you the final number of those that finished, by the way, we got just 22 to the flag in 2023. We've still got nearly double that in the field. I can't even begin to describe in words how different this race has been to the 2023 edition so far. But unfortunately, it's one of those things we were expecting. GT3 on GR86 aggression, if we can call it that. And unfortunately, it has come to fruition, and more often than we'd like. But I think it was one of those things that we accepted just would happen over the course of the race.
Yeah, I've seen just a couple examples of it, of particularly some of the really fast corners, because in the slow corners, okay, GT3s can do 90 k's an hour where GR86s can do 80, and then in a straight line, GT3s are doing, looking at the data here, about 275 k's an hour compared to a GR86's 215. So you've got like a 70k an hour closing distance there, but that's at the end of a straight. That's in a straight line where you can easily just, okay, you're in that lane, I'm in this lane, no worries. Easy traffic when you've got a big straight line speed difference in a straight. It's the fast corners that have been difficult for the traffic, because that's where, you know, the GR86s, you know, it's single lane, and the speed difference GT3 to GR86 is big. It can be like a 50 kilometer an hour speed difference, and through parts like here, but especially I saw across Flugplatz, easy for me to say, that's where some of the incidents were happening, and the risk was being taken, and it was tough, because you're kind of committed to a single train track, and you're bearing down at 50 k's an hour on a car that can't do much to pick a different lane to get out of your way.
Speaking of getting air, by the way, I don't know if you saw before night fell, Visceral Esports got a huge amount of air just before the Stefan Bellefersen and went for a humongous spin. I don't know how they got away without more damage, to be honest. They're still running fourth as it stands right now in the Porsche Cup class, so there you go. But that's another example. That wasn't it in terms of GR86 action overnight. About 3-4 hours ago now, the leaders, Forgia TV Racing, crashed out of the lead at Exmüller. That is sort of the slower section just before you get to the run to Bergberg, and then that's the long run up the hill through the gently the gentle left-hand bend is what I was searching for there, that you really need a good run for. Unfortunately, they crashed just a couple of corners before getting to that point, with 9 hours 25 minutes remaining, about 4 hours ago, as I say, and that has given the Nürburgring esports team, who we were talking about earlier on, having crashed the lead, as they are in the lead right now. They've actually got 3 minutes over Team Norris, so it's a bigger gap than what it was in the previous moments of the race. So there you go. But always disappointing to see a class leader crash out in that respect. And now it's up to Nürburgring Esports to take this to the flag and make it home with a 3-minute margin. I still believe it's all about survival in GR86, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it always has been when you're the smallest, slowest class of 5. Not necessarily make it easy for GT4 though, as they're kind of like the middle child, looking in their mirrors for GT3s and 992s, and then catching TCRs and GR86s, trying to make their way through cleanly, but without losing too much time. So we spoke about, does Max Verstappen need to get back in the car this morning? And the answer was no. He'd done 3 stints. He'd met the minimum drive time. There was going to be no problems for the team if he didn't get back in. Obviously he has. We're all delighted for that. It's exciting for the race. It's exciting for the teammates. It makes this afternoon's Grand Prix a little bit more interesting viewing as well, potentially. But there is one other team still out there, still running, that by the looks of things, it might struggle to clear the minimum drive time of all of their drivers, and it's the Jura Esports GT4 in 4th in class. They've just gone a lap longer than their rivals, so they're up into the leader class at the moment. But Alexander Tiber, it looks like, got into the car, didn't complete a lap, and his teammates Lucas Müller, Niklas Laubisch and Tim Yarschel have driven all of the laps since. But if Tiber doesn't complete 11 laps, that car would get a disqualification for not meeting minimum drive time of every driver who got into the seat. So GT4's got some pit stops happening at the moment.
Just, I'll get back to that because I want to revisit that, but we'll just have a look at this replay here first in TCR. Marcus Law pulled off to the left-hand side before the Dunlop hairpin not so long ago, and now he's got little to no brakes. Or maybe he's just missed his braking point, but he's ended up in the gravel down there at turn 1. Let's have a look. No, he definitely has brakes, but I think he missed his braking point down there and towards turn 1. Just to revisit that it's worth mentioning here, David, that the rules are a bit different these days than what they used to be in iRacing special events. In years gone past, you could register as many people as you wanted to a car, particularly to help your iRating if you wanted to get into top split, for example, which there was a bit of that going on a few years ago. However, that's gone away now. everybody who signed up to a car has to satisfy the fair share rule, whereas previously you could leave a driver out of the race entirely and it's fine. You would only have to actually get into the car to be subject to the fair share driving rules. So that's a noted difference, but I also want to ask how you've worked 11 laps now. I didn't think we had a confirmed number on the minimum drive time.
See, this is the difference between you and I, Ewan. Within the iRacing server, it gives an estimate, and so that's based on the number of factors that go into calculating the minimum drive time. It's very generous the way that fair share is calculated. It's like the total number of laps done divided by the number of drivers divided by like 4 or something. So in a 24-hour race with 4 drivers, the minimum need only be about 2 hours. And so in this case, it's estimating with the estimated lap total and 4 drivers that the minimum in GT4 is 11 laps. And yeah, if Alexander Tibor was a nominated driver before the start of the race, then he has to drive. The way it works is you nominate your drivers before the start of the race now, or declare them, as I think the iRacing terminology is, and then all of the declared drivers have to drive, and only the declared drivers can drive.
Yes, I believe that's it. By the way, I wasn't doubting your maths, but just wanted to know where you got the numbers from. It sounded about right.
It's an estimate as well here because it relies on, I think, guessing the total laps, but it's easier to calculate it and guess it now with the declared drivers than, back in the past we could get to this far into the iRacing Daytona 24 and then a fourth driver jumps in that car and suddenly the numbers for fair share are totally different.
Yeah. As you say, it depends in iRacing on how many drivers you have, and by the way, I think the limit on drivers is still ludicrously large, isn't it?
We had this discussion earlier. Yes, it's 16.
Yeah.
So if you wanted 16 drivers for your 24-hour race, you could have it. I'm reliably informed in one of the other splits that there is a team with 16 drivers.
Is there?
And I don't want to get the name wrong or name a team that it isn't, but I'm pretty sure the team was called Sapphire Esports Sweet 16.
Okay. That sounds about right.
So, yeah, fair share there might be like 2 laps.
If that, maybe 1 lap. I don't know. But yeah, wow, that's quite remarkable. I mean, even RaceSpotTV can field a card, to be honest, with that amount of drivers. Goodness me.
So, you know how reading a rule book makes for great, engaging television?
Yeah.
The iRacing fair share is calculated as 1/4 of an equal share of the race distance. Now, if the race distance was 100 laps and you had 2 drivers, and an equal share would be 50 laps, 1/4 of that would be 12. So 2 drivers in a 100-lap race, each driver would have to do a minimum of 12. So you can see how really generous that is, that you go, 2 drivers, one of them can do 12 laps and the other can do 88, and that clears the bar of fair share. It is not a tough minimum drive time by any account. So yeah, that's why Alexander Team only needs 11 laps in a 4-driver lineup in a 24-hour race to meet iRacing's fair share rules.
You say that, but it does. The fact that it's based on a lot of drive time rules in real life are based on timing, and so I personally find anyway that quite easier to keep a break. Maybe less so at the Nürburgring because the lap's so long, but when we were doing Spa, it's a lot of laps around there, and the goalposts are moving around quite a lot, and when you don't have all 4 drivers, because this is probably a problem lower down in the splits, to be honest, lots of these drivers, other than Max Verstappen of course, will be available pretty much for the entire 24 hours anyway. They're just trying to work out a good way to split the 24 between themselves, even despite them all being available for all of the time. So it can be a problem lower down, I find, when you're not available for the entire time, but the goalposts are almost always moving as to where you can satisfy the drive time rules and where you can get all of the laps that you need to get in sorted, but as you say, it's not too much of a problem, really. I just hope that Alexander Tiber doesn't have any technical malfunctions, to be honest with you, and he can get into the car.
Sorry, forgive me. The discrepancy between driven laps and driven time becomes a far more significant aspect in races where it could be dry half of it and very, very wet the other half.
Yeah. And that's going to be a problem in the future, I would have thought. Maybe even by this race next year.
I mean, other endurance races, like it would have been, for example, at Sebring earlier this year as well. Yeah. Just not this particular race, but any other endurance race on iRacing with weather and fair share enabled, it's already, a factor.
Yeah. That is always the concern, because as we all know, you complete less laps when you're in the rain, as it turns out.
Yeah, because you have to go slower because there's less grip.
Yes.
Welcome to
physics with
Wet Racing 101, yeah.
I was having a physics lesson last night with Dara.
The quote from like Jolyon Palmer or whatever, and it's just like a picture of Jolyon Palmer, and it's like, you have to be alert on a street circuit.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that, like, on face value it sounds like a great quote, but it's so obvious to actually impart no information. I feel like that's us with, like, you have to drive slower when the road is wet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is not nice. Marcus Law into one of the GR86s.
Talk freak.
With the Stefan Bellafest. Oh dear. That car's going to be toast, I would have thought. It was Roland Alfredson. Oh no, it wasn't. It was just ahead of him.
It was the Talk Freak. It was the Talk Freak.
Apologies.
GR86.
Apologies. Goodness me, I was about to...
Don't scare the people. All my Roland heads out there are like cheering him on so hard.
Scaring myself. Dear, oh dear. Apologies for that. It was, as you say, it was not Roland.
Big dramas for both, though, because obviously the GR86 sustained some significant damage, and the TCR, while that engine went kaput. This is Draw Esports GT4. They were in 4th place before the round of pit stops. The top 3 pitted 1 lap before them. So we'll see exactly how it goes. Hey, I was just saying, here he is for his first laps. Alexander Teeb is going to make sure the Draw Esports GT4 meets iRacing's minimum drive time fair share rule, and that their result will be official.
That is a wonderful sight. Tiber has won this race before, by the way, not the GT4 edition of this, but he has won in the Porsche Cup class back in 2020 when he was driving for Redline.
On screen there goes 3rd place through, so as we were looking from up on high, Apex Racing Team went back to the lead. Virtual Coach by Grid and Go went through into 2nd, and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. One of just a few cars flying the Porsche flag, the Weissach flag in GT4, went through into 3rd, and Alexander Tiber is back into this race for the first time.
He is back into 4th. Just ahead of Drago Racing by about 20 seconds. That was a bit late on the brakes, but he's okay. In towards turn number 1.
The cold tyres have been a big challenge in GT4 as well. A challenge or not, they're not quick immediately out of this pit stop. It does take a little bit before they reach their best, and that it just feels like you're kind of riding on a little bit of marshmallow initially until you get them in. But as you've pointed out, I mean, with no disrespect to the rest of the drivers, Alexander Tiber is already a race winner at this race, and he is super experienced across a whole handful of cars in endurance racing.
Would you believe, by the way, that Apex have never won any of the classes in this race? I find that hard to believe almost, but it is true.
Well, I mean, there's 170 Apexes around the Nürburgring Nordschleife Gesamtstrecke 24-hour layout, so you think they'd be right at home?
Yes, that's if you hit them, I suppose. Which is
they didn't name themselves Missed Apex Esports.
That's true. But
that's Apex Hunters.
That's different, yeah. But there you go. Not many of these teams actually in GT4 have, and indeed the drivers who are within them have actually won this event before. Nicholas Laubisch won GT4 for Urano, and he's part of the Dory Sports team today, isn't he? With Tiba and friends. So,
Do you want me to read the list?
I think I can remember 3 of them. I'm missing one. We've got Lucas Muller, Alexander Tiba, Nicholas Laubisch, and someone else who I've forgotten. Tim Yarshall.
Tim Yarshall.
Sorry, yeah. My memory's so poor. Yes, there we go. There's the 4.
Also, I'm reading it off a sheet here, not remembering it at all. So if I'll give you full credit for that.
Thanks. But I think I've been in the booth when almost all of them have been in, which is quite rare actually. So I'm quite pleased with that. But anyway. As I say, Laubisch has won this class before, Tiba has won A class before, but other than that, not many of the GT4 drivers or teams have won races before. Simossi have won TCR, of course, back when they were winning everything in TCR, really, back in 2020. Diego Pinto was driving for them, by the way. Shows you how long ago it was. He's been at Redline for quite some time now, but it's going to be difficult for them to win the race. Although, having said that, they are catching Grid and Go for second place. The gap 4.7 seconds. I think that's the closest gap we've got out on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye across the gaps. Not quite getting to the apex Alexander Tiba wanted on those tyres that are still just a little cold, but he's looked controlled as we've been on board.
We've reportedly got a meatball flag for the Scherer Esports leading Porsche Cup car. Now, I'm hoping...
If you recall from... Yeah. Some people will have watched 24-hour series esports by Crevencic at Barcelona, which is a very tire-eating circuit that right at the end of the double stints for that class of car, the 992, they were starting to get meatball flags displayed to them because of tyre wear below about 10%. So I think we've got the class leader to the end of a double stint here, and the meatball is probably just because you're not allowed to carry on that set of tyres no longer. They have reached the wear marks.
Just wondering and hoping they hadn't hit anyone, but it doesn't look like they have. It looks like we're going to have a driver change too, as I expected. Julian Raymer will get in for a couple of hours, then we'll see Will Chadwick in. And hopefully I'm still here at the time to see Will Chadwick back in the car for what will be the final time, I would have thought.
So you can
today's race.
Whisper nice things or naughty things about him?
Well, I said this to him actually when we interviewed him, that we do often take the mick just because he is a RaceSpotTV member, but he is actually a very good driver. And he did put that car on pole, on pole, which we can't forget. Whether that has had much bearing on where they are at the moment, I'm not sure, but it is relatively important at this circuit to be starting on pole position, and he can take all the credit for achieving that.
So the car went up on the jacks here, the tyres are going on, and surprise, surprise, that clears the meatball flag. A new set is all good all around for Scherer Esports Blue and their new driver Julian Reimer. Not really any drama there, it's just that every now and again this car, the way it eats through the tyres on the double stints, throws up a little meatball flag.
Yeah, it's just a slightly concerning sight, to be honest, sometimes. Well, all the time, in fact, when there's a meatball flag, but there you go. The gap now down to a minute between Scherer and Altus, as Scherer go for their second year in a row, their second win in a row in the Porsche 992 Cup category. 2 in a row, something that has never been done before, by the way. Race clutch sorry, they didn't win again, did they, actually? There we go, never mind. No team has been able to do it 2 in a row, and so they could be making history today. In fact, in terms of, it's always difficult to know who to categorise in the same team as having won 2 at all, to be honest, because team names change and stuff, and then we've got to decide whether they really are part of the same team or what's going on. But anyway, the point still stands. Luca Alpert, by the way, the only driver of the 3 who was there last year as well. He partnered Raphael Renhofer and Fabian Hochstetter last year in an all-German lineup. Julian Rowe makes his way back out onto the circuit. We believe, David, we might have an incident out around the circuit. I'm trying to work out who for. Oh, looks like it might be one for the GR86s again, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely caught a GR86 get copper hit and go into the Armco, and I was trying to work out who it was, and it may be the 28 car of Vermilion Esports. And again, I didn't see who hit them, but just enough to know that something happened there. What's the football meme? It was like, and he's been sent off. Has he? I don't know. That's kind of the reporting I'm feeling like I'm giving.
Chris Cavara. Oh dear.
There was contact before that.
Okay. Well, that's a puzzling one. And there's definite damage there. So let's have a look. This is at the highest point on the circuit, as we all know, Horak. One of the Porsche Cup cars right behind comes steaming in, and Ben Faulkner ends up in the barrier. That was quite late, I would say.
Yeah, through Wipperman, and significant damage sustained to that Toyota GR86. From that, Reimer's up in 6th gear, revving out the beautiful Porsche Flat 6. One of the better sounding cars, no doubt. Tell you where they're good is a street circuit. So Super Cup at Monaco or Porsche Carrera Cup Australia at Surface Paradise. Those beautiful, like, pinging downshifts echoing off a couple of apartment buildings is so good.
I don't think I've actually heard one of these cars in real life before at all. Never mind on the street circuit.
You'd know if you had.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I haven't. So there we go. Yeah, it's feels a bit unbelievable, to be honest, because they support almost every race series in the world. But I must have done actually at British Touring Cars. They support those, so I must have done at some point. Because
that doesn't go to many street circuits, does it?
No, that's true.
Shame.
We don't really have street circuits in England anymore.
I've seen your streets. They're probably not up to the task.
Can't deal with normal traffic. Never mind. The roads just get tuned up. I can't imagine what race cars would do to them. Goodness me.
It's the downshifts on these cars as well that I mean, I'm not sure iRacing's quite got it, because the automatic blipping on the downshift to perfectly seamlessly rev match. It's such a high revving engine that when you pull for a downshift, it needs a big blip to get the engine RPM up to match the next gear. So, sort of like automatically blips, 5,000 to 7,000 RPM on each sort of downshift there, and it's a very significant blip on account of that.
It's an iconic noise, there's no doubt about that. We've had that engine or a variation of it in iRacing for quite some time now. I think it's the second generation of proper cup car that we've had in iRacing. Very much the faster version than what we used to have when it was first introduced. Sotomuto makes his way back out onto the circuit again. A decidedly less good sounding engine, this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, no one's racing one in the Australian GT Championship, so I don't think I've actually... No, of course I've heard one at the Bathurst 12-hour.
Yes.
Yeah, so... It's a little more subdued, but it's not bad. Some people get themselves a little too worked up about the engine configurations. Like there are people who think Ferrari are a lost cause because the 296 that's replaced the 488 has a turbocharged V6 instead of a turbocharged V8, and it's like, you just think you've had something taken away from you, but you haven't, because a turbocharged V6 is a great engine, especially when it's 120 degree V6. 120 degree V6 is as close to a Porsche flat 6 as it is to a Toyota's 60 degree V6. It's 120 degree V6 is dangerously close to being a flat 6 as well, and no one complains about those in a Porsche.
No, exactly. It kind of feels to me as if the days of finding the biggest engine you can possibly build and just sticking it in the back doesn't really constitute race car building anymore. Really, the days of the huge Corvette. Was it the C8 that had that absolutely huge front end to fit an 18-litre engine? Not 18, but you get the point. A very big engine in the front and a very good sound, I'll admit, but kind of feels like that's not really. Was it C7? I don't know, but it kind of feels like that's not really the way to go anymore with GT3 racing and GT racing, especially. I mean, even NASCARs have got not quite the same. How do I say? Not quite the same size of engine, I suppose. In that sense, it doesn't quite sound the same. Yeah,
I guess engine package that they run is a little bit less on some of the intermediate ovals than I guess years gone by that people like or remembered fondly. And I don't know exactly how much horsepower on average they've got for the road courses, but certainly I think some of the 1.5 mile ovals, they used to have a lot of horsepower and you really had to drive the 1.5 miles, whereas then with less horsepower, the racing is less, whoa, you've got to manage the throttle through all of these corners and manage the tyre life, and a little bit more, it's mini Daytona 500 where we're keeping it flat and we're just playing tactics and slipstreaming and draft buddies.
Yeah, I can't say I've been enjoying draft tracks on mile and a half, I've got to be honest. I would very much like to keep it at Daytona and Talladega and that's it, but there we go, that's not the way it's been going. Unfortunately, Atlanta Motor Speedway has kind of been ruined now. There's kind of no going back, is there really? Which is a shame. I know it had a great finish this year and whatever, and that's all fine, but like, I'd rather not see mile and a half racing as plate racing, if you want to put it like that. It just doesn't quite sit right with me.
See, maybe NASCAR want every oval to be a Daytona 500, whereas IndyCar are shortly going to have no ovals but Indianapolis.
Yeah, that kind of annoys me as well.
It's not quite true, but it's an exaggeration. No. But you can't accuse IndyCar of, diluting what makes the 500 their 500 great, because they are not doing any racing that looks like that anywhere else. Some shorter ovals, which is pretty exciting racing in IndyCar if you ask me, but as years goes by, the Indy 500 looks more and more of a standout uniqueness in their calendar.
Well, this is the thing, is it going to become one of those races that actually isn't part of a championship anymore, and it will still be IndyCars, but will it be part of the IndyCar series in the future?
Didn't it used to be double points and now it's not? So that takes it even...
There you go.
It's hard to say. Does double points make it more... It is, I guess, more of an attempt to integrate it into the championship, because now suddenly a good results at Indianapolis and you're sitting very nicely in the championship and kind of incentivized to continue when you were previously kind of a 500 only package, perhaps.
I think it's a good idea to double points the Indy 500, to be honest with you. I would back that. Because
I think at the end of it's like a month later where you go, this guy's leading the championship because of that good Indy 500 result. Practice and qualifying and the Indianapolis 500 and then the Indianapolis 500 victory tour is going on. No one cares about the points, they just care who won this running of the Indianapolis 500. So it's only sort of when you're significantly removed from it that anyone even thinks about the points for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not like the WEC either, where winning Le Mans at one stage used to win you the championship effectively. Back some time ago. That seems to have changed a little bit more now. Now that we've got two races with a few more points as well, that effect is slightly diminished now, but nevertheless.
For a couple of years there, Toyota were very good at winning the World Championship but not winning Le Mans.
Yes, true.
And very clearly demonstrating that in that era, as in now, you would trade the World Championship for the Le Mans win. But now I think the championship holds it's a less imbalanced dynamic now than it was then. I think with the number of manufacturers, how involved they are, how awesome all the other races of the World Championship are becoming. You want to win those, and any manufacturer would stamp up and down about being the world champion now.
Yeah, absolutely, and with its growing popularity as well, that adds a bit of prestige to it too in sports car racing, which is not just happening in
Can we bring this home? When do you think driver on screen Max Verstappen makes a Le Mans start? Is it next year? Is it 10 years? Is it never?
I think Le Mans more difficult, personally. I think I can see him more in a GT3 somewhere, to be honest with you. I can see him on the start line at Spa in the next 5 years, that's for sure. Or Nürburgring, maybe here in real life.
I mean, outside of Grand Prix racing, we definitely see Max show an interest in GT sports cars more than prototype sports cars,
Yeah.
I guess.
Exactly.
Hey, him and Valentino Rossi could pair up.
Imagine the amount of combined viewers that will bring in from different places would be unbelievable. But there you go. As I say, sports car racing is getting more viewers than ever anyway, with the current era, and I think some credit for that does have to go to Max Verstappen, to be honest, for bringing his audience over. We'll continue this discussion, by the way, while the battle for second place continues on, although Corentin Guinet has just gotten through on Sven Haase and is up to second place for Team 75 Bernard by Simar C. So that's a pass in GT4 for the podium places. But yeah, Vince Cusi chimes in, by the way, saying, agreeing with you actually, that with the WEC being more competitive than ever, the World Championship becomes more valuable, and I do find it difficult to disagree, although Le Mans is in not diminishing the value of Le Mans at the same time.
Like in 1960, you probably would have rather won the Monaco Grand Prix than won the FIA Drivers' World Championship. But now, the power of hindsight and the continuity of the World Drivers' Championship into, Formula One, and, then the impact that the World Championship has had as it's grown in its, reach around the world and number of rounds and number of viewers. Now, I don't think there's anyone you'd say, hey, this year you can only have one. Would you rather win Monaco or the World Championship? You are taking the Formula One World Championship.
Yes, I agree, but as you say, that's a little bit hindsight stuff, isn't it? Which is fair enough. It is normal, I suppose. But there you go. Just to get back to the Le Mans discussion, to me, it somewhat feels like Toyota's obviously won 5 years in a row, and that is always in the record books. But does it not feel to you as if they've kind of never won it, because those years were pretty, just say dark years for the WEC, but they weren't great years in terms of the excitement, especially compared to what we had in LMP1, which is an era that will never come back, unfortunately, as good as it was. And today's era of lots of different manufacturers battling for the overall win, more than ever, almost, well, not ever, but more than more than in my lifetime, that's for sure.
If there's one thing LMP1H wasn't efficient with, it was money. So
yes,
that's kind of why they ended up with one manufacturer left. Is like, oh, hey, how many manufacturers are there willing to set $300 million a year on fire for one race in a world championship where no one cares about any of the other races? The answer was one. We very quickly determined that the number of manufacturers willing to continue to spend at that level was one. I don't begrudge Toyota their Le Mans wins across that era, by the way. I think, they were there for a while. They stuck it out. They got better year on year. They never quite, looked like they had Audi or Porsche luck and that at Le Mans. And, of course, there were many years where Audi and Porsche were running the third cars at Le Mans, and Toyota never did that. And that's a sort of, I doubt your commitment to sparkle motion sort of moment where you go, yeah, okay, Toyota care a little more about the World Championship than Le Mans compared to the other manufacturers who are, chasing Le Mans. But they stuck with it at quite an expensive time when others called it quits. So I think they deserved those wins.
Yeah, fair enough. I just feel like that they kind of need to seal one more with the current level of competition, and that would really stamp them, in my mind anyways.
Yeah, and you'd do it with a lot more eyeballs on you if you did it this year or next year than in 2019 and years gone by.
Saying that, they almost got more publicity for losing in 2016. Or was it 17? 16? 16, I think. Whenever they broke down on the final lap. I'm sure someone else will remember. But 2016, I think it was, they almost got more publicity than the winners that year, which I guess was fair enough because they did dominate that race pretty much. But the beauty of 24-hour racing, or the heartbreak indeed on that occasion of 24-hour racing, was never more clear than in that year.
Can I wind the clock back and say, I said about Corentin Guinet like an hour ago that hunting the race leader isn't out of the picture, and well, he hunted third from Dora Esports, and he's hunted second from Grid and Go, and last lap he was 2 seconds quicker than Peter Berryman, class leader in the Apex Racing team. So I think we're on here for GT4 across the next 4 hours 45 minutes. You've got a very fired up Porsche from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC in conditions that maybe look like they're heading towards favouring the Porsche because he's surrounded by BMWs at the front of this class.
Yeah, I agree. I think this gap's going to continue to come down. The problem in my mind in that respect is that 2 seconds a lap is okay, but that is still quite a lot of laps from this. That would still be 10 laps from now, which is well over an hour.
34 laps predicted to the checkered flag, so I don't know, that sounds like enough time to me.
Yes, but I think we're presuming that gap's going to continue to come down at that rate. I think Salva Talens, when he was in the Apex car, was maybe a little bit quicker, and I don't think Corentin Guinet's teammates are quite as quick as he is, because he is so quick, actually, out on the circuit. Not quite up to fastest lap level, but we're never going to see another fastest lap today, I wouldn't have thought.
I mean, Karim Havers, decent. Adam Isaacson's pretty close to his level, I'd have thought. And Adam Isaacson's the remaining driver who's driven the least laps in this car. I mean, I get the point that things will change in terms of weather, in terms of the driver lineup across this car and the car that they're chasing, but I mean, consistently over the last 3-4 hours, they've had just a little bit of pace advantage.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm telling you, like, it took him an hour. They hunted third. It took him 2 hours. They hunted second. Let's go. Feel the hype.
I'm just trying to rewind to that point so I can see for myself. Yeah, they were quite a long way back. I just rewinded to about 2 hours ago in the race. They were 33 seconds off the lead then. They're only 19 now. So, yeah, you're right. That is coming down at quite a rate at the moment. I just always worry about these things continuing on, if you like, forever, because
I'm extrapolating across like 4 hours of pace and not one lap, you know. I need you to believe.
Okay. I think you believe more than them. But
I've always been one to believe the hype.
Well, I'm willing to jump on board with it because I would love nothing more than a final couple of hours battle for any of these classes, to be honest with you. It's looking pretty tricky overall for us to see a repeat of a finish that we got. I'm going to try and work out what year it was before I leave this morning. But there was one year in the mid-2010s in this event, the first or second edition or third, it was early on, where there was a last lap pass or a penultimate lap pass for the overall win. It was very close and it was very exciting. I'm hoping for somewhat a repeat of that here today in just one of the classes would be nice, because yeah, it'd just be very exciting, wouldn't it, to be honest? So look forward to that. I'll try and do some digging in the meantime to work out who that was. But in the meantime, they're going to continue to try and close. Contagüine closed in a little bit further. Sven Haas is staying with him, though.
Yeah, again, the lap times are relatively close, and once you're in that slipstream zone, you can stay there for a little bit. We made note of the car that's fourth place in this class and how Alexander Tiber got in for his first stint and is going towards the minimum laps for the fair share. There's a few other cars actually in the same boat. So Tier 1 Motorsports, Andre De Silva has just gotten in for his first laps of the race, more than 18 hours into the race in that number 11 car in GR86. And then I opened another one here. Where did it go? Someone that hasn't driven in TCR.
Okay. To be fair, I didn't realise we were quite...
Hang on. Obsidian Racing's 111 in TCR. Really? Daniel Herrera is a nominated driver and hasn't driven yet, while Michael Polasek, Gail Valero and Patrick Hingston have. I'm not counting retired cars here as well, by the way. Only ones that are on track right now and haven't met minimum drive time. So Tier 1, Zor, Obsidian... and Visceral Esports 96 from the Porsche 992 class, where Vince Peters, it looks like, hasn't driven yet, while Ollie Peacock, Leon Rudinger and Matteo Quinza has.
Surprised about that. I would have thought Vince Peters would be doing a lot of driving for this race, but maybe not. He's got to do some. But...
yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, they're nominated drivers that haven't driven, not... second place in 992 has gone backwards into the Armco. Not, spotters that are attached to the car but not drivers.
Okay, we'll get back to that discussion because Dino Lombardi may well be seeing that second place under threat before long. If indeed that is the case. He just seemed to be losing time at a rate for Otis. There he is. He's back going again. He's got an awkward moment now with a GR86. Up towards her right there.
Now the car went backwards into the Armco straight on, so it will be damage to the rear bumper. This is it.
Oh, it's hard on the brakes and a pretty big hit on the wall, actually. Well, I'm somewhat surprised you get away with that just after Klostertal, and he's got that all wrong on the brakes, I'm afraid, just before the carousel. Now, has that given him much damage, and how is that affecting him? Well, he's not...
Well, I'll tell you what it hasn't done is... given the 43 a meatball flag, so no meatball for that. I don't just say that because it's an Italian Dino Lombardi driving.
Okay.
It's a racing technical term.
Are meatballs Italian?
They can be.
Well, yeah. Any food can be from anywhere, I suppose. Depends where you cook it. But...
like, is pasta Italian? Well, some of it definitely is. I'm not saying all of it is, or all of it's authentic, but some of it definitely is.
Not least because there's some behind me right now. Anyway, that's a separate discussion. How far away are we from a stop then? He's just out... Oh no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. He's about halfway through a stint. So not a million miles away from a stop, but probably further away than he'd really like to be, if indeed there is any damage there. The gap, by the way, has got out to 1 minute 4.5 seconds. I think he'll continue, to be honest. He kind of needs to, because I think the 992 cars will be trying to go to the end on 4 more stops, including the one that's coming up right now.
Straight line speed still seems okay. Lombardi's doing 170 kilometers an hour right now, which is about what I'd expect. So if he's missing kilometers an hour, he's only missing 3 or 4. He's not missing 20. But there is no way. I mean, we saw that. He locked up, spun, and would have gone into the wall over 100 k's an hour. It was pretty quick, pretty violent, to be honest. He is lucky that it was square on with the rear and not something that punched any of the tyres out of shape, any of the suspension bits out of line.
Well, he'll continue on, but Max Verstappen won't be at the end of this lap, by the way. He's started his in-lap now, so we'll be enjoying the three-time Formula 1 World Champion for what is likely to be the final time in this race. It is 10:15 over in Central Europe at the moment. Sure, I mean, we're talking about this as if it's definitely going to happen. Surely this time, with less than 5 hours to go until lights out here this afternoon, he will be stepping out that car for the final time now with 4.5 hours to go.
Well, that's why it's worth looking, so we find out when you find out. But certainly this is the end of the fuel tank on this run. He's been in the car for about 2 hours now. He's already made one fuel and tyre stop, and the car will come in. Whether Max Verstappen stays with it is a question. And again, I mean, you and I were not 100% expecting him this morning, but we got him nonetheless. So any amount of Max Verstappen, I guess, is a little bit of a nice Sunday treat.
I honestly thought he was done for the day last night. I really did. But
the other drivers in the car, of course. So at the end of this, Verstappen will have driven 35 laps of the race. Chris Lawlham has done 35. Sergio Pinto has done 44, and Florian Lebigra has done 28. So I don't know if that suggests we're likely to see Lebigra again, or if we've got going to have more Pinto or Lawlham if Max Verstappen steps aside at this pit stop.
I'd be shocked if he did, or didn't. Excuse me, but there we go. We'll see. He did a triple stint last night.
I'm ready to be both shocked and flabbergasted. So I guess that would make me slightly less shocked if I was ready for it.
Bit awkward pit entry as he has to drive through two people to get into the box. Up on the jacks, and he gets out. So that is the end of Max Verstappen in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. And Florian Lebigra takes over to resume in the lead for BMW Team Redline, who have led for some time now in this race. It was Williams Esports who took the lead early on, of course, but after a crash between themselves and Apex, who eventually got involved in the leading battle as well, just 3 hours into the race, Redline were able to take over the lead, and for the vast majority of the next 17 hours, they have been heading the way. Florian Lebigra leaves the pit lane, and with 4.5 hours still remaining, will resume in a slightly bigger lead than what he experienced before Max Verstappen got into that car.
Yeah, there we go. So, fun little Sunday morning warm-up for Max Verstappen as he keeps BMW Team Redline in the lead of the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour for 2024. There's also some driver changes for some of the cars behind. So I think Johnny Vecchio gets into the Redline 21 and Ryan Barneveld takes the Mahler Racing team car.
Johnny Vecchio getting ready to resume. There he goes. Back out onto the circuit again. A little bit closer to Mahler Racing Team actually than previously. The gap now over half a minute for the lead, and then just over 10 for second. So there you go. There's Ryan Barneveld making his way around the circuit again. PS Competition, of course, won this race back in 2020. Wasn't part of that team then. Never won this race as an individual. Even if BS Competition have. Now, I wanted to ask you this actually. I wanted to ask someone this, and I'll bring it up now. BS Competition won this race in 2020. Team BMW Bank won this race in 2022. Are we counting those as the same team?
This is very much an Arjuna question.
Yes.
I don't know. Whoever the crew was, I think that's who it goes to. Like Alpine still call themselves like multiple times world champions as they've inherited Tolman, Benetton, Renault, Lotus, Renault again's history, and it is a continuous unbroken line of that team and that organisation, regardless of the name or the changes of personnel over the years. It's an unbroken continuation.
Okay, I'll ask Arjuna. I just wonder what we're going to do.
Big ask your mother energy.
Yeah, I don't know if what happens if Marla Racing Team win as well. That's 3 different variations of the team in 5 years. So there you go. But anyway, maybe we won't have to cross that bridge. By the way, you're talking about the driver lineup. None of the 3 drivers who won in 2020 were repeated in the 4 that won in 2022. So there's an entirely new lineup that year. Both of the additions included real-world drivers. Lauren Heinrich and Philipp Eng were alongside Alexander Voss in 2020. And Bruno Spengler accompanied Vassilis Balatziotis, who was at BMW Bank at the time, with Phil Denez and Kai Kashube, as he took his 3rd Nürburgring 24-hour win back in 2022. So that's also quite rare as a team to have no repeat drivers.
Very, very interesting in that way. So we've had our top 3 pit from GT3, and means it's now the in-laps for 4th, 5th and 6th place, who are multiple minutes, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes behind the leader.
Yeah. They haven't had an instant to throw them off strategy. They just are that far behind, I think, at this point. I say that far behind, like I'd be closer. But you get the point. It is difficult, isn't it, when there's such a small selection of GT3 entries into the 24-hour race. This is the sort of limitation that we've got. We need to have things running smoothly, of course, and need to have 5 classes as well for a real proper Nürburgring experience. And it does still feel like that in the morning, actually, as opposed to last year, which did feel a bit too spread apart, really. But in that sense, the GT3 field is a little bit smaller, but I guess the upside is that we've got the absolute best of the best here. Fortunately, Apex are out of the race. Williams are out of contention, even if one of their cars is still going. Coanda have been out of contention for some time as well. Both of those 2 teams are a lap down. Dory Sports Falcon Sim Racing Team also here, some of the best GT3 teams, and then you've got the BS Competition and Redline cars who are at the front of the field. It's a little bit of an odd race in that respect, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still relatively close, at just over half a minute the gap. But I think the other teams are now hoping for an issue for the race-leading Redline car in these final 4.5 hours, rather than truly believing they can catch the leader on speed.
You know who does believe they can catch the leader on speed? That's right, I'm beginning to form perhaps not a religion or a cult, maybe just a movement, a people's movement for second place in GT4. Corentin Guinée taking a little more out of the race leader. This is 4th place coming into the lane, like we said. Others following in around this GT3 cycle. It's the highest running Audi from Falcon Sim Racing. Jonas Rutten drove it in, and Jesse Jones takes it out like a library book.
Yes. Can't remember the last time I took a library book out, to be honest with you. But,
very loud 5.2 litre V10 library book.
Yes. I don't think they'd appreciate that really in the library. There you go.
No.
That's a separate problem. There is the Corentin Guiné's Porsche Cayman. 2.3 seconds last time round. Although you mentioned that a while ago, they're still not finished another lap. Just the length of the lap round here. 15 seconds now, the rough gap, by the way. I think it's worth noting as well, actually, that their pit stop was 6.3 seconds shorter, or their lane time, I should say, more specific, was 6.3 seconds shorter than the race leaders that time round. I can't really think what they would have done to have shortened the pit stop time, actually, in GT4. Change tyres and fuel at the same time.
So a man walks into a library and he goes up to the desk and he says, "Can I get a large Big Mac meal with Sprite?" And the librarian says, "Excuse me, this is a library." And the man says, "Oh, sorry, can I get a large Big Mac meal with a Sprite?"
It didn't make me laugh, but it's a good joke.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm wasting all of our time, but there's 24 hours of time to fill in a 24-hour race as we sort of just wait for the simmering battles and for the sun slowly rising in the sky to continue to heat up the racetrack to 39 degrees Celsius. So I think throughout the night, cars that are a little oversteery are going to work well on a really grippy track. But as we heat up now, cars that were maybe a little pushy, a little understeery are just getting into their element. So if you made some of those setup decisions that you have to make at the start of the race and then live with, like, you know, roll bar stiffness and some of that other stuff, you might have been a little uncomfortable through the night and just now hitting your element.
More dad jokes are available or welcome indeed in the YouTube chat if you want to give it a go. Although, be careful, please. I don't think Vince Cusi enjoyed your joke, by the way, David, very much. He's not impressed, seemingly.
Yeah, it's because I didn't order his favourite food, but that's fine.
Other brands are available. Did you say the brand? Or
I said the name of the meal, but I didn't say the name of a restaurant.
It doesn't matter anyway, we're not the BBC. So.
It is a trademarked, you know, name for a type of, you know...
Yes.
Basically a club sandwich or a hamburger, let's be honest with ourselves.
I don't have them, to be honest with you. Not my preferred meal from that particular restaurant, if I'm honest with you, but there we go.
I like fried chicken, no matter where it comes from.
Okay. Have you seen
second and third, but the gap from second to the lead in GT4 is certainly going to be interesting.
Who's that in the pit lane? BS they're out of whack, aren't they, with cycles?
Yeah, they've just done 8 laps though, so they've started to reach some kind of fuel extending here. And if the prediction is correct on 32 more laps from here to the finish, that is a multiple of 8. BMW M Team BS competition might have one less stop than some of the others if they can hit 8 laps of fuel every stint.
There comes Greenez into the pit lane. Can I disagree with the amount of laps that we think are going to be left? I think it'll be more than that.
Don't disagree with my logic, but you can disagree with the prediction of the laps remaining.
I think there's 33 in this race, personally, but maybe more, because...
I think if there's 32, BS competition are going to look very, very clever.
Maybe.
This is a 1 lap early stop for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Corentin Guinea gets out and Marvin Strell gets in. Big call here. Yeah, not necessarily a call, but a big moment for can they continue their momentum towards the race lead.
Are you a little bit concerned that the guys that are left out there at the moment, especially Door Esports actually, who are going 1 lap even further than Apex are going, and Grid and Go as well, are you not concerned that those cars are going to make it to the end of the race without a splash and dash that seemingly Team Sim RC are going to need, looking at this at the moment?
Well, if Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC go down 2 more laps to the outright leader in the next 4.5 hours, I think they're good.
I do realise, by the way, I'm very much putting non-belief into your belief at the moment. I'm not meaning to, but...
All you're doing is solidifying my faith.
It's probably a good idea, really. It's so there we go. One of us are going to be right by the end of the day. And we just wait to find out. I think it was one of the first things you said actually at the start of this.
This is big dramas for the 89 actually.
Is there?
They're still there. It's 2 minutes now to this stop as Phil Dinez gets in. The 89 has a black flag, potentially for unsafe pit entry or speeding on pit lane, and so just as we said, hey, they've got 8 laps, they've put themselves into a good fuel position. There is a penalty on this number 89 car. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of what or why, but it is going to hurt this car.
I think you're onto something with the fuel. While I do disagree with the amount of laps that are remaining, all that seems insignificant
Something
now.
becomes, relevant, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I argued so strongly for my point.
Yeah, I also don't really know how they got to that position, to be honest, because I could have sworn they were running about 8th, 7th. But anyway,
did they shortcut the They must
I'm
have
starting
missed
to
the
think
pit
they
lane,
did.
taken the GP circuit, and then shortcut around to the pit entry, which of course would give you a massive, massive black flag and shoot them up the timing. Yeah, they must have,
So did
after
they-
7 laps, missed pit lane, taken
Exactly.
the GP circuit, and then shortcut.
It took us a long time to get to the bottom of that, didn't it?
Well, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to rewind. I've got replay of it, but
Okay.
yeah, okay.
I think that's the explanation we're looking for here, because that was quite sudden the way they ended up in second there. I've got to be honest, and going 8 laps would be a stretch in GT3, would be remarkable, really. I don't know if we've seen anyone do it. Maybe someone has at some point, but it's not been the common occurrence by any means. And I agree, they have missed the pit entry, gone round the Grand Prix circuit and come back in again. Now, let's have a look and listen to this.
So they will have gone past the pit lane after 7 laps of the Gesamtstrecke, and it's dead stick, isn't it? It's quieter than a Big Mac in a library.
Oh, they're spluttering in, yeah. So
So they were nowhere near making 8 laps
No.
on fuel. They've had a big mistake and not pitted when they needed to.
No, absolutely. So that has fooled us entirely. Fooled us into thinking BS Competition had a chance at winning at some point, but
I don't know what the penalty is for taking that cut.
It's
But
long.
I've got to imagine it's like a 15-minute hold.
it is long.
It's got to be a longer hold than taking and driving the whole Nordschleife.
Yeah, which is about
Otherwise
6.5
everyone would do it.
minutes. Yeah. So it'd be at least 6.5 minutes, you would have thought. So they are actually credited with that lap, are they? They're just given a very big penalty.
Yeah, and then given a penalty to hold them
Okay.
to make up for it, I think.
Yeah, I was under the assumption that's how it worked too. So
Because
unfortunately,
it hasn't, like, disqualified them and
No.
booted them. It's the same kind of penalty, like a stop and hold number, like if you were speeding on pit entry, which is, I guess, what I initially hypothesized before we unraveled this string.
yeah. Let's look at the grid markings. That's good. Sorry, I shouldn't say that really. But there we go. Let's throw in the big leading the way. You'll have no particular worries about BS Competition. By the way, if you're wondering why they were so far down anyway, BS Competition, they had a spin and a crash at the Mook curve with about what was it? About 6.5 hours ago now, and the 992 leading share at Esports Porsche was right up behind them. I was trying to work out with Vince earlier whether that was a distraction for them, whether there was actually contact. There wasn't contact, but there was, in my mind anyway, a little bit of a distraction there for Rainer Talvar, who was the one at the wheel at the time. They went around and crashed, and unfortunately that's put them a long way back. It's also given us this slightly bigger lead for Team Redline, who are now 38 seconds at the front. I think that's one of the big stories from our hour and 40 or so here, David, is the fact that the race leading gap now is one where you're not really expecting this to come down on pure pace from this distance out.
No, it's looking good. BMW and Team Red Line at the moment, again, just slowly extending their lead. Unfortunately, I guess, is that battle for second doesn't have their teammates, the Red Line 21, quite as all over Marla Racing Team as they had been, at about the halfway point of the race and thereafter, because I think the only thing better than, a big iRacing special event win in the top split with the highest ranked drivers, with Max Verstappen in your team, is if you could make it a nice little Red Line 1-2. Of course, that was their goal. And one team really delivering, the other one still in for a podium, but could do more.
Yes, they're separated at the moment by 13 seconds, Marla Racing Team and Team Redline, so that might be something to watch out for over the course of the remaining 4 hours and 18 minutes, which we still have here on the Nürburgring. Coming towards the end of another lap in GT4, where The Apex Racing team and Virtua Coach GG by Grid and Go will both be into the pit lane. I'm trying to work out, and I can't do it for the life of me, whether this will be 4 stops to go or whether they're going to need a splash of fuel at the end of the race for a 5th stop. Because if they do, Door Esports are right in the money, because I personally believe that Door Esports are going to make it on 4 more stops, including the one that they're about to do. Not this lap, but the next time round.
Yeah, so we've ended up with a bit of a split of GT4 strategy, haven't we? There were 3 cars on the same stop number, and then Door going 1 lap longer. Then Team 75 have come 1 lap early, taken a slightly short fill because of it. So they weren't short on fuel from the previous stop. They came in to put Marvin Strell in the car with a whole lap of fuel still in their Porsche, but they came in early for new tyres and that driver swap. 1 lap ahead of this, your class leader.
Yeah. So there is Peter Berryman into the pit lane. Not a car we normally see Apex Racing team driving, by the way, but Peter Berryman does like quite a wide selection of cars on iRacing to drive, to be honest, and is very good in a lot of them too. Up on the jacks he goes. I think he's only done 1 stint in the car, hasn't he? So he will go on further. Just wonder what's going to happen at the next stop and whether someone's going to get him for the final 3 or what they're going to do to split that one up. Sven Haase also pulls into his box. Up on the jacks, the 2 BMWs, and the Door Esports car driven by Alexander Tebert should go past them both. I don't know if you are aware of this, by the way, David, but I'm not entirely sure how they've got that extra lap over the rest.
Yeah,
they get to the bottom of how.
Had it ages ago, so they're still doing 7 lap stints compared to their rivals' 7 lap stints, but they just did 8 maybe off the start of the race or something. They just ended up 1 further along, and that's where they've stayed. Update on that BS plus penalty is they're still been sat there for 10 minutes, but they haven't abandoned the car, they haven't parked the car, and the black flag hasn't cleared yet. So yeah, man oh man, I'm not sure anywhere else on iRacing you could see a longer stop and hold than cutting the Nordschleife.
Yeah. I mean, is there a bigger one? Probably not.
I mean, you don't normally you see like, oh yeah, drive-through penalty or 40-second stop and hold and other stuff like that. But there's very few penalties in between a 40-second stop and hold and a straight disqualification, which they don't have.
Yeah.
It's a stop and hold penalty, but mamma mia, it's minutes.
It is. The only thing that would set you in pit lane for longer, I suppose, is is damage, really. But
yeah, damage is a penalty, but it's not a penalty.
Yeah, it sometimes forces you to stay in pit lane for longer than that too. The reason I bring that up, just seen Talk Freak Racing back out on the circuit again. It wasn't where they'd actually returned since a 13-minute stop a few moments ago, and the car that hit them is also back out there again. The Whiskings Racing car, now being driven by Harry Fox, only a few minutes ahead of the GR86 leader, despite, get this, 49-minute pit stop that they've had to take on to repair the car. I mean, their engine was gone, I suppose, so it's not a surprise.
That's a quick engine change, I guess, because it was gone, like it popped, and it was no more in that incident. Too heavy front contact, the magic smoke got out. That's a whole new engine, but they managed to get one.
They did?
I'm sure a lot of the excitement from our viewers and from the general world is, how is Max Verstappen's team going? How is our solo driver going? But from a competitive standpoint, I think GT4 is the one that has me asking the most questions and, waiting to see how it can all play out. A lot of good teams on some slightly different strategies. What sound does it make when the accordion squeezes back together in the final stint?
One of those questions you've been forced to ask is whether I believe or not. That's a separate issue. Oh, that's tight, and into the wall! Sven Haase into the wall in the Grid and Go BMW. It's the outlap for this car that was running for a lot of this race in second position. But out on the Hatzenbach, Sven Haase has collided head-on into the wall after trying to pass the Obsidian Racing TCR. And that is going to set them possibly off of a podium place at the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Just as I said, what is happening in GT4 in these final hours? Suddenly, this looks like it could be taking one of the competitors out of the question. Full stop. It was the outlap, wasn't it? Cold tyres in GT4, at least for the first half of the lap, we've seen them be a challenge, and then to try to pass a TCR car. At that part of the lap, the combined factors of off the racing line, perhaps a tiny bit of door-to-door contact, tyres not where you would want them, and it looked a big impact. These GT4 cars, they are tanks, but they are not bulletproof. Although I suppose tanks probably are bulletproof. They're more worried about larger munitions, but the car seems to be still going. It doesn't seem to have lost a great deal of speed, but that is way, way from ideal. There is no meatball flag on this car. If they feel they can continue, they may continue.
What a great race we've seen in GT4. So much drama, and that is just another chapter in this incredible story that is being written in front of our eyes.
No, I take it back. There is a meatball flag. So that will necessitate a pit stop for virtualcoach.gg by Greg Go and Sven Haase. Here's the other look.
Here we go, outside of Hatzenbach. Is there contact there, or does he just lose it? I can't quite see from up here. But, I couldn't see from on the floor
minor,
either.
And it's from going around the outside. So
tells the story. I mean,
I hate to see that from a competitive standpoint. I was saying, we've got a four-way fight going on here. And I'm sure that this team would have thought Sven Haase is a great driver to keep us in the podium fight and not let us get scrubbed out of the race win fight. But I think they're scrubbed out of the podium fight now.
You mentioned the cold tyres thing, and surely that was at play there as well. But don't you think that going around the outside onto the Hatzenbach like that is not a good idea anyway?
I mean, it's not what I would have done, but a lot of what these drivers can do is not what I can do. So it's easy for me to say I wouldn't have done that, but I also wouldn't have won the class. So yeah, it does seem a slightly risky thing to have done.
It's a good point you make, though, to be fair. We'd be long gone in this race if we were participating, so there we go. That's a fair point. Fourth place for the moment. They will drop to fifth as a result of this meatball. I think even a drive-through could set them quite close to being dropped down in fifth place. Aaron Bratzquez is less than half a minute behind them at the moment, but this is the drama.
I did win second split in 2019, though.
You did?
So can I get that credit?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't be able to manage that, that's for sure. Yeah, fair enough. But yes, I'd say less than half a minute back to fifth place. He'll be in this lap, Sven Haase. Quite kind of interested to see how long the repair's going to be. He's got 2 minutes and a half back to sixth place, and I guess the next question is, will he retain even a top five? I'm not really sure how heavy the damage repair is going to be, because I thought Nürburgring Esports, for example, were going to have a humongous repair earlier when they were hit at Kesselchen, but they were in for about 3 minutes.
BMW and Team BS Competition have gone back out on circuit after being held for 14 minutes and 44 seconds.
There's Nobby Kiss trying to continue the run, by the way, of race winners who also drive in real life that stretches all the way back to 2020. It doesn't look like that car is going to be continuing that run on. It's very much left to Max Verstappen and, to an extent, Will Chadwick, who does some real life racing, but I was deciding earlier whether to count him as a real life racer or not. I've still not decided, actually.
Okay. 4 hours, 8 minutes to settle the jury and get all in agreement in the affirmative or the negative.
kind of hoping that a more prominent real-life driver wins so that I don't have to have that discussion with myself. But there we go. Anyway, it's quite a remarkable record, really, when you think about it. Not any of the other 24-hour iRacing endurance races can boast that in the top split, as far as I'm aware. Not a record that stretches back to 2020, although I think Max Verstappen did win this at the Spa 24 hours back in about 2019, didn't he? So it is something that's been going on for a little while. Have I got that wrong? Is it Daytona? Can't remember.
I think he might have won a sports car open race as well.
Okay.
They've done a fair bit of this iRacing stuff. I hear he's relatively keen on it.
Yeah. He's been around the block, some would say. I think he would. Sven Hasse can't be too far away from his stop now, but he's lost nearly 10 seconds on this lap. To be honest with you, I think even if he didn't have the meatball flag, he might have come in at the end of this lap, because the amount of time he's lost anyway is quite substantial, as Door Esports now come into the pit lane from the lead. I truly believe this is their fourth last stop, and maybe the others are going to be making a splash and dash that could put Door Esports in the lead. What a fascinating situation in GT4. Truly wonderful race in that class. I'd dread to think how far down on straight line speed Sven Hasse is at the moment. There's no one really around to compare him with, but it just doesn't look quite right, does it really? That BMW. It was a big hit on the wall, head on at the Hatzenbach. And it's put an end to Grillingo's hopes of winning the Nürburgring 24 hours for the first time. Sven Hasse has never won this event either as a driver. And this year is looking more and more difficult for it to be their year as they pull into the pit lane now. As the leaders in TCR do the same, there is the very Obsidian car that they collided with not so long ago.
Yeah, and there goes Door out of the lane as well, so you'll expect to see some visual difference as that car is repaired, but you and I sitting here, you and I have no idea exactly how long the repairs could take. Is it 90 seconds? Is it 10 minutes? They've got to take at least the minimum repairs to clear the meatball flag, and then potentially you'd want to take a little more after that if possible. It's a painful hit to take right here.
Down off the jacks, but how much longer on the floor are they going to spend here? There goes the Obsidian car. They're probably not very pleased with Sven Hasse, to be honest. Michael Polosek is a new driver, though. He wasn't at the wheel at the time, I don't think. Or was he? Maybe he was.
Obsidian, one of the few cars that have got a driver that still hasn't driven yet, almost 20 hours into this 24-hour race. Daniel Herrera is in the session, though, so he is connected. But he is not the driver behind the wheel right now, has not turned a lap just yet.
Don't you think as well that by the time they get to the next pit stop, they've got to put him in, because 2 stints away and he won't be able to satisfy the fair share rule, I don't think.
It's 10 for TCR as well, so you can't put that driver in when there's less than 10 laps to go.
And it's not entirely dictated by how many laps you can do within the remaining time. It does
what if you think you put them in time and then get lapped by the outright leader at an awkward time that cuts your race a lap short? True. Yeah, good point to think about. It does need to be sooner rather than later, mayhaps, if they want to be a classified finisher. There is one car in this race we know doesn't want to be.
Yeah. Yep. Roland Lowenfordson still going.
Yep.
Still in third. Yeah, he's still on the podium. I don't quite know how that's happened, because he's had to swap out his throttle pedal for his clutch now, and he's still a lap ahead of the Forgia TV Racing here. I suppose Vermilion Esports dropping out of 4th place has helped him, because Ben Faulkner was in the wall, if you remember, just after Hoeracht, and just around Wipperman, just before that. It's that kind of region of the bobsleigh section, as I remember someone calling it to me once. there was pretty big contact with the wall that time, and that has put the Vermilion Esports car still in the pit lane and may not re-emerge, quite sadly.
Yeah, don't know. There have been some tweaks to the repairability of different models of cars, and one of them was sort of like, it should be possible with enough time to repair any car. Maybe not completely repair, maybe not repair it to a state you like, but there should be less. It's completely broken, there is no way to fix it. It's like, if you've got 4 hours, maybe we can fix it. Then occasionally, as in the real race as well, a few cars will sort of creep out of the garage in the final 30 minutes to come around and finish the race, even if they did sit parked for quite a significant amount of time. So I wonder if there's not one or two cars like Vermilion, like some others, that might do that.
Yeah, there were quite a bit of that last year, I remember.
Repairs still ongoing for that Grid and Go BMW Sven Haase. So they're up to about 4 minutes in that stop. It has dropped them to 7th as they have lost spots to Draw Esports, Drago Racing, Simify Esports, Was Cooking Racing Adventures have gone through on them as well. And if they're still there for another 5 minutes, I think Williams Esports Academy will nip them for 7th place.
I think so. I think they could drop right to the back, to be honest. Grid and Go are already in 10th place. They're the last running GT4 other than the one.
Well, the nose of it looks better now. Like, it's sat there getting repaired. And the nose of the 001, the bumper, is... like, you could see the work happening. So I've got an idea, like, it's going to be more like 5 to 10 minutes rather than 20, 30 minutes. But that's just the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, let's hope so for their sake. We're just a minute away from 4 hours to go.
Oh, their meatball's gone.
So they're
doing optional repairs now.
Yeah, they are doing optionals. We'll hope that doesn't take too long for them as Norby Kish comes in again here. This is odd. We'll get to that in a few moments' time, but David, 4 hours to go. What are you expecting from this run to the flag in the Nürburgring 24 hours?
A still exciting GT4 battle, but with one less... cat in the fight, as it was 5 classes where the race leader will know that catching them is difficult, but that staying in the lead, fighting this racetrack, negotiating the traffic will be a super challenge. So you know that you've come so far, 20 hours of racing, but 4 hours around the Nordschleife. Still no easy feat, regardless of if it's the home stretch or not.
We are very much into the home stretch now. 4 hours to go in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Big thanks to David Haynes, who's been alongside me for the last couple of hours as we bring you to about lunchtime, virtual standard time. It's time to say goodbye to him and a good morning, very early morning, to our Suna Kanki Paddy.
I was going to say lunchtime. It's gone 1:50 in the morning for me here on the west coast of California. And as I rejoin all of the action, well... things have changed in many ways since I was last in the broadcast booth, but not really in terms of who's leading the race. The only thing that has changed since about 6 hours ago when I was last here is the fact that no longer the Forgia TV racing team on top in the GR86s, and now it is the Nürburgring Esports crew that leads there. Ewan, talk to me. What's been interesting in the last handful of hours? Of course, we still got the dominant lead for BMW M Team Redline, for Sherry Esports and some other classes as well. I saw the small issue for Virtual Coach by Grid and Go in GT4, which means the fight there has somewhat come to a, let's be honest, complete halt. But what's been interesting from your perspective as we get ready to head into the closing stages?
Well, you say that about GT4. I personally think that's still the and me and David were agreeing on this, the fact that this is the most interesting class, in my opinion, GT4. I think there's the most room for changes down there in there. I think, especially with the incident for Otis in the last hour in the Porsche 992 Cup class, which has made their pit stop a little bit longer than it really needs to be. They're now 3.5 minutes off the lead, although we are expecting a pit stop from the race leaders very shortly. What we've got in GT4 is now 4 teams separated by just over a minute, which is quite remarkable after 20 hours, really, at such a difficult circuit. And at a certain point during the last stint, Team 75, burdened by SimRC, were closing quickly on the Apex Racing team. Now that they've come out the pit lane, Apex have taken out another couple of seconds from them, and it does seem that Peter Berriman's outlap is going a bit better than Marvin Strell's at the moment. Maybe mainly, because, if that's a phrase I can say, because he is not fresh into the car. He's been in there pretty much, or he was in there the last hour. Marvin Strell is a new driver into that one. So while it is 20 seconds for the moment, that's still a closable gap in my opinion in 4 hours. But more pressingly, the fact that Tor Esports might be able to avoid a splash and dash as opposed to the two in front, which may need one, although that is still unclear at this distance.
Yeah, we're so what, 3 hours and 57 minutes to go. I think Dor will be feeling confident that they'll cut out a pit stop. The thing to note is that it won't be necessarily a full pit stop. It might end up being closer to half, which is still a 24-second gain or so, but you know, they find themselves currently just outside of a full minute off of your race lead, and so Peter Berriman currently still does have at least a little bit of comfort in that 199 as it rounds its way through the Grand Prix section of the track right now. And with another driver just heading down into pit lane, that was Team RSO, Niels Karstensen behind the wheel. They are about 2 minutes off of the lead with 4 hours to go. Now, that seems like a big margin, but the last team I'd want to count out in that sort of a class with this time remaining would be someone like Team RSO. Not the only drivers and teams on pit lane, because Sherry Esports have just found their way onto pit lane. You were talking about them needing a pit stop right on cue. They make their way in.
That's 8 laps for them. A regular stint in the Porsche 992 Cup class, which, by the way, is starting to overtake PS Competition again. There's a very recent problem occurred for them. I think there's no other way to say this other than Phil Denez forgot to pit. Really, he went round the Grand Prix layout again and spluttered his way back into pit lane, served his 14-minute penalty and pit stop, and well, I thought they were okay to continue from there, but Norbikis got in only for a couple of laps, and now, as you can see, the Zebra is back on pit lane again.
Yes, now remember, that is the BMW M Team BS Plus competition machine, which was involved in issue slightly earlier in the day that dropped them off the earlier in today. So it was about 6 or so hours ago that they had their slight issue, lost the rear end, and found the car stepping around on them. That was a long time ago, down towards the Muck Curva, with Sherry Esports car on your screen, actually right behind them as well. Their race lead, Will Chadwick, I believe, was behind the wheel, was so big that they could come to a complete stop, and they were actually okay, but wow, 6 or so hours ago, and they're still out there and trying to finish. I guess that's what happens when you've only got the 8 surviving GT3 machines. You just try and show a little bit of endurance racing spirit, right? Because you don't get many of these 24-hour races, and you got to make the most of what we do get.
Absolutely, and I was saying this earlier on as well. I think we were on this stint together last year, and if you remember, well, I was just waking up anyway. I'm sure you were more awake, but the amount of cars we had left was down at about high 20s, maybe, if that. I noted earlier on that we got only 22 over the line last year, and that's a very small number compared to what we've got still going. I'm confident in at least 39 of the cars still running at the moment, maybe even 40 still running in the race for the moment, which is great news. But it's very different to what we saw last time round. There's a bit more spirit of endurance going on, because I feel like teams like VRS Coanda, who had issues so early on in this race, and BS Competition, who have had them more recently, in a previous time maybe would have gone away, but it's good this year that people are soldiering on a little bit more instead of quitting very early on, which is what happened at the Nürburgring 24 hours last year, although it was notably more chaotic than this year's edition as of right now.
Yeah, and we had more attrition overall, right? That's something else. Quite excited about the fact that I know Vermilion Esports are right now in pit lane. I'm not sure if they'll head back out there, but do seem to still have 6 of the GR86s out there and surviving. 39 total cars running with, 3 hours and 53 minutes or so left to go here in our second 24-hour race of our special events, the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powers by Extreme Sim Racing. Let's go back maybe and talk you through some of the highlights of what has been a more eventful 24 hours in many ways, but still quite calm. It started with chaos for Veros Coanda in their Porsche. Elvis Rankin got tagged around by Alejandro Sanchez in the Kid Litter and in the GT3 Touring configuration that some would pay many more dollars for in their Porsche life experience. There was some chaos for Williams Esports Chill Blasters. They ran 1 and 2 with the sister car, Vasilius Belitsiotis, out wide through the muck curve in what was a bit of a sign of how hard they were pushing. The look on board with the driver cam would show us, well, fast hands at play and having to be at play to keep that car from being in the barrier. After that, though, GR86s, even with all the traffic making their way on past, initially 8 cars in that lead train until the traffic started to claim its victims. Gianni Vecchio would be the first to have a little bit of incident with the Carlar TCR machine down at Flansgarden, just hitting the rear end before a little bit technical issue for Nicholas Rubala meant that one GR86 went end over end at the very same complex. Fortunately, a couple more cars able to be a little bit more lucky for survival. As Sanchez made his charge forward in the Apex Racing Team machine, he was battling with Williams Esports Chilblast until it all went wrong. Contact on the run out of Bergwerk, on the run up towards the muck curve. Such was the lead. BMW M Team Redline came to a complete stop, made their way through safely, and have not looked back in the almost now 15-something hours since then. It was a 3-car Drago racing effort in GT4. One of them had a major issue through the Hatson back, and while the Impulse Racing team had a major technical issue, the sister car is leading the race in the touring car category. Through the night, it was a story of relatively few retirements, and the Nürburgring Esports team would have that little bit of an incident and now find themselves with 4 hours left to go, still somehow fighting on top with the time remaining. And then Ava Vavadik would be, well, unceremoniously dumped by the Marla Racing Team GT3 before big chaos for Diogo Pinto, avoiding the frozen speed by Grid and Go machine. Had a big moment over the top of Flugplatz and then had to, well, see stricken cars making their way on past as well. That's what was mentioned with the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. The small little issue through the muck curve ending up in a big drama for them. A little bit further down through the field in the waking hours of the day, Talk Freak Racing in the GR86 category back out there on track and continuing to persevere amongst a handful of others. I got word from one of my teammates down in the pit lane that this was how the day ended for SimCity Racing. Kevin Carlisle was running with Altus Esports chasing them down, and as they would make their way down towards Quiddle-Bakahoa, unfortunate miscommunication. That, though, was where the lead that the Forgia TV racing team had built up slowly came to an end. And this is what Ewan had been mentioning not just 10 minutes ago. Altus with a slightly longer pit stop, Dino Lombardi losing the rear end of the car. And do you make simple mistakes like forgetting to come down pit lane? Don't worry, the best in the world can do so as well, as Phil Denez did just there on your screen. And while Sven Haase was pushing in the virtual coach by Grid and Go entry, pushing just a little bit too far around traffic and finds himself in the wall and now down on pit lane. 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, Ewan, it's been a good, interesting race in many ways so far, although we are very much in podcast mode with the time remaining.
That is to be expected in the Nürburgring 24 hours. By the way, the reason I let out a little squeal there is I've not seen that incident for Pinto before. I've seen most of those before, but not the one for Pinto. I didn't realise they were quite so close to making big contact with someone over the top of Flugplatz there, so that surprised me a little bit. But it has been a bit of an incident-filled night. It's certainly more incident-filled than we had early on in the race, to be honest. The first hour, and in fact we saw it there, we saw the very first crash of the day. It was, if you can cast your mind back to Gianni Vecchio hitting the Carlar TCR, that was the first crash. An hour and 25 in, which really surprised me, but since then the crashes have come a little bit thicker and faster than that, unfortunately. That's to be expected, though, in the Nürburgring 24 hours. So it's been a good race so far. I've got to say I've really enjoyed it, and the prospect of a good finish is still very much upon us, to be honest, with just under 3 hours and 50 remaining.
Yeah, but I think you and I were always going to be excited for this one after the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series that we had in the winter. It was such a great blockbuster, showcase of what this track can really deliver with so many last lap moments and, craziness across of our classes that we were looking forward to it. And I don't think we've been disappointed in many ways. There will be 130 cars out there on track next week, Ewan, for the real Nürburgring 24-hour race. It's going to be interesting, of course, to see how it all gets on. Plenty of people, of course, interested in Jimmy Broadbent alongside Super GT, Steve Brown, as they race in the GT4 category. But I'm looking forward to seeing how some of the changes out on track end up racing as well. We mentioned earlier in the day, Adnan Forrest has gone through rather significant rework, and so the racing line that the drivers use has changed quite significantly. I'm going to follow along with some of the onboards and be comparing some of our iRacing onboards to what they have out there in the real world.
Yeah, that is certainly one of the noted differences that we're going to have to look out for. And one of those things to get your head around, to be honest. It's so almost in the muscle memory now for everyone, even away from the top level drivers who surely have had to get their head around it, but even for the regular idiots like us, it's something to get your head around as well when you're driving this circuit. The thing I'll be looking out for most, actually, among those 130 drivers is 130 cars, I should say, is what's the strangest car. As in, what do you see least often in 24-hour racing? I always enjoy the very unpowerful, small, what would you call them? Production cars, I suppose, is the word, isn't it? That go out every year, and that's the one. Those are the ones that I'll be looking forward to seeing.
But that's where I was saying slightly earlier, I forget who I was on the broadcast with, but my hope is one day that I'll be able to afford to go racing at the Nordschleife as well. When you're in those smaller production classes, you're very much at risk of the GT3 blasting past you and, sending you into the wall and leaving you with a damage bill rather than them paying off your check.
Can we call it being Lauren Heinrich? Sorry.
No, you're not wrong, because he was the one.
But I am sorry.
He was the one.
What's it called? The Dacia? No, that's not right. What's it called now? The Mantail Fox?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. No. Even I was struggling with Opel.
Opel. Yeah. Thank you.
There you go.
Dear me.
We got there.
I'm not even tired. Just unintelligent.
Did you get some good sleep, Ewan?
I got some great sleep.
Yeah. Where's your racing driver excuse?
I've got no excuses today. I've had the best schedule of anyone, I think. I've had the most sleep. I'm fully. It doesn't actually feel like I'm in a 24-hour race because I'm not tired. It's quite bizarre.
I'm glad to hear it. Next for Spa coming up, I'll make your life a little bit more difficult just for saying that out loud.
Should have kept it quiet, really. But
commentators having it easy, unacceptable. Not allowed.
1 a.m. to 7 a.m. next 24-hour race.
Of course, you 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. We'll do the entire 24 hours.
Yeah.
You know how Roland Alonfridson's doing this race by himself? It'll be Ewan O commentating for 24 hours. That was terrible, I know, but still.
You've got to make some name out of it.
I didn't even try, did I?
He's only driving, though. Commentating's way harder.
I love it. Ewan, you genius.
That's a joke, everybody.
If we make them believe this is a difficult job, then we are off to the races. There you go. What a genius Ewan O'Leary is. Again, easiest job in the world. Sit down, talk a little bit, sometimes write some notes down. Easy as. How much better could it be? Visceral Esports, Mateo Kuzner currently runs in 4th position. They are 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Valkyrie, who in turn 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Altus, in turn, you guessed it, 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Scherer Esports Blue. Although Julian Reimer's gotten into the car, and I can't quite believe my eyes, but have they done a no tire stop and a driver change? No. Just a no tire stop.
Yeah. So this is Reimer's second stint. He should be out of the car at the end of this one. We should see Will Chadwick in that car again, but they've only just completed lap 1, so it'll be a little while until we see Will back in the car. But yes, Julian Romer is doing a second stint on these tyres. It is quite some big gaps though in the Cup class, isn't it? And one more thing to note from what you just said there, Visceral Esports are still waiting for Vince Peters to actually do some driving. He's entered into that car, as far as David has said anyway. I'm going to trust his, because he's in the session, I'm going to trust his comments that Vince Peters is still yet to drive and needs to satisfy the fair share rules.
Can confirm. So, where is Vince Peters in the lineup?
Well, this is what I said. I would have had him in the car ages ago if I was Visceral, but clearly he's not been able to for some reason.
So you have to declare the drivers that are going to race in the hour before the session. So that's effectively between 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. UTC. Translate that into your local times around the world. So maybe in the hours since then, Vince has had a technical issue or something, or is this just the plan and he was only ever really able to contribute at the end of the race? At best, he's going to get into the car and do maybe 3 and a bit hours, but, you know, he can be flying, that is for sure.
It's just surprised me, really. I think that's the only explanation we can come up with, really. I'm hoping it's not a technical problem that has actually forced him to not be able to drive at all. That would be really disappointing for them, because there is kind of nothing you can do about that. Other than there are stories, of course, about people driving to someone else's house in real life and just doing it on their rig, but that doesn't really solve the problem, does it? You've got to be in the sim with your login.
Well, you can go and log in from the other computers. It's funny that you mentioned this, because wasn't it... This was a story of Virtual Le Mans, so very slightly different from an iRacing special event, but, you know, Rudy Van Buren was doing a race from his home. He had started having a technical issue, so he drove on over to Kevin Siggy's rig at the Redline Team facility and ended up finishing the race from there once they got it all set up and stuff. So, you know, it's one of those things you don't want to think about. Now, my timing screen has just said Gianni Vecchio has had an incident. What has happened to the second Team Redline car? That would be the number 21. Spun back around and going once more, I can tell you, but it's lost at least 15 or so seconds, and I wonder if there's going to be damage. Oh, it's going around the hoisting belt TCR, and that, I think, is under force, not into the wall, just maybe damage to the ego.
And he's going to have to reverse as well. He didn't want to go over that curb on the right-hand side there, did he? Because he didn't want to get beached, I suppose. But he's lost a lot of time in all of that. And has that now put him in third for good, in that he was chasing Ryan Barneveld for second and the Marla Racing team. I actually thought there was going to be a battle for second, but with only 3 hours 40 remaining, does that 25-second margin now mean the podium places are settled in this race, barring more problems like that?
I would not be shocked. I think for the most part, we've got the separations. It's just GT4 where maybe there is still a bit of a question. Touring car as well, the TCR category, it's only 41 seconds between Obsidian and Impulse. Now, there was a phase of the race when Obsidian was closing legitimately 3 or 4 seconds a lap on the race leaders. It has equalized since then, so I'm not discounting a potential charge that we'll see that fight close up. There is the Honda Civic Type R that runs in second with Michael Polishek, who put the car on pole, back behind the wheel right now and running his way towards Flats Garden. Car looks pretty much undamaged, like it rolled off the factory, just with a little bit of debris being kicked up around the track as it runs its way around through traffic. Doesn't seem to get much better of a run since then. So Gianni Vecchio has spun it back around and is going now 25 seconds behind Ryan Barneveld. 5 minutes in front of the Falcon Sim Racing team. That is how good those top 3 teams have been for the most part, Ewan. It's crazy to say.
It is. And just to put it into even more context, Falcon and Door Esports, to my mind, haven't had any sort of problems. They may have had a spin somewhere that I might have missed, but they've not had a crash as far as I'm aware. They've just been further and further pushed away by those top 3 teams. And previously, by the way, a top 4 when BS Competition were involved in it. And they've recently had their problems, of course, as we just saw in that highlights package. But that is a legitimate 5-minute gap, and as you say, it really just shows the speed of those front three in the GT3 race. Just to go back to Obsidian, by the way, who are on your screen at the moment, I think this is another one of those teams that are still yet to satisfy drive time rules, because as much as I think they'd like to have Michael Polisek in for the remainder of the race, because I think he might be able to win it for them if he is in there the entire time. They've still got to get someone else in, and I've forgotten the name of the driver, so that's
Daniel Herrera,
Thank
who
you.
is in the session, and I'm assuming is probably geared up to go sooner rather than later.
This is the point me and David were making. They came out the pit lane with just over 4 hours to go. By the time he needs to pit again, it'd be about 2.5 hours to go, in which point you're a little bit nervous almost about getting the fair share laps in. Well, not yet, but you can't go on for another one after that.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because he is he's just finishing up the second lap of the run. But as long as he's already in the session, right? So clearly there's nothing wrong. They're aware they've got to get him in. The concern comes a little bit more, I think, in the case of Visceral Esports, where, you know, we aren't necessarily sure about where Vince Peters is and what's going on there.
Okay. I didn't realise he wasn't actually in the session, actually.
Yeah, that is what is scary.
Right,
is the fact that Visceral Esports still don't have the driver in the session.
Okay.
Maybe I'm... No, let me check again. No, Vince Peters not in the session.
Okay, well, that is concerning. And I'd imagine I can't get a hold of him in that case.
Well,
if he's not in iRacing, he's probably quite difficult to get a hold of elsewhere too. So that's a bit of a problem, but there we go. I do hope that they'll be able to continue, or they'll be able to satisfy that fair share rule, because they're running well, in with a sort of outside shout of a podium place at the moment.
So I see he's online on Discord. So I've just sent him an eyes emoji. Let's see what he responds with. I'm sending him nothing else, just for context. An eyes emoji. Let's see what he says. Florian Labigra into pit lane. Ryan Barneveld going to follow. Leaders in GT3 into the box. 3 hours and 36 minutes left to go.
Yeah, the only thing that can take this race, you would have thought, away from Team Redline is something like speeding in the pit lane or an unsafe pit entry or exit. So you've got to make sure that you get slowed down in time. Florian Labigra, he certainly does that. And almost as soon as we mention it, he's back on his way again after another pit stop. So that is with 3 hours 36 to go. He gets out onto the circuit again. So 3 more stints and then a 3-lap splash and dash I'm going to go for.
Wow, I've just heard down in pit lane, Vince Peters joined the wrong team as crew, is not allowed to join another team, which would be the right team.
What?
So I think what Vince has tried to do is he's tried to apparently go and join a team to go and help them, so he could join the session without being there as a driver, I guess. I'm not sure why he would do that. In the process of doing it, he's joined the wrong team, which means that he's been registered to go drive for a car that he can no longer apparently drive.
Why can't he drive it anymore?
I guess because when you sign up as a crew member, it registers you into that car. But he's also been declared to drive for the other car.
This is getting into the depths of iRacing rules and technicalities.
And, you know, I did a lot of iRacing special events before this, you know, iRacing declared driver system.
Which, by the way, I think is a good addition.
Oh, it's great.
Before we go any further.
Still confusing.
I think it's better than the previous system, is my point.
Oh, yes. So, well, I got into an iRacing top split through the old system, so, you know, mixed opinions.
Yeah.
Wow, Vince Peters has just responded, by the way. I'm not even home. How could he torment me? How could he torment me like this?
Well, this is what I said earlier. He can't be available for the full 24 hours because he just wouldn't wait till the last 3 hours to use him. So something was odd right from that moment, really. Also, how is he helping them if he's not even home?
Wait, no. Okay, he's now just said, "Wait, we're dead."
Huh?
I'm very lost right now. I am
so lost.
so confused. So maybe we've just got some false information from the YouTube chat. So he's clearly expecting to come back to a car that's still alive and maybe do some driving. Live pit lane investigations, Ewan. This is great.
This is not great. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. This is the most confused I've ever been, I think, on a special event broadcast. I really can't make head or tail of any of that.
Okay, now he's just said, yes, silly me. So I think he is not going to be racing.
Can you get him to be clear?
Okay, he's finally being clear. I should have probably waited until he finished, his entire chain of messages, but, that would have taken a few minutes. So, yes, they are going to get disqualified at the end. They're going on for honors, which, you know what? Props, credit, kudos.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Yeah, fair enough. As we talked about earlier on, fair play to a lot of the teams for continuing on when they know that they can't get a good result, and that's been the case for quite a lot of teams, although I think another team who are not continuing on, Vermilion Esports, have pretty much been confirmed as retired, 14th retirement of the day now, but yeah, absolutely props for them to continue on, and with such a relatively small amount of drivers as well, being contention for a podium. I'm not sure I want to do this race with 3 drivers.
I don't know. I would quite enjoy doing 3 drivers in some ways, but
not here.
No, this is one of the tracks I would quite enjoy, because I would want to do 4-hour stints, if I'm honest. You know?
I don't know. I'd like at least 4, but that's because I'm a bit lazy.
So I do a 4-hour... I basically probably do the stints that I'm probably commentating on. It wouldn't work out the exact same way, but, do 4 hours at the start, maybe do 4 hours at the end, do a 4-hour block somewhere else. It would be great.
I don't know. 4 hours is a long time for driving. I'm pretty ready to get out after 2, to be honest. That's what I felt at the Spa last year anyway. I was pretty ready to get out after 2.
Yeah, but who built your setup? Was it Lewis?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him where he got it from.
You see, you provided it, so therefore hashtag blame Lewis.
It, yes.
He must take responsibility for it.
Well, it's a good setup. It was comfortable. It was not... It wasn't like, I was feeling like I'm going to crash this car if I continue on any longer. It wasn't that. It was just a case of I don't really want to carry on. Because, I enjoy driving, but not for exceedingly long periods of time.
Roland Alfredson just said 4-hour stints.
See what he said earlier on as well? I get jealous seeing other people change drivers.
Did he really?
He said that, yeah.
Oh, what a lovely chap. We had the interview with him, of course, a little bit earlier on from inside of the car. And we are committed, at least I am committed, because Ewan's not going to be here at the end, to chatting with Roland at the very end, no matter what. Whether he's on the podium, whether he wins the race, no matter what. We're chatting to Roland after 24 hours, mainly so I can ask the question, Ewan, was it worth it?
Well, he did say, didn't he, that he sort of just decided to do it on a whim, just like, well...
Zero practice, no setup.
Yeah. Just why not? I'll just do this. Why not? Maybe he's feeling exactly why not at the moment. But yeah, fair play to him for doing it, as we said many times before. And I really hope he gets to the end at all. If he gets to the end of the podium, that's an even bigger bonus.
Someone says in the chat on RaceSpotTV's YouTube that we need the Jetta in.
Oh, yes.
In which case a stint would end up being like 6 hours. Let's say you do a double stint. That car has it sips the fuel here on iRacing, to put it mildly.
That's the proper N24 car, isn't it, really?
You know what? You're right. And we have the Ford Mustang GTD joining the iRacing service in the new build. It needs to be alongside the Ford Mustang FR500S that we have, or whatever it is as well, which I don't know. Ewan, have you ever even seen that car on iRacing before?
Yeah, it's part of that same series, isn't it? With the or what the Jetta used to be in, isn't it? Part of that.
The production car challenge, exactly.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, although it's not very popular in the officials, to be honest with you.
No, but that is why we need it, just so we can have a couple of them in the top split that are running around and are having a final time.
Does it not feel a little bit odd at the Nürburgring to have that though?
Not really.
No? Okay.
We'll pretend that it's a Dacia.
Okay. I'm going to struggle with that.
Squint, really squint.
My eyesight's bad enough. I might be able to. I don't know if you were listening. You probably asleep, to be honest, which is fine. I was struggling very much to identify stuff in the dark earlier. I was starting to wonder whether my eyesight is going to need enhancement.
Well, as someone with enhancement right now, it's fine. Go get your eyes tested. There's nothing wrong with wearing glasses, Ewan.
I look like such a... I can't say that probably. I look not good.
No, you'll be fine. You know why? Because if you really don't like glasses, just chuck some contact lenses in.
Yeah, well, they look a bit painful as well, to be honest.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't think about it. Just touch your eye regularly. That's all you're doing.
Oh, dear, I don't like eyeballs. It freaks me out a bit.
Yeah, no, trust me. That part I agree with. I first tried wearing... I've worn glasses more than half my life, so I am quite comfortable wearing them. But I remember trying contact lenses when I was a sleepy teenager in high school, and the rush, of waking up late, then having to get to the school bus and trying to put your contact lenses in the middle of that period somehow. It never quite worked out for me until I graduated college, got a job, bought a VR headset, and went, you know what, I want to race in VR. Didn't want to wear my glasses, and that's when I first got contact lenses figured out. I don't wear them every day, but that's the only reason, Ewan, that I actually ended up trying contact lenses on properly.
Oh, here's a question. Is it even possible to use VR with glasses?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yes.
I thought it'd be too close to your head, if you see what I mean. Too close to your eyes.
The main issue can be that when you're trying to fit the glasses in, they can be squished a little bit. That's one of the issues that I have with my glasses. So, our good friend Lewis McGlade wears glasses, and as he's just reminding us in our chat, he's getting ready to join us back in the broadcast booth in around 90 minutes time. Whenever me and him play virtual golf, A, he's a lot better than me, but B, he wears glasses while he does it, so
Have you heard he goes to the gym to improve his golf?
To improve his virtual golf?
Well, I don't know if it improves his virtual golf. He says it improves his real life golf.
I know. I slid that part of myself.
Okay.
Especially since he's not here to respond.
Yeah. I mean, he's literally not here to defend himself, so we can say what we like.
and people that think, you go to the gym to improve your golf. All I am going to say is search Bryson DeChambeau, look at the way that he is built, and you'll see. Oh man, that guy.
Is he a unit?
He is a unit.
Oh, is he?
Unit.
Okay.
Is that what the kids say nowadays?
That's what I say, so I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you're getting me cracking up right now. Oh. It's a good thing that I'm standing up right now, because otherwise, sitting down, I might be keeled over trying to find my CSI Miami goggles or something like that. 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, fight on between Drago and Dor in the GT4 class. Not sure exactly where that has sprung from. Now, these teams both trying to, extend and elongate stints potentially this late in the race. You can see the margin on your screen. Aaron Vasquez has the rabbit in front of him, hunting down Alexander Thieber.
Yeah, that has really surprised me, actually. I'll do a bit of digging as to quite why that's happened and where that's really come from, to be honest, because I wasn't expecting to see these two together at all, actually. I thought Dory Sports were a long way ahead, but realistically, they weren't, actually. They came out of the pit lane about half an hour ago, only 5 seconds ahead of Drago Racing. I've just gone back and looked, so they have lost that amount of time. That's not a disaster, though, to be honest, 5 seconds. The only problem for me is the fact that I thought they were, really in with a shout of maybe a surprise race win, but actually they've lost quite a lot of time in this stint. Even despite cutting out that pit stop, which we've already discussed, that's not going to save them the minute and 11 they currently trail Apex Racing Team.
It's a big margin still. Peter Berryman has, they charged their way forward. Let's not forget, qualifying, yes, it will say they were in third, but dropped back in the early stages, bided their time, and then Berryman initially, Talons then pushed their way forward. These GT4 cars, relatively low downforce, and they are working hard around the Nordschleife.
I can't believe, well, I can believe he saved it, to be honest. It's so unsteep, but still, the wheels on the grass out there, big opposite block, you would have thought as well, and no room for error around there. You'll hit a wall very quickly indeed, so he does seem a little bit ragged at the moment. Aaron Vasquez taking some better lines here. That was an example of that just after Brunchen. It was a lot better through that sort of flat out wiggly section, if you like, and gets really close now on the way towards Flanscott, and you'll imagine he'll trail this BMW through this next section as close as he possibly can get, and then just draft past on the back straight, you would have thought, or maybe even go for it now.
Ooh, he's getting a slingshot. Now you can hear him lifting off. I have seen some comments about the gearing in these GT4 machines. Now remember, they are a fixed ratio. The open setup, yes, but fixed ratio that they're trying to use and manage. So it's sometimes difficult when it's not necessarily designed specifically for this track to then really try and find those little ranges to try and balance the car. Straighten up the steering here as you exit out of Galgenkopf, and we saw a handful of the GT4s actually kick up some grass on the left-hand side, just pushing out too wide. But here we go, slingshot, and now running up the Dodingerhohe, and we say up because as you head towards the very end, it's a rise uphill, and then underneath that Bilstein Bridge, I think surely Door Esports not going to fight. Apex Racing Team have come down to pit lane. Peter Berryman is going to hand on over to Salva Talons with 3 hours and 22 minutes to go. Aaron Vasquez out of the draft and making his way forward to second.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty easy in the end. It's taken quite a while to get through on the way into the Tiergarten. Still side by side, that Door Esports BMW has got legs on the straight, but not quite enough to stay ahead. Drago Racing may well be pitting in this time around, although it seems to me that Apex only did 6 laps on that tank of fuel there, which is a little bit odd. Maybe they've given up on saving a lap in terms of the splash and dash. Drago Racing are going to continue on, so Apex and Team 75 have both accepted the fact they're going to need a splash and dash. Instead of doing that, they're going to take 1 lap shorter out of each stint to the line.
So with short time remaining, now you can work backwards from your anticipated checkered flag arrival time. You'll know where the leader is relative to you, how many more times that you can expect them to lap you, and if there's no major issues from there, you'll run through. Now, this is actually ideal in many ways, I think, for Door Esports, right? Because they've got a car feeding them some draft in front and a fast car in many ways. Now, hopefully they can run some fast times, save some fuel, expecting, of course, Drago to come in this time by to the pit lane, and just a couple of liters to sip away in terms of the fuel usage, which definitely is not something to complain about. The BOP in this GT4 class did see the BMW lose a percentage of its fuel capacity in addition to 2.5% of its power. Still definitely has been, I think, in many ways the preferred choice of car in class, with BMW 1, 2 and 3, Porsche 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, I would argue not the dominant car, because as you say, while Porsches do look very much second rate right now, it's partly down to the pit stop cycle, and the fact that Team 75 are behind these two is not entirely reflective of where we are in this race. But I think a pretty significant moment just happened in terms of the race at the front here. Apex Racing Team getting out ahead of these two, I think, is fairly significant. Not only it means that Door Esports is cutting out of a pit stop means a little bit less than maybe I previously thought, but also the fact that Apex Racing Team are really starting to stretch their legs now. Over the last stint, Marvin Strella's been losing time to Peter Berryman, who I actually think is a little bit slower than Salva Talons in that car today. And so now that Talons has got in, as they've just made that driver change, the 25-second gap between those two main favourites for the GT4 race may well continue to extend to half a minute.
Pit stop's advantage is a bit demoralizing in many ways, isn't it? But that was not a full service, as we've talked about. That's a recognition that they're maybe just going to slightly be shifting their pit stop strategy on the run to the end. So keep that in mind. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. In the iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat, I saw a couple of people talking about the impressive run from Roland Alonefridson. currently sitting third in the GR86 class. And they did do a relatively longer pit stop last time by. Total time in the pit lane around 2 minutes or so, which I think indicates a chance for Roland to probably get out of the rig, probably run to the bathroom, use the facilities, and get back into the car as well. So he's persevering, and looking forward to asking him the question again. Was it worth it? I said earlier, by the way, no setup. I think that was incorrect. He has a setup, but I think somehow managed to load the wrong setup for the race start. So he's been doing, 21 hours so far with the setup that he didn't intend to use.
Well, I'm sure he's used to it now, to be honest. He's very much accustomed to what he's driving, I would have thought, at this stage, nearly 21 hours in. But doing a fantastic job. I think now 2 laps ahead of 4th place, actually. The Forgia TV Racing team, who were leading earlier on, before they were taken out, were they? No, they crashed on their own, didn't they? They went straight on at Exmuller, straight into the wall. A rather rare solo incident, actually, down at that corner. But that's put them down in 4th place, and they're chasing Roland for a podium place. It's looking like a pretty full-on chase at the moment, really.
Now, last I had checked, the Forgia TV Racing team, sorry, give them their full and proper title, had lost the entire front end of their car, right, from that incident at Exmuller. Last time they did a 10:23, which is a good 30 seconds off of your race leader. So I think that does go maybe to show that they are still lingering with some of that damage. So potentially parachute in a straight line. Maybe that best describes their Toyota GR86 and its aero configuration that they have right now.
Yeah, it happened 6 hours ago, though, so I would have thought they'd be more repaired than that.
Apparently not. Taking a look on my screen, there you go on screen in front of you as well.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you can see the radiator and everything.
I've not seen that this morning, actually. That evaded my notice. That's... I don't really know how that's been allowed to happen, to be honest with you, given it happened 6 hours ago. I mean, I don't really understand these teams just taking required repairs and then realising that they probably did need to take the optionals anyway and pit in again. This what happened to Nürburgring Esports earlier on, by the way, when they were taken out in that incident at Kesselchen. We had on board with it during the night, just in that highlights package there, and they came in for their required repairs after quite a great job at getting that car back. It was actually Joel Klinknex, who's at the wheel right now, who got that car back and did a very impressive job. They took the requireds, and then 1 lap later came in to take the optionals again. It was very bizarre.
Oh, maybe this has happened more recently than we thought. Ooh.
It looked already off to me.
Kind of, but that definitely doesn't help the cause, does it? So that was maybe another twist in the tail for the former race leaders. And again, they have, as much as, Roland alone, for instance, doing an amazing job doing 24 hours by himself, their opening driver for Forgia TV Racing did 12 hours or so by themselves, as that is just a Porsche with absolutely no regard for the GR86.
That's the Effect Simulations car of Andrew Dawson, and by the way, that's not the first time, even in my commentary stint here for the last 2 hours 45, that car is taken out of GR86. There was another car taken out of this very corner, actually. Ben Faulkner was taken out, and that was the end of the Vermilion Esports GR86. So unfortunately not the first time that Cup car has been involved with the slower classes.
So as Drago Racing drop into the draft of the Apex Racing team, the 3 leaders now all within sight of one another. But of course, with the Drago Racing car expected to go down onto pit lane, this time Bardor Esports going to drop out of the draft, actually, as Alexander Thieber slowly sliding backwards in this equation, running down to the jump at Flansgarden. You see the drivers use that curb on the left just to try and open up the corner that little bit more, and then bring the car back over through the rise towards the Stefan Bell officers, where you keep your foot pinned to the floor, hold on to the steering wheel, and in these cars with no downforce, hope it sticks. It is a very scary section, I'll be honest, and that's, you know, intensity rises when you have traffic trying to work its way through. That's a cup car as well, which with its top end speed but lack of downforce can sometimes just be that little bit scary for the likes of the GT3 to try and make their way around.
It is very scary, and we saw the Visceral Cup car have quite a moment over the top of that section earlier on today. Well, yesterday now, wasn't it, in the race? Worth noting, I think, that Alexander Tiber is driving this GT4 for the first time today in this stint right now. He's coming up to the end of a sixth lap of this stint right now. The previous race winner in the Cup class of this event, of course, back for Redline, but I just think the fact that he is in there for the first time right now is holding him back a little bit in terms of he doesn't seem to be quite up to speed with those around him. 8:46 last time around was 2.4 slower than Aaron Vasquez, who I'm not saying it's slow by any means, but Vasquez took quite a lot of that lap, stuck behind Alexander Tiber, and he was still over 2 seconds faster than him. So I'm not entirely sure Tiber's really up to speed at the moment, and it's somewhat hurting Door Esports, but they do need him to drive a bit more because he is not currently satisfying the fair share rule.
Now Drago Racing have exited the shot and are down on pit lane. Klaxon goes off, you can hear it just in the background. And so Aaron Vasquez rolls the 169 down onto the box, and here we go. Up on the jacks and 4 fresh tires. And a driver going in as well, it would seem. As Aaron Vasquez out, Vlad Kimichev jumps in. So that's going to be a very, very interesting story. Now, this is the sole surviving Drago Racing car, because the 269 retired, well, very, very early in the race, relatively. 369 retired around 50 laps ago. Now just this team out there and representing, and let's be honest, what is now a very, very distinctive livery.
It is becoming a very distinctive livery in the world of sim racing, which is absolutely fantastic. By the way, we saw the 269 retiring in that highlights package there. It was Ricardo Rico smacked the wall at that chicane, got over the curbs all wrong, and then retired. Manuel Troncoso, the other driver at the wheel at the time for the most recent Drago retirement, but Vlad Kimichev takes the sole remaining car out there again as they search for a podium. I think it's going to be difficult for them to manage it, but we'll see. It's quite interesting, actually, that Vlad Kimichev is competing for Drago Racing. Nicholas Laubish is part of the Door Esports team. 2 former teammates fighting for the same podium place at different new teams.
And wow, it's crazy. We're almost halfway through the year, right? It's the month of May. Great month, yes, for motorsports fans around the world, but you know, these driver changes that we were talking about, you know, December and January, talking about all the Urano Esports teammates splitting up and going, in some cases, separate ways, in some places going together to brand new teams. They've now been in their new homes and established themselves for quite a while, and what's going to happen from here moving forward. And Dominic Hoffman, for example, one of those drivers from the Urano Esports stable that made his way on over to Drago Racing and was competing in this GT4 class. A little bit more familiar, of course, with the prototypes is the likes of Dominic Hoffman. And the next time that the GTPs will be out in action, Ewan, is next month when we go up to upstate New York for the Watkins Glen 6-hour race. We're going to see warm track temperatures probably, and the risk of rain will be in the air.
Don't want to make myself or anyone else feel quite old by this, but that would represent 3 years at RaceSpot for me. Just a little fact for you there. Anyway, looking forward to the shortest of the Grand Slams, if you like, 6 hours long, and a very busy race, I think, is the way to describe the Watkins Glen 6 hour, to be honest, especially with the new GTP era and so many prototypes on the circuit these days. It's going to be a race of survival somewhat as well, but a different challenge of survival compared to this race, for example.
The GTD class gets its infusion, right, with Ford Mustang, with Corvette Z06. No new prototype, at least I think on the foreseeable future. Of course, the Lamborghini GTP joined the party at Sebring, elected to miss the opening round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the Rolex 24, but we'll be curious to see at some point if we do get a 5th prototype to add to the mix. All I'm saying right now is I've got to try and figure out how to BOP how many different GT3 machines. Don't try and make my life any more difficult trying to BOP an additional prototype, Ewan, because, yeah, that sounds like fun.
I think you're going to have to. I don't know, actually. It's I don't know about you, it doesn't really feel like Lamborghini's quite part of IMSA yet in the GTP. It feels a little bit like an outsider, sort of not really there yet, if you see what I mean. Maybe it's because it didn't do the showpiece event of the Daytona 24, but something feels missing just yet, and it feels like there's somewhat that's not the right word. They feel like they're not really very competitive at the moment. It kind of feels like they get to in certain positions because of strategy and decent moments in cautions, and then they sort of fall away rather with a bit of a whimper. At least that's what seemed to happen at Sebring to me.
Well, we've had, 2 rounds of the championship since Sebring. It was Long Beach, and I should know this, it was last weekend. Laguna Seca, that's where they went racing. Took me a second, sorry. I got there in the end. I'm trying to remember right now as well how those races ended up going, because I don't think we've actually seen them in either of those rounds. I think we only ended up seeing them in Sebring, so maybe that's why you're not wrong, basically, Ewan, is what I'm saying. That's kind of why you have that feeling.
Yeah. I don't know what their plan is this season. After missing Long Beach, I actually thought, well, they're just going to do the endurance races, I suppose. Maybe that's the plan?
Maybe.
I think the next race is Watkins Glen, though, isn't it? Or is there one? Oh no, is Belle Isle before or after?
Belle Isle is before.
Right.
That is the first week of June in the real world.
They're coming thick and fast at the moment, aren't they? Goodness me. Yeah, so they may, if they don't go there, then my mind will be definitely made up. They're just doing the endurance races, which is not a terrible idea, really.
And then imagine if they miss Watkins Glen just to prove us wrong. But
yeah.
I think
in which case, what was the point of going to Sebring?
No, exactly right. Yeah, picking up what you're putting down, basically. The next round of the Endurance Cup after that would be the Indy 6 Hour, which we do have a special event for. It's not part of the VCO Grand Slams, unfortunately. Final VCO Grand Slam, of course, is the iRacing Petit Le Mans, which is in, I think, the 3rd week of October. So quite a ways away from that, but that's always a bit of a special treat in many ways. 3 hours and 6 minutes ago, we were out on board with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, currently 4th in this touring car category. Front-wheel drive, let's not forget, a fast front-wheel drive race car is a loose race car, one where it steers from the rear, and so you watch on board, watch the hands at work, often trying to use as little steering input as possible, be as neutral as possible with the hands, and just let the car dance around as you work through relative parts of the track. This is the slowest part of the track as well, down at Worsiphon. Car's still looking relatively stable.
Yeah, I don't know about you, I always find front-wheel drive racing really difficult, so it is quite good to see someone who knows what they're doing driving it well with this on board here, and it is such a different car behaviour, isn't it, to any of the others we've got in this field. It's rear-wheel drive in all of the other classes and all of the car options that we've got, although we haven't selected too much of a variety here today in the Nürburgring 24. It's just such a different way of going about it, to have the rear dancing around a little bit, having all the powers coming through the front wheels as well. Such a weird way of racing, and one I find anyway, one of those cars that you really do have to put the time into learning. You sort of get that residual knowledge from driving it a lot and a lot. And if you don't do that, then you are going to be found out very quickly in a front-wheel drive car.
Just listening to the engine. It's still climbing up the hill, let's not forget, towards the Muck-Curvo. Just a little lift, just the smallest of lifts there for a second. Very, very committed in 4th position and having a pretty good race, all things considered, as this crew started in 5th, stayed out of the trouble for the most part, and are still technically on the run inside of the top 5. I think they're technically 3 laps down from your leaders, but it's been a decent run for them as they head out of the carousel. Back over to Door Esports, by the way, in GT4. Ewan, surely they're going to come down to pit lane this time by... Yes, I've just seen on my timing screen that they have entered pit lane, and Alexander Thieber brings the Door Esports car in. So that is 4 minutes shy of the top of the hour.
Yeah, but they make up that a bit of time in GT4. Their lap times are at nearly 9 minutes. So 7 times 9 is what, 63. It's not quite that extreme, but it's about 61 or so minutes. Tim Yarshall now gets into the car. Excuse me. I'm not entirely sure whether Tiba's done enough laps, to be honest with you. Has he only done 7 laps in this car?
Confirming. Give me a sec.
Not done 2 stints. Been here for a while now.
He has done 14 laps.
Oh, he did 2. So he's fine. And probably, without being too rude, I don't think you'd want to have him in again, because they did lose a bit of time when he was in the car, which I guess is understandable. He's clearly not quite as accustomed to it as the rest of them in this lineup.
I'm looking through that lineup as well and thinking, you know what? That's a pretty strong lineup to enter into an event like this. Yarshall, Muller, Thieber, and Laubish just revs the engine now, and off and away. Tim Yarshall navigates his way into the fast lane on pit lane. The klaxon goes off to signify, I believe that's Alessandro Bico, the Williams Esports hoisting belt machine that runs in 5th position overall, and is now down in pit lane.
Yeah, Kimachev's just gone through. So Drago Racing are comfortably 3rd. In fact, having stopped a lap earlier, they've really made hay there while they were on their own. And Door Esports have got a bit of work to do now, although cutting out that final stop, you would have thought they'll be comfortably ahead of Drago Racing.
Yes, I don't think, though, that when it comes to this class that... So realistically now, the pit stop that we're talking about, Door cutting off, is more to try and jump them in front of Team 75 and Drago Racing at best, right? We're not really talking about the Apex Racing team as being their target right now. The margin up front is 23 seconds. So, you know, Salva Talon's, last time he lost 7/10 or so to Marvin Strel in that Porsche that's chasing them down. But this is something I was saying midway through the race. 25 seconds at around this sort of a track, Ewan, it sounds like a lot, but it's not. You may lose 4 or 5 seconds a lap in traffic. If that happens 3 laps in a row, suddenly the 25 seconds is down to 10. It looks a lot less comfortable.
Exactly. With about 3 hours to go, you can presume there's about 21 laps remaining for these GT4s. So you could argue that just over a second a lap and you'll be there. Now, that also sounds like a lot, but when it's a well over 8-minute lap, you pretty much divide that by 4 and you're okay. If you were told to gain 3 tenths a lap on someone for 3 hours, you'd say, well, that's pretty difficult, but it might be manageable. And that's the way you've got to sort of chunk it, if you like, when you are a chasing driver in this situation. I just think it's going to be difficult to get near the Apex Racing team. I think they've... You mentioned Door Esports brought a strong lineup. Apex have also done so, and Talons especially has really impressed me this race. I think he's going to be difficult to catch with anybody other than Corentin Guinet at the wheel of the SimRC car.
They do have that, you know, ace in the hole still left to go. Salva Talons, you know, has just taken over from Peter Berryman, so, you know, we're not necessarily expecting him to go to the end. Could be Maxime Brienne, it could be Maxence Godino to finish out this race. Have to wait and see. Saw a request on our iRacing Esports Network chat to switch to the battle. Ewan, what battle? It's a good question, right?
There aren't any gaps below what we're seeing at the moment, which is Drago and Door. So, no.
And whoa! What has happened to Door?
Yeah, they've gone.
Tim Yarshall is not on the timing screen. Now, they have not been disconnected from the server just yet from what I can see, but technical issue for Door. Their hopes of second have just gone down the bin with officially 3 hours left to go in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing.
What a remarkable final few hours, by the way. In the final quarter of this race, we've gone from 5 teams separated by almost a minute, just less than a minute in GT4, to now seeing 2 of those fall by the wayside, and this is the second of them. The Tory Sports BMW disappearing into thin air and doesn't look like it's coming back.
Wow. Oh, the heartbreak of online racing. You just asked Max Verstappen, right, about what you can have, not necessarily having to just be internet issues. I always go back to 2019, the 24 hours of Spa, when leading the race in the Team Redline GT3 machine, Ewan, his brake pedal starts to disintegrate in front of him.
Yeah, and did you hear, by the way, Roland Alonfredson swapping his throttle to his clutch?
What? What? Hello?
I don't even know if he's lying, because I don't know how that's possible, but well, I do know how it's possible because I do it myself, but how is he able to do it with the wrong foot? I don't understand.
Well, so okay, so there's a couple of different ways that can be, taken, right? One being that he's got a pedal set like where each pedal is its own unit, which is attached on its sim rig, and so you swap around the throttle and the clutch, and that's one option. So that way the right foot's still doing throttle, the left foot's still doing brake. Like you say though, if it's a pedal set where it comes to you together and it's got a base of its own, that means that if his throttle, for example, has stopped working and he's now using the clutch as his throttle, is he right foot throttle and braking, or is he like left foot throttle, right foot braking, which is totally counter to what is normal?
I don't know the answer to that, but he's listening, so I don't see why we won't find out in the near future.
Give us the answer.
Yes.
Give us the answer.
We'd have to try very hard to get things out of him, to be honest. So.
No, he seems great.
Yeah, if only more sim racers were like that.
Oh, I mean, seriously, can I go back to my Discord conversation with Will Chadwick at the start of this race? And I will quote, "Cup is pure strategy, but I can't tell you ours."
Thanks for that. He did tell me something about his strategy, though, actually.
Okay, what did he say?
Mostly because I got it wrong. I said Julian Raymer would get out of the car at the next stop. He's not. Will Chadwick is going to do the end of the race, but Raymer is very close to the end of another stint right now. Will Chadwick is not getting in right now. He will get in for the final 2 stints, or 1 stint and a bit.
And given that Xander Reed has just come down for a pit stop, don't think we're far away from seeing that Sherra Esports machine do the very same. There, though, is the Team 75 Porsche just continuing to pound around and try to close up the buffer. Now, opinions on this livery, Ewan. Of course, last year they had the, what did we call it, the Spider-Man livery, the blue and red, coincide with the 2023 Team 75 Bernard liveries in the real world. Of course, SimRC may be most known for their Bumblebee, the yellow and black that they've worn for many a year. I haven't come up with a nickname for this car just yet, but I like an asymmetric livery. I quite like this one. What do you think about it?
It's okay. I don't love it, but it's fine. I just wish SimRC would use their traditional livery so they would be able to be spotted from a mile away, to be honest, because that makes life so easy for us, given the fact they've had the same livery since about 2015.
Same livery, but it's gone through its alterations, kind of.
Yeah,
not really.
Minor ones. So minor, I've not really noticed, to be honest with you.
No, and most of the changes are quite subtle. We used to have the Bila Racing team that would do unique, shout-outs specific to each event. I remember, at one point they had stars and stripes on their car when they went to Sebring. They had kangaroos on their car for the Bathurst 12, peaches for the Petit Le Mans. So, they had those little touches. It's not often that we get those sort of liveries in the sim racing world. So, at least on the road side, on the oval side of things, they do that a lot more. And so I'm hoping that maybe the likes of BS Competition, now of course racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, will learn a little bit from stuff like that, and we'll get some more unique liveries. I heard from the team boss Florian at BS Competition that ahead of the Charlotte race in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, they've actually done some patriotic, it's coinciding with what they traditionally do in NASCAR, some American patriotic themed liveries. So I'm looking forward to seeing what those are like and what they can do with that in the road course as well.
Right, well, I was going to say, what patriotic in what to what country was going to be my next question.
Yes, no, don't worry, the American ones.
Right, okay. Well, don't worry. I would like to see patriotic for another country in America. That'd be hilarious to me, but maybe that wouldn't be very widely accepted, really. I don't know.
All I know is that Jordi Lopez had one of the two drivers for the team at BS Plus had said, what are we going to do? Can we do something special? And the team management, as ever, was very eager to say, yeah, absolutely, let's do something fun, and can't wait to see what that's going to be like. So, the word from pit lane is that Roland has recalibrated his throttle, so he's no longer using the clutch as a throttle anymore. So he's no longer doing that. But the reason why he was doing it in the first place was that his throttle wasn't going to 100% anymore, and so his clutch he puts in the middle. So he's got his throttle on the right side, his brake on the left, his clutch goes in the middle. Obviously he doesn't use it very much in the sim racing world. That makes a lot more sense.
It does make a lot more sense, although it does lead me to question slightly why on earth it is in the middle. But as you say, if you're not using it very much, you might as well have your legs sort of either side. I always used to find it very awkward to use the middle pedal in a sim rig because, at least on mine, I've got a metal tube
Bar down the middle.
Yeah, that sort of runs through the middle. That means you have to sort of bend your leg around like you're a footballer trying to curl one into the top corner to press the middle pedal. So I thought, I'm not doing this. I'll put the brake. So my brake is my clutch pedal as a result.
Just saw that Door Esports have now back in pit lane, and wow, they have gone from 4th to 8th.
Well, thankfully they're not going to drop any further, but that's not good news nevertheless. A real shame for them after a good run today. It's the heartbreak of 24-hour racing, isn't it? Rearing its head again, just less than 3 hours from the end, and more drama in what's been a very drama-filled GT4 class. Very sort of engaging for us to watch that class actually for the last few hours or so, but unfortunately for Door Esports, they've been part of drama they didn't want to be part of.
And we have a fight, an actual wheel-to-wheel, honest fight. Talk for Racing.
Honest.
Yeah, honest maybe puts it a bit far. James Ewan's on the back of Franco Ruggieri in the Forgia TV racing team. Now, again, that was a remarkable 12-hour stint to open up the race from Franco. So he's back into the car. It's his 72nd, can't quite believe I'm saying that, 72nd lap of the race. They have done 123 laps. So the total team, the rest of the team combined, that is 3 drivers, have done 50 laps. He has done 70 laps.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to. If I'm going to put it
Here we go.
Okay, round the outside. I mean, it's a fairly easy pass in the end. I know round the outside at Flugplatz is not recommended very often, but in this situation, I think we can allow it. So Talk Freak Racing will work their way through, and they'll be away, I would have thought. Although it would be interesting to see what happens in the slipstream. I think Forgia TV are still too slow in a straight line, despite the slipstream, although they're clinging on.
Maybe this will help them, right? Slipstream. Could help them compensate for the parachute of a front end that they somewhat have right now. I saw Christopher Plumley jumped into the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, so the short course community is here. I'll be looking forward to the Crandon short course special event that we'll have coming up later on this summer on the iRacing Esports Network. And Ewan, you got your first taste of jumpy trucks, what was it, last year?
Don't ask me when it was.
Last year, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. Yeah, it was quite fun actually. I'm not a knowledgeable person about it, but I was enjoying myself, so that's about what I can bring to that broadcast.
And as you said, you had never done anything so American before.
No, did I say that? I can believe that I did, but
no, I think that might have been a direct quote from you, actually.
Okay, well, I can believe it, as I say, but just surprised myself with my own quote. Yeah, it is quite American, isn't it? Really, we've certainly got nothing like that in the UK, that's for sure.
And that's to your detriment. You need more stuff like that in the UK.
Well, I don't know if we've got the space for it, really.
You've got space for rallycross, apparently.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Trevor Teal, team manager for the Nitro Circus sim racing team, who's probably still recovering from their eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series victory at Talladega, and the celebrations from after that. He says that you did rallycross, but rallycross, as much as, that has a place in the American folklore, it's, part of the X Games, so, you had GRC for many a year over here. Rallycross is quite an international thing, so you've probably watched rallycross before.
Oh, I've seen plenty of rallycross. Yeah, it's quite popular in the UK as well. Actually, it used to be back in the days of no social media, and a long time ago, before I was born. Well, not before I was born, but when I was very, very young, it used to be on TV a lot as a thing. So like actual national TV, if you see what I mean. So it's very popular, I think, in the UK as a motorsport. Yeah.
Lydden Hill, one of the great rallycross tracks around the world. That
I couldn't name it anymore. Sorry.
Okay, really?
But not in England, no.
Okay, to be fair, I'm now thinking. I do know there are a few more. It's just, my excuse is it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So I can pull that out of my hat.
I don't have that excuse. It's 11 a.m. And I'm actually most awake at these times. It's the afternoon where you can catch me sleeping.
So I knew that Knock Hill, of course, had a rallycross layout, but I'm trying to think of purpose-built rallycross tracks.
Yeah, same.
Motorsportcircuits.co.uk, which sounds like the one-stop shop for all things UK track. There's Blyton Raceway, Croft, Knock Hill, Lydden Hill, Mondello Park, and Pembrey. How many of those do you know?
Well, most, but I'm not counting really those that are built around road race tracks, if you see what I mean, because they are, because I already know them. I'm trying to think of purpose-built, as you said, purpose-built rallycross tracks like Lydden Hill, which don't do conventional road racing is not the right word. Circuit racing.
Yes. No, I know what you're saying. By the way, I'm going back to the discussion about the right foot, the pedals for Roland Alfredson being in the middle with the brake. Apparently, it's the clutch pedals in the middle for a reason, and that's that this issue has happened before. So that makes sense. You've set it up just in case, and you've got the ability to switch it around pretty quickly. Now, are you a right foot or are you a left foot braker?
In the sim, I am a left foot braker, yes.
Okay.
Not in real life. I've never actually done it. I've never even tried it.
Okay, well, if you try left foot braking in a road car, it does feel very, very unnatural, to be fair. But the reason I bring this up is it was fascinating being at Prodigy Week and listening to Spencer Pumpelly, who, do you know that name?
Oh,
probably do.
Thanks for insulting me.
No, I'm just genuinely wondering, because I don't know how many... it's one of those unsung names in motorsports in many ways.
I've seen plenty of enough of him to have seen him plenty of times.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Some of our viewers were... I'm not trying to insult you, Ewan. It's just, you never know.
Time.
We've got Zach Sweeney in the commentary booth, so if I ask a question about tracks, I've got to say, do you know, Zach,
Or MSN.
I heard about that. Oh, let's not go down that rabbit hole about social media. But so it was Spencer Pumpelly, who has raced in some NASCAR machinery part-time, so he's always ready to go and step in there, but done plenty of IMSA, like you say. He's a right-foot braker.
In both.
Like not in his road car, no, but in his race car. Like,
yeah.
When he's not left foot braking in his road car, but when he's out there on the track, I'm thinking, and I think part of what he was saying as well, part of the reason why that stuck around is, NASCAR, you've often wanted the ability to blip, so a bit of heel and toe. But there are other savings as well, like fuel mileage. You're not bleeding on the input so much together, right? There's a distinct weight between you coming off the throttle and getting onto the brake. And then hearing the other side of the story, which was Ken Stacy, who's an engineer who's done plenty in the real world, won many real world championships, to also develop the Mercedes GT3 suspension when that car was first being, developed and brought to the customers. He had this whole aero philosophy, right, about how you want to manage the car, right? It's because when you use the throttle, you stamp down on it, the front end comes up, the rear end sits down. When you get on the brake, the opposite happens. And so he was saying that he was basically trying to make the argument that left foot braking is superior to right foot braking, to which Spencer Pompelli was saying, but I've been in the car, I've done both, and there's no difference. I can be as fast right foot braking as I am left foot braking.
That does surprise me, though, I've got to be honest, because, as you say, there is a distinct moment. Well, it's not a distinct... I don't know if I can describe it as a distinct moment, because it's small amounts of time, but there is that moment where you're sort of, there's nothing happening, where you've lifted off the throttle and you are moving to the brake and then you're pressing it. It happens a lot quicker than that, of course, but there is that moment. So it surprises me that giving up, because while you're travelling at speed, say you're doing 200 miles an hour, what are you doing at that, about 20 metres a second at that speed, something like that?
Something like that.
If it's even 0.1 of a second, that's 2 metres. And so you've got to work out where your braking point is compared to that, and so on. So I know 2 metres doesn't sound like a lot, but it would send you off if you got it wrong. So I don't quite know how you can make the same amount of time doing that. I would personally, if I was and as I do in the sim, left foot brake, because I can't believe it's not quicker, to be honest with you.
Now, I don't think you're wrong in that mindset, right? That is how a lot of people think. Would you be surprised for me to then tell you that you know Adam Blocker, my teammate at Powerslide Motorsports?
Yes.
Would you be surprised to know that for much of his iRacing career, until actually a year or so ago, Adam Blocker used to be a right foot braker in the IndyCar?
On an oval as well?
Yeah.
Dear me. That just seems wrong, really. It would surprise me.
And if in any car you'd think, right, that left foot braking would be important when we're talking about the balance of aero and whatnot, it's in those downforce sort of cars, right? So it's just curious, and I don't think there's a right answer here. That is the beauty about racing. There is no one right answer. There's many different ways to try and find speed. Only one will win. Does that mean it was the right answer?
Well,
I will question that.
I think there is a right answer for individuals. So there's not a right answer for everyone, but there is a right answer for you. You can't make yourself do something that your body doesn't want to in that respect.
Perfect. You want, exactly, you said it right there. And that's when we talk about the setup balances, right? How do you make your car adjustable across of the team? Now, that's at this level, most drivers are fairly adaptable, but again, it goes back. What happens if you're driving on a team with 3 drivers? One of them is right foot braking, the other 2 are left foot braking. Got to make sure it works for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wonder if that. I can't imagine that's something you factor into to a setup. Surely it wouldn't make that much of a difference, but still.
It's not that you're going to factor that into the setup, but you might factor in the fact that, you know, the driver that is right foot braking, he's probably got a more gradual weight transfer back to the front on braking, right? Because he's lifting off, then he's on the brake. Whereas someone who is just smashing the brake and maybe even has a little bit of overlap on the inputs, right? Maybe there's still a little bit of throttle while they're braking, which, let's be honest, some of us are guilty of if you go and look at your data, me included, which you never want, actually. As a rule of thumb, if you're on the brake, you're on the brake. If you're on the throttle, you're on the throttle. You don't want to try and be on both unless you're in a few cars where some drivers will try and claim Trans Am 2, for example. I heard some drivers trying to say they actually find it's better to be a little bit on both of them, and maybe that's something true in the rallycross cars as well. This, again, the closest fight on screen, and even with no front end, 4G TV Racing Team, now they've got some help, a slipstream, seemingly able to keep up.
Well, I do feel like they're clinging on quite distantly now and beginning to struggle a little bit to do that clinging on. The gap now just increasing at Admiral Force to about 0.8 of a second, and surely that elastic will break apart very soon and the gap will balloon, I would say, very soon. I'm kind of surprised they're still struggling so much, because they were in for 4 minutes last time round and it's not made much difference.
Well, they could have as much as like 20 minutes of like optional repairs or something, you know, that they're still
I'd
not.
take them.
Yeah, I wonder if they are trying to grab a podium or something here, you know, if they're clinging on to that dream.
You're never going to catch anyone with the damage they've got at the moment. You know,
You're not going to catch, but if someone else has an issue in front of you, you just want to make sure you're in position to potentially scoop up. They're 2 laps behind Roland Alonfridson, who is 1 lap off of the 2 leaders, who are now only split by 2 minutes. So potentially, if they can hang on from here, again, they still got a top 5 finish. There are only 6 GR86s running, and hopefully we get a photo finish at the end to see all of them across the line and celebrating in unison. Down on pit lane for Greiker Motorsports recently, and so they've just been dropped very close into the clutches of effect simulations. That is a 1-second gap between 2 cars on track as well. But again, outside of that, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Not much fighting left on track, and I do think that Door Esports in GT4 might have also just retired from the race.
maybe. I think BS Competition GT3 have also retired, if we want to add those to the list. Also, I think Sven Haase may well not be returning, so we might well have had a few retirements in the last few moments, as Andrew Dawson now is beginning to make an impression for the top 5 here, and looks like he's going to make it, although the Apex GT4 right ahead isn't going to help. They'll all get single file in time for the Tiergarten, and that is effect simulations up into the top 5.
There's a bit of damage to the front of the Greiker Motorsports machine, and immediately makes the pass. Beck Simulations enters pit lane, and we'll see if Andrew Dawson stays. Also, by the way, in pit lane, your race leaders, and Florian Lebigra is going to hand over the number 20 BMW M Team Redline machine over to Chris Lulham. Now, 2 hours and 38 minutes to go. This could be the final driver change of the day. Somewhere, Max Verstappen is getting ready for the Formula One Grand Prix in Imola, which will kick off. Checkered flag will fly here. 10 minutes after that, green flag will fly for Max at the front of the grid. But I'm sure somewhere his phone is out, and he's checking in with the progress of his teammate as Lulham out onto track.
Chris Lulham has done the same amount of driving as Max Verstappen so far in this race, by the way. Verstappen completing 5 stints throughout the 24 hours, so someone's going to have to do 7 to even it out, or maybe Lulham's just going to go to the end and just do 7.5. But anyway, they've done the same amount of driving up until this point, so I was told earlier, and they will. Lulham will now pull ahead as he makes his way out onto the circuit, maybe, as you say, to bring this car all the way home. Maybe they will have one last driver change to get whoever they want to cross the line into that car, but 2 hours and a half should be fine for a driver to complete on their own.
So Lulham has done 35, I think, laps so far this race. Lebigra and Pinto have done 42. Verstappen has done 35. So if Lulham does go to the end from here, it would mean that he's done the most stints of anybody in the red line camp, but
I think it's going to.
I don't know. Lebigra is in the session right now, but that's more just maybe as a bit of a counter, right, in case something happens. In the small box, now, James Ewens has made a mistake, and Talk Freak Racing have dropped back behind. Forgia TV Racing Team. So no front end, the fight continues on, although I have the feeling down the Dutcher Hoa it's going to switch back around.
Yeah, very easily so as well. The straight line speed that Forgia TV don't have is quite astonishing, really. It's even going to happen to Stefan Bellafes, I reckon, here. As Talk Freak are so close, they're almost having to try not to overtake here. But will there be space? No. I'm surprised about that. So they will wait for the back straight in any case. But very hard to say much more about this battle other than the fact that Talk Freak are going to come out on top in it.
You would think so, at least. They do have to come down pit lane slightly earlier. Franco Ruggieri is relatively short into the stint in comparison as they head out through Galgenkopf. Long right-hander. And now the back straight on the run back towards the start-finish line and to the Grand Prix part of the track. So, with Ryan Barneveld in the Mahler Racing Team out of pit lane, Sam Koiter out of pit lane as well in that number 21, your GT3 leaders now once again separated out by around 45 seconds, and Chris Lullen reestablishes that separation as they head into the final laps of the race. There's the pass, as easy as you'd like, and towing themselves back up into line. You can just see how much faster James Ewens was even after he pulled alongside.
Yeah, and he seemed to be pushing the car ahead of him for some time as well. Wasn't immediately pulling out to the right-hand side there and making his way through. He was a bit hesitant, but eventually does. And look at the way he's pulled away immediately as well with the straight line speed. Quite remarkable, really. And no surprise, that's not going to help either. The Obsidian racing car getting it all wrong, and a flash of the lights from the GR86 to say, thanks very much for that, I've now lost the draft.
Especially since straight down to pit lane for Michael Polishek, follows in Norbert Leitner, who already has the race-leading Impulse Racing by GTU entry sitting in the box. So that is maybe just a move born from a bit of desperation, knowing that the pit stop was right around to happen. Bounces its way out through turn 1 and 2, and carves its way, skipping the Mercedes-Benz arena around Grand Prix track once more. One thing that I had mentioned in the broadcast earlier is the fact that, you know, the Grand Prix section is always a compromise to make the car feel good around the Nordschleife, and so when you do, the Grand Prix section tends to struggle in comparison. The thing is as well that a couple of builds ago, it wasn't that long ago, iRacing added in minimum ride heights, Ewan, and so now the front end of the car has to be 70 millimeters around the Nordschleife, and so your car becomes, you know, that was a threshold that many teams weren't meeting before. They would try to keep the car lower, incur a little damage as a result, but that threshold makes the Grand Prix section even worse because suddenly your car is sitting even higher around what is a smooth Formula One racing facility.
Yeah, it must feel a bit awkward, although how much driving realistically in some of these cars do you actually do at the Grand Prix circuits? I guess maybe some of them would come here from time to time, but yeah, in this setup it would feel a little bit odd. I think it's probably a good idea and about time that minimum ride heights were introduced, to be honest. The parameters were sort of enforced in a bit more of a logical way in sim racing generally, actually, because sometimes you see some wild setups that just work in sim racing and it doesn't really make it feel very realistic at all. But that's a good idea, especially for the Nürburgring, when you would typically be scraping the ground so much. It's not very realistic to be doing that for a whole 24 hours.
The 70 millimeters, I think, is actually realistic and matches what they have in the real world, so that's something to keep in mind.
Does that not seem like quite low to the ground to you still?
No.
No?
I mean, race cars are always trying to, you want to get them as low as possible to the ground technically, so.
By Nordschleife standards though, it seems low for me. No?
No, because 70 millimeters. What do you think the minimum ride height is for these cars, Ewan, without that restriction?
Well, as low as it would go, it's 0 centimeters, I suppose.
No. Unfortunately, it can't go that low.
Okay. Just see some of those cars sometimes, don't you, on the road, just stupidly close to the ground. I actually don't know. 4 centimeters or something? I don't know.
4 centimeters would be.
Sorry, I thought you'd be able to do that, man. 40 millimeters then.
Yeah, definitely not right now. It's 3:20 in the morning for me. So
it's just times 10.
Yeah, but it's still 3:30 in the morning.
Do that times 10.
I am pretty sure that the minimum front ride height outside of the Nordschleife, in terms of what the car will let you do, I want to say it's like 35, so we're a little doubling it.
Right.
So you know,
I mean, it makes sense.
Quite significant.
It makes sense to me though. It's so bumpy around here, and you've got to forget you leave the ground on this circuit. You know, it's not like a Grade 1 Grand Prix circuit in any way. It's very different. So it doesn't surprise me that there's quite such change, really.
Correction, by the way, Will Chadwick has just let me know GT3 cars 50 millimeters is the front ride height minimum, so it's up to 70, so maybe less drastic, but again, just goes to show what these drivers are thinking of. Now, Something else that Will Chadwick and I have just been having a chat about in the background quite quietly is tyre management. Now, remember in these Porsche Cup cars, fuel and tyres done separately, and we have seen a couple of 2-tyre, nose tyre, 4-tyre stops. There's been, you know, unique strategies across the board there, and there was word that in one of the stints, there was a tyre blowout, Ewan. They are flying close to the sun.
They are, yeah. I'm sure that Will Chadwick sent you the same picture he sent me, and my eyes visibly widened, I've got to say, when I saw it, because yeah, it's quite a sight, to be honest with you. And I'm not surprised in some way. We were talking about this with David earlier on, about the fact that the Cup cars, or the Sherry Sport Cup car anyway, got a black and white flag actually during our stint after a couple of hours. So that, or a meatball, just say black and white flag, meatball flag I mean. And so that's obviously meant they had to come into pit lane, but luckily they were on their final stint, final lap of their stint anyway, so they've been getting away with it. But yeah, it's been apparent to me for a little while they are flying very close to the sun, and they are getting close to disaster, really, which surprises me somewhat.
We were waiting for Daniel Herrera to get into the Obsidian Racing car, and well, unfortunately, out through Flugplatz, they don't get much bigger than that. And well, that was the very first time he had gotten into the car, the first time he had gone through that complex, that car on the flatbed, heading back to pit lane, and unfortunately, that's the battle for the lead, done and dusted. Impulse Racing now 2.5 minutes clear. All they've got to do, Ewan, stay out of trouble.
They have to take their first TCR win in the Nürburgring 24 Hours history, and to prevent Team Heusinkveld from going back-to-back in the consecutive 4 wins, which has never been done before. And looks like we're going to pull up one short for the 3rd time here this year if things stay as they are. But that has got to be the worst feeling in the world, hasn't it, for Daniel Herrera? He's just gotten into that car. He's been registered in, needs to do the driving for the fair share rule, in which case, that if their damage bill is too big at the moment, they'll be slightly worried about satisfying as well at the moment, by the way. But it's just got to be the absolute worst feeling, because he's seen his teammates drive so well so far today, put them in a great position, and he must be feeling so guilty that his crash has put them out of contention for a win.
Oh, heartbreaking. And that is the cruel part of motorsports, endurance team racing as well, is that in the real world as well, it's not just the drivers, right, but the crew, the engineers. We've been talking a little bit over the course of earlier parts of the broadcast, you know, Indy 500 qualifying. Yes, the driver goes out there and puts the 16 corners together, but the crew builds the car. Rinus VeeKay crashed the car. Team has to rebuild it, get the setup dialed in, get the car trimmed out. And yes, Rinus has to go there and have the confidence that the car is going to work. He has the confidence that his crew members are going to do their job as well. Motorsports is very much, as much as it is about the drivers, yes, it's about the rest of the team behind the scenes as well that make it all happen. And that includes these sim racing outfits with the engineers, the spotters, and all of that fun stuff as well that goes into making these crews, these operations perform at the high levels that they can. And Norbert Leitner around the outside of Talk Freak Racing, maybe a little bit riskier than he needed to be, and the lights flash. Not sure James Ewan's appreciated that.
No, but that's not the last time we'll be seeing that from a slower car, flashing lights at the faster one, which has just made its way through, etc. It's a relatively common occurrence. I've got to say, we've seen a lot of heartbreak in these last few hours, haven't we, really? It's not been sort of high-octane action in terms of battles on track, but there's been a lot of drama and a lot of people very disappointed ever since I got into the booth, which I can't help but feel a little bit guilty for.
Don't feel guilty. It's what we want to see. What I have just realized, though, is, you know what we should do? We need to write a song. We need to get ChatGPT to write us a song about heartbreak at the Nordschleife.
Am I the only one that finds them really cringe?
Oh, no, they're always awful. Terrible.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
No, don't worry, you are not the only one. I still have failed to find a use case where ChatGPT is better than a human. So So yeah, and that includes, by the way, all of this art stuff that like Formula One teams are getting okay, there is some cool stuff, don't get me wrong, like it's interesting to see, but I look at all these posters that F1 teams are like getting AI to do, and I go, well, Danny Elgobay is better than that. You know, this guy in sim racing can do better. And there's so many people in sim racing. Danny's just the first one that springs to my mind, right? Like, just use an artist at the end of the day. Anyway, what should my prompt be for ChatGPT? Write a sonnet, a song. What are we doing?
I don't know what a sonnet is.
You don't know
a poem?
You went to school in the UK and you don't know what a sonnet is?
Yeah, but do you think I remember any of it?
No, to be fair, neither do I. I just know it's a type of poem.
It's all these different. I mean, I've got more important stuff to remember than that. Come on. we all have.
Excuse me?
We all have. Other than a poet, maybe.
The important stuff that I remember. I can't think of anything important, to be honest.
No.
No?
No.
The most important thing that I remember, wow. I'm trying to think of the most pointless
having a great time. That's what I remember.
There you go. No, I'm trying to think of the most pointless facts that I can think of in the world. Spencer Pumpelly right foot braking. That's a pretty, weird and, wonderful nonsense point.
What's the most unuseful fact I know? I'll get back to you, maybe in the next 23 minutes. I'll have to think. I know some useless things, that's for sure.
Oh boy, this ChatGPT, man. It's bad.
I think Falcon know they're on stream, by the way. I think they're just weaving around to say hello.
In their distinctive colours, not on a Porsche, on a Audi R8 Evo, as Luka Wunsch runs in 4th position. Last car left on the lead lap, albeit about 6.5 minutes adrift of your leader in the BMW M-Team Redline car.
Doro Esports Academy are behind Williams for the first time in ages. That doesn't happen very often.
They've just come down pit lane as well, so...
And they're losing a lot of time, stint by stint to Williams. I just don't know if there's quite enough time for Williams to recover a top 5 or not.
I think they've already technically got it at this point, if the trend's going the way that it is going to in terms of lap times and stuff. Yeah, no. I think, that's a pretty good fight back, all things considered.
Yeah, I'm just worried about them needing a splash and dash at the end, whereas Doyle's pit stops are more regular, or should be towards the end. But yeah, you're right. Great recovery for them to get back in the top 5, and fair play to them again. Usually these big teams just say, well, we're not going to win now, so we might as well go home. But fair play to Williams and Coanda especially, who've run this race for the most part at least a lap down.
Coanda, remember, went to GT3 Touring spec through the opening couple of corners, and it's been an uphill battle for them since then. And so, yeah, like you say, great to see the perseverance. And for Coanda in particular, they're running in the only Porsche 911 GT3R, so maybe not the most favorite of cars with the way the BOP funneled out, but they, like you say, stuck with it. Spirit of endurance racing. If we were to give out our own little award, they may end up being somewhat of a contender. All right, I'm here to read you the first verse of the song about heartbreak at the Nordschleife, okay?
I'm going to cringe so much.
In the haze of the Nordschleife's embrace, where dreams and speed collide in this relentless chase. Through the curves and the bends, I push to the edge, but in the end, it's not the track that left me on the ledge. Oh no, I'm cringing.
I didn't mind the first 3 lines.
Yeah, and then that forced rhyme at the end.
It's the going first person that annoys me.
I didn't insert that just for clarity. That is what ChatGPT told me to say.
Yeah, it's meant to be in the third person. They can't even get the whatever that's called right.
And I'm reading through. They wrote me a chorus, an outro, a bridge, and 2 verses. Not once is anything around the Nordschleife reference outside of the track name. They don't, say we're in the Eiffel Mountains. They don't say
Germany.
They don't say Germany. They don't say this corner. They don't nothing. Just Nordschleife.
Oh dear.
Just Nordschleife. Just so you know, we're at the Nordschleife. They want you to know that.
Make that very clear.
Disappointing.
Yeah, see. Just going back to that discussion earlier, it does make me feel a bit bad for artists and photographers and stuff, to be honest.
If you are a lyricist that can write songs better than ChatGPT, A, please give us your suggestions. B, don't stop what you're doing, because otherwise the music industry's in trouble right now.
Oh yeah, exactly. We're going to have some terrible music coming out.
Oh no, and our producer Hugo's been unleashed on ChatGPT as well. He's just put a comment into the iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat, which I can tell it clearly has been fed through ChatGPT.
It's just so obvious as well. That's the funny part. But anyway, yeah, kind of sad, really, isn't it? But that's what the world is like.
Yeah, and again, I've tried using ChatGPT in my day job to try and help me out a little bit. I'm a software engineer by day, and
does it help?
I haven't found a way for it to be helpful just yet.
There must be an way to make it useful, but especially for your kind of job, I would have thought. But
well, so part of the issue is, there are certain restrictions around how I am allowed to use it by my company. I'm not allowed to just, give it a bunch of data and say, here's all of our private stuff. Go off and figure out how to do it.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to solve this very specific problem, ChatGPT. You're not allowed to have the full context of what's happening, but how can I fix it? And there are some things which it should just do a better job of. Like, imagine if you asked it, I'll give the direct comparison to something I asked it to do once. I asked it basically to help me install the equivalent of Windows.
Right.
It was not very helpful.
Oh.
Yeah. That was not very good. When it couldn't quite tell me how to set something up on my own computer, that's when I had concerns,
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, it's not there yet. is the conclusion we can draw from all of that.
When it is, then you'll just have AI commentators, because apparently, have you been turned into a Finnish commentator yet, Ewan?
A Finnish commentator? No.
So I've been turned into Finnish, Spanish, I'm sure something else as well, but we can feed this broadcast into AI, and we can turn it into every conceivable language, apparently.
Oh, right.
And it's not bad.
Make my French sound competent, maybe. That'd be good.
Parlez un petit peu de français?
Yeah. What word did you just insert into the middle of that sentence?
Un petit peu.
What's
a
that
little
mean?
bit. That's literally French.
Oh, a little bit. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
it's literally French for you,
sorry.
Ewan. Did I just not say it properly?
I wouldn't have inserted petit in that, to be honest. I just would have left that out, but that's fine. But yeah, that, as you said to me the other week, that is probably one of the most useful phrases you can ever learn in a language.
A little bit. If you say it with
What's that accent?
Well, if you say, it's my throat's totally just destroyed from. I did the math, by the way. 50 hours of commentary this week.
50. It's gone up.
47. I rounded up.
Okay.
But by the time we finish, it's only 3:30 on Sunday, Ewan. By the time we finish there, I might have done 3 more hours. You never know.
Yeah. I've got quite a bit today, but it's not quite that much. I'd say I've just returned from some time off, so I'm down on hours at the moment, but that won't be going on for much longer, or any longer, in fact. But, by the way, Roland wants a ChatGPT song about doing the Nürburgring 24 hours solo.
Okay, let's ask. Okay, I've got to start by saying, ChatGPT, that sucked. Can you write me a song instead? About doing or how are we going to phrase this? Because it clearly doesn't appreciate the context of a 24-hour race at the Nordschleife. So do I just have to call it the Nürburgring 24?
And it doesn't know that. It probably doesn't know that you would have to do it with multiple people in the first place.
Okay, I'm adding that context as well. So can you write me a song instead about doing the Nürburgring 24-hour race by yourself, when normally you must do it with teammates, and when you do it by yourself you get disqualified at the end? We should add that part in as well, right?
I think so. I can't help but feel there's some context we've missed, that we're just presuming that this entirely useless being doesn't know about.
Oh, you say useless. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is... It's getting worse, ChatGPT,
Oh, dear.
I'm afraid to say.
Oh no.
Should I?
Well, that's up to you. You can see it.
I took the challenge, I faced the test. Nürburgring's 24 hours, I chose Crest. Oh,
Why does it have to rhyme every time?
it's really trying. Alone against the clock, against the winding track, but the rules of the game, I failed to take back. What?
What does that even mean?
That's our first verse. Let me now get into our chorus where, it's grooving. Let's get the beat in the background. Solo ride on Solo ride on Nürburgring's daunting spree. 24 hours alone, just me and my plea. But the officials intervened, said it couldn't be, disqualified for chasing the solitary dream. No, no, no. Unacceptable.
I didn't mind the last two lines there. That was all right. But the rest of it...
So that's a 25% success rate. 8 lines, 2 of them acceptable.
Yeah, and that's it. Only acceptable. 25% acceptable rate, not success.
Yeah, because we're not approving those, just to be clear. We're just saying that...
It was okay. Good
Yeah. You could survive. There's the Valkyrie competition machine. Let's switch away from bad ChatGPT line writing to instead maybe a bit of action out on track. Now they're in third, a little bit comfortable behind to the Visceral Esport crew. And we have mentioned it, haven't talked about it for quite a while, but they are going to also get disqualified when they reach the line. Front end comes up into the air over the top of Flugplatz for Valkyrie competition, but Visceral, Vince Peters...
Can't use iRacing.
Yeah, managed to mess up how to use iRacing, and so joined the wrong team. Now can't join the right team to do his required drive time, and so they'll cross the line maybe in fourth. They'll be classified down at the back.
Yeah, I mean, in their hearts they'll be fourth, but yeah, it's not going to look like that on the result sheet, unfortunately. I can't believe someone with his experience still doesn't know how to use iRacing. That's unbelievable, really, but there you go. It is a shame, although I think they'd be more disappointed if they had actually put up a better fight for this podium, which I thought at one stage they were going to do, actually. It's been a very long fight between themselves and Valkyrie competition now. A fight I thought they were going to come out on top of, but clearly they're not going to at this stage, I believe, without problems. So that will soften the blow slightly that they're not missing out on a podium.
I've been told, by the way, that someone's clipped this ChatGPT song. We're entering it for a #1 hit on the chart soon.
Not sure how far that's going to make it.
Maybe to like top 500,000 at best.
I wonder how long it is until an AI song makes it into the charts.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it has. I'll go and do a Google search, but I thought there was a story about that.
Okay. I've not heard about it. But pop culture is not particularly my strong point, as you may have noticed over the years.
Yeah, there was one last year. I remember this. So there was an AI Drake in The Weeknd, apparently, that came together and reached the Billboard Hot 100.
I'm assuming that's an American thing.
I guess. I don't know what the charts actually are. I just know they exist.
They're different in every country, just for reference. Yes, I guess that's a good idea to get people to collab who they wouldn't ever otherwise do.
I'm trying. I guess that's a way to pitch the idea, right? Let's say that you're trying to convince a big artist. Let's say we're trying to get Slash to come and write us a song at RaceSpotTV.
Don't really know who that is.
You don't know? You know Slash? Excuse me. You know Guns N' Roses.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know Slash.
Okay. Well, I might have heard of them, but I've walked past them in the street. Was that a person?
Well. See, I don't know with you in anymore. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know with me?
Well, Slash is one of the most famous guitarists in the world.
Right. Well, I don't really care for music, to be honest.
I assume that you'd probably recognize him if you saw him. You might not realize that, if you walk past him in the street, oh, that's Slash. But if I showed you a picture of him, I think you'd probably recognize him.
Okay.
At least I hope so.
I think you're hoping a bit too... I think your hope is misplaced.
No, I don't think so, because I'm being told by producer Hugo that you don't know who Slash is. I've got to kick you from the broadcast booth.
I know, well, it's going to happen anyway soon, so I'm just making use of it while I'm here, really.
About 10 minutes or so before Lewis McLean will rejoin us here for the final 2 hours of coverage. Before we let Ewan go, catch up, if we can, with Luca Alpert, part of the Scherer Esports team that currently leads, of course, in the 992 class. Luca, how's it going up front? Of course, still a handful of hours to go. You've got a 2.5-minute lead. How comfortable, it's a weird word to say on the Nordschleife, but how comfortable are you feeling right now?
Well, I think it's with 2-minute lead it's quite good. You know, the strategy working fine. The track time is giving us quite a hard time to keep on managing the tires, as you mentioned earlier on, I think. But yeah, I mean, I'm confident that if we don't have like a bigger crash or disconnect, we should be able to bring this one home.
And talk to us as well about preparations for this race. Will Chadwick coming on board to join your team, and the one thing that was interesting to hear is you split up the qualifying and start duties so that you could have the warm-up session and the build-up to the race be focused in. Me and Ewan, we commentated on you and the Scherer Esports crew across the digital Nürburgring endurance season, where we saw you racing against the likes of, Sebastian Job, Team Redline, the Apex Racing team. So you had the confidence in the car and the setup. What have you done special for this event that's seen you guys be so quick from the drop of the green flag?
Well, in this race, because it's so long, we couldn't exactly plan how long the stints are have to be to have a certain amount of pit stops. Like in DNLS, we always plan like every single lap of the race, and that's why we only had to do 15 laps instead of 16, and that was like the biggest challenge now, because as you can imagine, it's a lot harder, especially in these high temps, to keep the tire working for 16 laps. Yeah, it's great to have William in the team, to have like new or different experiences and different views on certain things, to maybe find even some more performance that we might have overlooked in the past. And yeah, like you said, I think we couldn't be more confident on this track, because like DNLS was successful, and the Neo race, 24-hour series esports race on the Nordschleife was also very dominant, and I'm just happy that after winning this race last year, we are on a good way to do it again.
Well, we'll let you go off and watch on for the rest of the 2 and a bit hours that are left, and hopefully, Luca, in about those 2 hours time when they're up, we'll be chatting to you as winners once again here at the end of a 24-hour race. Best of luck to the check flag.
Thank you very much.
Great to catch up there with Luca Alpert. The one thing that I questioned, though, Ewan, is that he said it was a pleasure to have Will Chadwick on the team.
That's it. Well, I'm sure.
Shots fired to Will. He can't respond right now. He's getting ready to get in the car.
I know. So I was just so stunned that you said that. But no, we're joking. I said this to Will actually when we were interviewing him earlier on, that we do often take the mick out of him, but he's a very good driver, and he's put this car on pole for the first part, and he's also contributed very well over the course of today's race as well. He will be getting in for the final 2 stints of the race to take the car to the checkered flag, so we'll have that pleasure as well, which is a really great thing for him. So yeah, really pleased that Will can be involved with the victory this time round. As Luca mentions, Scherer Esport won last year as well. By the way, I've had no real other moment to use this statistic that I noticed earlier on, and it's not really an ideal time now either, but I just want to use it before I go, to be honest with you. Every year other than 2022, an all-German team has won a class, which I find slightly bizarre, but somewhat unsurprising in the same way. 2022, for some reason, the only time that a non-all-German team won. And I'm looking up and down and seeing, or trying to find, a team of all Germans who's going to keep that going this year.
Nürburgring Esports would be, I guess, the obvious choice.
Are they all German? I don't know where they're from. It's the.
Well, I'm assuming.
Oh right, I didn't want to do that.
No, I'm willing to assume. The German team probably have a mostly German lineup, although they may have a handful of non-Germans there. Ooh, Impulse Racing, Norbert Leitner, no, Hungarian, instantly disqualifies them from the mix. The Apex Racing team definitely not, unless Peter Berryman has suddenly, and Salva Talons have suddenly become German. And Scherer Esports without Will would potentially fill that as well. So you're right, actually. I think we are potentially on for that sort of a trend.
And to make it a bit more different, by the way, in 2022, a team of another nationality won, because Kova won, and they're all Finnish. But this time we've got all mixes.
Kova who? Sad. Unfortunately.
That is sad, yeah. Feels like a long
Yes.
time ago, that now, doesn't it?
End of 2022, wasn't it?
Very long time ago. 18 months.
Happened midway during the IMSA esports season that we had. At least with the Urano, we got to see them finish out the year, right? We saw them finish up the championships for the most part that they were in. So yeah, that was a bit of a short and sudden end. Atte Kalpanen's jumping into the Williams Esport Hoisingfeld car, so Door Esports are back into 5th. But Ewan, your stint on the broadcast is about to come to an end. I think you said that you had plenty of sleep, and so as I mentioned, noted it for 24 hours of Spa. You're going to have absolutely no sleep whatsoever. But what else are you going to take from this race as we head into those final couple of hours? Of course, I think with the wins basically at this point mostly wrapped up.
Well, yeah, that's the point really at this stage, isn't it? It's about survival now for those at the front of the field. Don't think any of those leads can change on pure speed anymore. We're starting to wonder about TCR actually, as that gap has fluctuated quite a lot throughout the day, but with Obsidian crashing, that's out the question. Redline have really driven this advantage home in the Sunrise as well in GT3. They're now nearly 3/4 of a minute ahead of the rest of the field too. So it's looking very good for them. So it is about seeing where the incidents are going to come from, I think, really. There's not been anything particularly notable in the last 2 hours in terms of those incidents and battles indeed as well. There hasn't been a whole lot going on, so it's about those teams getting to the end now cleanly. Still the closest gap is in GT4, but we're starting to run out of time for Apex to be caught as they still hold 24 seconds.
I've just seen a picture, by the way, of the sim rig that Kaika Schuber is racing from. We sometimes wonder, where do sim racers grab their sleep? I've sent the picture on over to our producer Hugo, hoping we can pop that up into the broadcast at some point. He quite literally, Ewan, has set up a mattress next to his sim rig on the floor in the basement. Commitment.
Yeah, where the chair would normally be for his desk, by the looks of that. So he's moved. He's not sitting down anymore. He's just lying down to use his desktop. But he could have made his bed in that picture, to be honest, and he could use a pillow probably. Where's it? It's not really got a pillow.
I had not realised that until you had just pointed it out.
To be honest, I would be perfectly fine with that. I just know a lot of people like pillows.
I like a good pillow.
I don't really care for a pillow, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, the only reason why I think it's important is in sim racing, I can't quite believe I'm going to say this out loud, but I am going to say it out loud. All the forces that we have through the direct drive wheelbases that, sometimes our drivers deal with? It sometimes actually means that they have quite strong necks in some ways because of the force the sustained loads that they deal with, because most sim racers are silly and set their wheels up to be stronger than they are in the real world. And so, I remember Gustavo Ariel shocked some of the people at Prodigy Week Part 1 last year with his neck strength. Apparently they could barely get the Hans device on. His neck was so chunky and strong because of all the sim racing he does. Let's see that sim rig just before we let Ewan go. Yes. No pillow, mattress on the floor, no office chair.
That would make a lot of people very sick. Sleeping on there. But I respect it, by the way. I absolutely respect it. So fair play to him. He is going for a record, by the way. I'm sure I've said this to you before. I've certainly said it on the broadcast about 4 times. The fact that he's going for the most individual wins as a driver in the Nürburgring 24-hour racing, either as a class or an overall winner, because he's done it 3 times before. Looking for a 4th.
Well, on that note, with that wonderful shot of the rig that Kai Kashuba is running around with for this iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by Extreme Sim Racing, it's time for us to bid Ewan O'Leary a fond farewell and head into the final 2 hours of this race. Sun well and truly out as the peak temperatures reached on the surface of the track itself. And welcome back into the commentary booth, Lewis McLeod. Lewis, it's been, let's be honest, a more interesting 24 hours of the Nürburgring than either of us could have necessarily anticipated, although I think both you and I would have probably put some money down that it would have been like this at the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest, no one's that shocked, realistically, that Red Line are leading, because we know how good Red Line are as a team. The thing is that they've not been unchallenged in this. You know, BS competition have kept them honest, whether it is with the BS car, obviously that's no longer really competing towards the top, or the Marla car, right? They've kept them very honest. And in the early stages, 3 hours, Williams also did. So it's not as if it's been completely their own way. I'm not going to say that they got lucky, because they might have ended up in this position anyway. We just don't know. That's the nature of the Nürburgring. They've done well to keep themselves out of trouble. I though personally feel that this is a bit like it all kind of coming around after Sebring, where they were kind of like robbed of some fairly decent positions through a couple of issues that weren't really of their own fault.
Yeah, that is the danger of the Nordschleifer as well, right? You could put a clean race together, but just one moment, maybe not any relation to your own race itself, can leave you in trouble. I think back to, you know, early stages of the race when a couple of those GR86s, one of them got tagged around, and was it Team RSO ran into Ava Vavadik, both former race winners in the slowest class when it used to be a Mazda MX-5, and find themselves on the back foot and fighting forward from there. There, though, is Chris Lullen with the 45-second advantage as he leads. That is, of course, the car that Max Verstappen did a handful of stints in.
Did he?
Apparently. I wasn't here for any of it, so I wouldn't know.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think... hang on, I think I was on for most of him, actually.
Were you on for all of it? Oh.
I definitely did. I saw him over both sides. I think I left partway through his second, in his first stint, in his second appearance in the race. But obviously, yes, no, it is great that we were able to see Max Verstappen in the race. Great that you were able to commentate on it as well. I really appreciate that.
Okay, I don't mind.
It's all come around.
Sometimes when
you've commentated on enough. It's fine.
And sometimes when I do, you know, big things seem to happen.
Yeah, like him intentionally wrecking people going down that Spa, but that's fine, whatever, each their own. David Haynes did point out one actually very important thing, is this does mean that we've commentated on a Formula 1 World Champion on Grand Prix Sunday, which is true, if a little bit like of a skewed fact.
Yeah. I was trying to think, because we have talked about Max on Grand Prix weekends before, without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
He's jumped into iRacing sessions to, like, spectate, right? His teammates as well in BMW MSIM Cup and whatnot on Grand Prix weekends. I think this is probably the first time, though, that we've actually commentated on him. Because you remember in Saudi Arabia earlier this year when he got asked about staying up late? He wasn't on a broadcast there. He was just having fun.
Yeah. And also he was racing on the controller and stuff. Wasn't taking part in the serious stuff. Well, I mean, he was still pretty quick, but yeah, wasn't taking part in serious stuff. And I would actually like this. So yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, the main thing that I'll take from it is this does now mean that Alex Dunn and Luke Browning had absolutely no excuse not to be taking part.
No, you know what their excuse is? They didn't have a sim rig in the motorhome.
The motorhome, yeah, exactly. They don't have that kind of cash lying around just to blow on that. And I mean, no, fair enough. You got to deal with it. Got to roll with the punches. Maybe Max could have shared the rig at some point. Obviously, Luke Browning is a teammate, so there's really no excuse on that side.
Yeah,
Alex Dunn's a rival, so I get it.
Sharing sim rigs. I feel like once you dial a sim rig in for yourself,
yeah,
when someone else goes and tweaks it, nah, not happening.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this always happens in LAN events. Obviously, some LAN events you're kind of like, it's not your rig, so like sometimes you jump out of it and then someone else jumps in and then you jump out of it and someone else jumps in, and so the settings are kind of constantly changing. That's obviously what happened with ESLR1. With F1 Sim Racing, it was you and the sim rig, like it was effectively it was yours for that event, so you could kind of make those tweaks and they would stay, whereas in like some ESLR1 you couldn't, but they wouldn't stay because someone else had to jump in, and let's be honest, no one wanted to follow Yuri Toman after a stint in the car. It's just like,
or Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, well, Kevin Siggy for very different reasons. Yuri Toman because it's a weird setup. Kevin Siggy because you ain't got much of a wheel to work with. That's pretty funny.
Oh, sorry, just had to throw that one in there.
Apparently he's dyed his hair pink again.
Wait, has he? Again?
No, he's yeah, okay, right. So to clarify, he hasn't yet, but I've heard a rumour that he might be dyeing his hair pink again.
Before, though.
So when me and the old Sixter, we used to be rivals, of course. We were on the same racing rig, it's fine. So obviously I've known Siggy for over 10 years. Oh my god, over 10 years now. And back then, I think he used to do some modelling or something. I can't remember.
Wait, sorry. Kevin Siggy modelling? I don't mean this in like shock horror. I'm just like, wow, this is a storyline to Kevin that I'd never heard before. As your race leaders, Nürburgring Esports, by the way, this is not good for them right now. Gregor Kinski, I don't think that car is okay. They've just taken the tow back to pit lane.
Oh no.
Team RSO have inherited the race lead.
An RSO. Oh yeah, that car is toast. Look at it. Rear left's basically gone. Rear right. I know my left and my right. Don't worry about it. Obviously for RSO, this would be a 5th victory in the Nürburgring 24 if they can survive for the final 2 hours. What this shows is, again, to hammer home the point to all of the 4 other leaders in this race. You are not safe. Not for another hour and 53 minutes. You are not safe.
When did that left rear break as well? That's kind of the question, right? Because the first spin that we saw looked like a normal racing incident. It's quite easy to spin at Arenberg. But after that, when the car spun around on the exit of Anna Forest, there was definitely, like you mentioned, left rear dangling a little bit and not connected properly to the car. Wow. This race has one more twist to tell us, apparently. And will that mean that Roland Alonfredson has a chance to finish this race in second? He is also down on pit lane right now. He has done 22 hours so far, 1 hour and 52 minutes left to go by himself.
Yeah, indeed. I found a photograph of Kevin Siggy with pink hair, but I can't share it. It's too private. It's pretty funny.
Come on, you gotta send it to me now.
They're out there if you know where to look. No, obviously, no, honestly, I'd take it. He's a respectful lad. There, of course, is the Alonfredson car. I wonder if we can catch an interview with him in the next hour and 40 minutes. My only fear is that I've been told that his voice is.
Is it going?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's been awake for a long time.
I have promised Lewis that I don't care where he finishes, he gets a question at the end of the race.
Oh, yeah.
And that question is, was it worth it? Are you going to do it again?
Why? What are you doing, son? So we interviewed him earlier on this broadcast.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard the interview.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of it, not all of it.
So, do you know how much prep he's done for this?
0. He's got the wrong setup on the car apparently as well.
Yeah, he does. For one, he does have the wrong setup on the car, so it's not got as much straight line speed. He's got damage, which has also taken some more straight line speed. He's also done pretty much no practice, which would be hilarious for anyone doing this race in any of the splits. The fact that this is happening in top split is just honestly absolutely ridiculous. The car behind is the I believe it's the Torque Freak car that is not for position. There's a few laps between them, yeah, that's I don't know. I just think it's pretty funny.
He's doing this for the vibes, and again, he's got what 7,500 I rating, so he is going to take a bit of an I rating hit for doing this race. Like, he is going to lose I rating for being here and finishing, but hey, vibes, I guess, and they must be pretty good, even with the voice going. how many people on his Twitch stream now, Lewis? I know you directed a couple of people over to him.
I did indeed. Obviously, twitch.tv/Daniel_Alfredson. Daniel Roland. I know.
I was going to say what? Hello.
No, it's fine. He's gained like 60, 70 followers in doing this. He's got 28 viewers at the moment. As old Roland, and the thing is, the reason why I'm happy for people to jump over there. Obviously, you leave us open in the background. That's fine. You've got to give him some support. You've got to keep him in the race. Like, that's the whole thing of, like, right now he needs everyone's help just to keep his mind going. You know, ask him questions, see what's going on. Don't let him, like, just falter right now. We need this to be a community effort.
He is looking tired. Like, I know it's a Twitch stream. Quality is sometimes not the best. I swear I could see eyes, bags below his eyes right now.
Oh, he looks done.
Yeah, he's still got an hour and 15 minutes left to go, which probably means in that GR86, 14 laps. That's what his overlays are telling him on his stream right now, so I'm just guessing based on that. One more pit stop, I think, left to go. He's got a thumbs up. Oh, I'm looking at the stream right now. He's doing a thumbs up, so the chat's keeping him awake right now.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Absolutely, and I could see a lot of support for him. I mean, look, we wanted to see him finish the race because it is a mammoth effort. And I do know that, you know, across all of the splits, he is not the only person that will be doing this, right? Because we do have some absolute psychos in sim racing, to put them nicely. They like to commit to these kind of things. That's crazy. To anyone that is doing it, you're not listening to this now because you're obviously focusing on driving. But unless you're Daniel, Daniel, why don't you say Daniel? I'm changing his name now. iRacing to Roland, where he's just continuing to drive and to listen to us. Daniel,
I'm trying to figure out why you would even say Daniel.
I don't know.
There's no
I said it earlier in the race as well.
Did you really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
There's no one in the class that's called Daniel right now.
No.
I don't think there's anyone on track called Daniel at all. Like,
I don't think there's anyone called Daniel Alfredson. But alas, I'm committing to it now. I will change his name by deed poll. He has no choice in the matter.
He's got no choice.
Poor Roland.
The Nürburgring esports team are still in pit lane. They've been there for almost 6 minutes and counting, getting their damage repair. He is, halfway through the lap, so probably still has another 5 minutes or so before he's back to the line. Yeah, there is a very, very possible chance that he cycles forward to second. And if he finishes second at the line, no practice, wrong setup. What is the wrong setup as well in a Toyota GR86? I've kind of been wondering that.
So, as far as I am aware, the major thing is straight line speed, right? Which around here is
important.
Is a big deal, especially in such a low powered car. You kind of think like, oh, you know, if you adjust the rear wing and, you know, to give you the lowest downforce possible, and then it gives you an extra couple of, you know, kilometers an hour in straight line speed. It doesn't sound like much. In a car like this, I promise you, that is an awful lot going percentage-wise to its actual general top speed anyway. And you would kind of go, maybe the car will be undrivable. This car, because of how it grips and stuff, you can catch slides quite easily in it, so you don't really need any downforce, or as little downforce as possible, so that needs to be taken off. Obviously, he... I don't know if he's running default. I don't think it's quite that bad, but
I don't think the default's even that bad around here, technically.
Most,
you know?
It's one thing most default setups aren't that bad in iRacing. It's not like it was 5 years ago, where like default setup is like, yeah. So if you start doing some setup work, you'll gain like 5-10 seconds. It's not like that anymore. The default setup's generally all right.
And even the default setups, most tracks across many cars now have track-specific setups as well, if it's one they go to regularly, so that gives you an even better baseline to go and tweak from. This GR86, the one thing that I've kind of noticed in relation, comparison to the Mazda, which we had racing in VCO Infinity, very similar in terms of momentum-based car, but the draft is a lot less strong, which has pros and cons, right? As there is the Nürburgring esports team still up on the jacks, apparently. That does not look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. Lack of draft, though, actually in many ways makes the drivers have to work a little bit harder to try and stay close, to try and make something happen. Is that a webcam for one of the Nürburgring esports drivers? Apparently it is.
Yeah, you didn't see him earlier on, as Dara quite rightly pointed out, because he was in a Croatia t-shirt, that Ben Kelly McCauley doesn't really come across as a Croat name.
No.
Not sure what the shirt is on at the moment. Can you see the...
It kind of looks like a Mexico shirt or something, I want to say.
Potentially. Anyone in chat know the shirt? The Croatia shirt, I'm pretty sure the Croatia shirt that he had was this year's Croatia, so clearly he's a big fan.
So it's Ireland. Okay.
Sorry. That makes so much. That makes so much more sense. I'm so sorry. That makes so much more sense.
Oh, there we go.
The thumbs down we got. I'm so sorry. This is the island. Oh my goodness me.
And this is why, if you're ever wondering whether you should send your broadcaster webcam, the answer is yes. Now, as much as I'm enjoying talking about Ben Kelly McCauley, I've just seen something on my screen that sent shivers down my spine, and one that I wonder if it, might end up having some post-race implications as Wasp Cooking Racing Adventures find themselves back down on pit lane after an incident at Flugplatz with that car, the race leader, BMW M Team Redline.
Ooh, now obviously, yes, there could be some post-race stuff. Nothing will happen live in the race, but there could be some post-race stuff. Let's see what happened with... that's not visible, don't worry, that is the Wasp Cooking Racing Adventures car. Nah.
Never mind.
Car was there. Car was fully there.
Defending race winners in the bin, unfortunately. And, racing incident as well, right? Because I feel for the GT4, it wants to turn in. Unfortunately, the GT3 was already alongside and ready to make the corner. I think that was Jack Cedric behind the wheel that had the crash.
Potentially. I mean, look, again, I'd say racing incident, but, like, if you're going to point any blame, it is, in my opinion, it is towards GT4 in that. I know there's the whole thing of like your GT3 has to lap cleanly and blah 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 blah. It's their responsibility. We all know that. There was the BMW M Team Redline car. It's not they were a little bit alongside going up and over the crest. They were fully there on the right hander going in on the inside at Flugplatz. So there's absolutely no problem with that. It just maybe just a misjudgment from the GT4.
Yeah,
potentially rolling off the power a little bit earlier and just dropping in behind if you feel like you need to turn in that early to make the corner. There is very little grip on the outside of the corner. There is Jack Sedgwick.
That's the super slow-mo. Maybe a better look as well would be like the cockpit camera or something on board with Jack, because it would just show us as well how small the margins are. I don't think it was intentional by any means. Surely he wasn't caught by surprise that the Redline car was there.
I think it might have something to do with the crest as well. I think as he's come over the crest, that's pushed the nose of the car right. Like he might have been turning a little bit, and as you've come up over that crest, that might have indicated. We'll see on the steering wheel movement as to how much there was. Oh no, he's already come over the crest. No, okay, no, take it. I was trying to give him some credit there. No.
I see what you're saying, though, because when the car gets light, maybe there is just one continuous weight transfer that's brought the car over to the right-hand side of the track a little bit more than maybe was wanted. But yeah, no drama for BMW M Team Redline to worry about. I think that we're on the same page about.
Yeah, no. The Redline car's going to get away from that scot-free. No worries. What a brilliant driver it's been as well. For them barely put a foot wrong in this race.
Max Verstappen had some great stints. Florian Lebigra, some great stints as well. Chris Lullum, Diogo Pinto. Every driver has basically been clean and scot-free. And the reason why we talk about these incidents, Lewis, of course, we should highlight the fact that if people are returning to the world of iRacing special events after quite a while, when they left, race control, the only thing that Nim Cross would have done or been able to do in years past would have been to, give suspensions and stuff to drivers that offend. Now what we can do, though, it's a lot more. There's post-race penalties that can actually impact the results of these races.
Yeah, indeed. That's how it goes. I think it's a good thing. It's a good change, a good addition that we can actually have those post-race penalties. It's not like it would be for like an esports race where you can report every little thing and like, oh, he squeezed me off into the barrier slightly or whatever. It's like no. It's more for like slightly more serious incidents, because those little car contacts where you lose, I don't even, you get spun around on lap 1, right? For me, I'm assuming that those are things where it's like the 4X is kind of like that's the penalty for it for now. And I get that, because you can't just have like race control for every single race and every single incident report. It's like there'd be way too much. It's knowing what people already reported anyway,
right,
when the system was there basically for intent wrecks, and that was about it, and seeing the stuff that people would report. Oh, he pushed me wide at a corner. It's like that's not what the system's there for, mate. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I feel a little bit bad for race for that side of things, to be honest.
Yeah, let me add to your point as well, right? Let's say we had race control. You remember what happened in the first round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship last year?
No.
The number of reports thrown around willy-nilly from teams. I mean, like, I get that they're all trying to figure out, you know, where each team is making mistakes with the rule set and where the penalty should be applied, but like, at some point, there needs to be a little bit of focus on just go racing and stop trying to get another team to be penalized and just go faster yourself. Anyway, Chris Lullum in the lane. He's going to be pretty focused on going fast as off and away. Will Chadwick takes over the Share Esports 116 and rolls back out into the lead of the 992 class.
Yep, old Willie C out there once more, as he was when he took pole position. I will say, when it comes to like the reports and stuff, so I was having a few conversations with people, and I had a fairly, what was classified as a fairly controversial opinion as to how reports could and, in my opinion, should be done to limit what I would classify as absolutely rubbish reports, which was you've watched tennis.
Oh, we're talking about challenge system now.
Correct.
Oh, I like it.
So for me, right, the system that I would have is, let's say, for example, you get five reports, right? So me as a driver, I can report 5 things, right? If I report in round 1 something like Will Chadwick's taken me out, and race control will look at it, so I only get 4 more reports after that. Race control will look at it. If they deem that the incident was unfair and thus I was right to report it, I get that report back, right? So I still have my 5 reports, and that penalty goes through. If the penalty's wrong, if there is no penalty there, then effectively, in a sense, I'm wasting race control's time, and thus I don't get that report back. Now, that is harsh, right? I understand that. But there is a point where certain teams and certain drivers will report absolutely anything. And there is a point where it's like, it's not that you should only really report like the serious stuff, but you should only really report the serious stuff. There's a line.
And it's not even the fact about wasting race control's time. Let's be honest, right? It also kind of does set the precedent for what happens then down the road. The more that you report, if you're in race control's office more often than not, there is unfortunately, unconsciously, some bias that does tend to set in as well. So, you know, we want to see the races aside out on track where possible, and so that's kind of what we want to see. Will Chadwick in the car. Now, he's looking quite, I don't want to say tired, but he looks like he's just woken up from a nap or something and jumped into the car. Someone has just told us on the iRacing Esports Network chat, Lewis, Roland has exams tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I did. So I saw this in his Twitch chat.
What?
A little earlier. I mean, look, honestly, I'll be completely fair here. Hopefully he's done all his revision and such for set exams already before this, if not, naughty boy. Let's be honest, once this race is done, we'll probably put on the Grand Prix, which we'll put in sleep, at which point he'll probably wake up about 8 o'clock in the morning, ready for the exams. So, you know, there is like that. Although, let's be honest, most people do feel like absolute death for about 2 days after a 24-hour race, especially when you've done like a large amount of it, or all of it.
Yeah, like you know that I've done my fair share of 12 hours on a broadcast. I did the first 4, the middle 4, and the last 4 of this 24-hour race. I did go off and get 2 and a bit hours worth of sleep. I've done this same schedule, though, with no sleep, when I've had to stay awake for 24 hours and help out behind the scenes. I'm not feeling so bad right now. I felt like death.
Yeah.
After 24 hours, and that was just commentating. Now, he doesn't even have the flexibility. Right now, what have I just done? I've stood up, I'm stretching my legs, walking around my office.
Getting ready for VR golf. Yeah.
There you go. I'm getting my headset on, swinging around just a little bit. What he cannot do, though, is what I have just done. Willy-nilly, when he wants, get up and stretch his legs. Can do that sometimes in the pit stops. He's been using it to go and use the bathroom as well. But what's the longest you've ever done in a single sitting, Lewis?
I think, as I was saying before, I think it's 6.5, which is not nice. So to be fair, I always maintain when I was doing like team managing and stuff like that, and even like engineering for endurance races, I had a hard cut-off limit of 4 hours.
Right.
More than 4 hours, no, you're out the car. That, like, for me, when it came to that kind of like managerial side of things, I was like, after 4 hours, don't get me wrong, yeah, the very best drivers in sim racing, they're absolute, for the most part, they're still pretty solid after 4 hours in the car. But for me, I was always like, you start losing focus on really silly things after like 4 hours. To be fair, even after like 3 hours, normally it was double stints, like you do 2 stints and then get out of the car, 3 at a push, 4 if it was strategically necessary. And even then, that was never over the night. Over the night, it was always 2 hour stints, max.
I think 2 hours is optimal for the most part. That's kind of what we've seen over the years. I think the longest I ever did was 4 hours. 4 hours at Le Mans, 4 hours at the Ring. I think that's basically the longest that I ever did. Drago Racing, by the way, take over the lead in GT4 mainly just because, well, they have yet to pit. The Apex Racing team just came down pit lane, and Peter Berryman, I think, back into the 199 is going to run that car to the end. I still should see them be net race leaders once this cycle has all finished through. Maybe 2 more laps or so before this BMW M4 GT4 machine makes its way down to pit lane. Out of the 24-hour races that we have here on iRacing, next up, of course, the trip to Spa for the GT3 only race, which does make for, you know, different sort of traffic management and different sort of an experience, especially when you have 50 cars all in the same class trying to work their way around late in the day potentially, and having some of that still slower traffic to work through. We'll have 2 new GT3 cars as well, the Ford Mustang and the Corvette Z06. Are you having any thoughts, Lewis, about jumping into either of those cars? Because I know you raced last year.
Yeah, we'll see. I think time-wise, I think I'm available that weekend. So there's also that. But that said, I do believe, I mean, to be fair, Corvette and the Ford, I know a certain Dan Kell who will be all over the idea of having a Mustang. And to be fair, it looks sick. So there is that. When did Max finish his stints? Henry Moore, Formula Ford champion for the British Formula 4 Esports champion for the Sports Series. Hello. Also driver of Guild. I don't actually remember when he got out of the car. I think it was good 2 or 3 hours ago, right? I think.
Yes, before I got back into the booth, that's for sure. I've been here for 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Well, he did 3 hours last night, and I think he did 2 or 3 hours this morning. Did Max what I'd classify as excellent preparation for. Hold on. Hold, please. For
Holding.
Oh, no, it's fine. You have to carry on for a second. Oh my god, I don't know where I've put it.
Holding.
I've got a link somewhere for this race. For the
Holding.
Formula 1 MSC Cruises Grand Premio del Made in Italy El del Emilia Romagna 2024. Okay,
right.
Sorry, that was
Lewis,
not worth the hold.
Commentate on the start of the Grand Prix for me, please.
No, good Lord, no. I've said Harry Benjamin must call it as whoever comes out of the final corner. And
Right.
you'll need from Variante Alta all the way around the final sector to be like, and the winner of the and then you can call it.
Yes, okay, here we go. We got 5 green lights, and away we go for the Formula 1 MSC Cruises Gran Premiero del Made in Italy e dell'Emilia Romagna 2024 Grand Prix.
And the race is over.
I know, basically, it is. Oh, they are trying to make the race names as long as possible. Why is it that for Imola, and then next time we go racing, a week from now, is the Formula 1 Grand Prix de Monaco? Why is it so simple?
Because that's what a Grand Prix should be called. Something really, really simple. Something not... I understand there's the whole thing of, like, I understand, especially in the modern era, there being a sponsorship on the race.
One sponsor, yes.
Exactly, like the Santander Spanish Grand Prix, or something like that, right? I fully understand it. There needs to be a cap on characters for how long the Grand Prix should be. Like, just imagine seeing that written out at like the top of the screen. It'd have to be squashed so much. That's it. You know, nah. That's really stupid.
Yeah.
Why?
Why is a good question. And so technically that is what MSC Cruises is one sponsor.
Yep.
Made in Italy is a second sponsor.
Yep.
And I guess technically dell'Emilia Romagna is the Imola part, right? The description of where we are. So that there's at least 2 different sponsors put in there. So, you know, why don't we shift one of them over to Monaco and make our lives just a little bit easier? Someone has just put a very good comment in. Can that Grand Prix name even fit in a tweet?
I'm pretty sure it's a few characters below 250. It's pushing the limit.
The point being, how do you write a tweet around that Grand Prix name, right? Like, if you have to fit all of that in.
It is just the tweet is just pure information. This driver wins. Post that, and that's all you can put in.
Unless you pay for Twitter Blue or X Blue, whatever it's called now.
Don't even. I absolutely cannot stand calling it X. So I just call it. It's still Twitter. Like, Twitter is still the business name. You don't have to call it X.
No, technically the business name is actually X now, but the website still works at twitter.com for the time being, as much as they claim to have moved all the servers over to x.com.
It's Twitter. I'm sorry. It is
Twitter. X as well. I mean, like, sorry, I'm gonna X something. No, I'm gonna tweet something.
It's post is the correct term that goes with it, rather than you Xing it. But tweeting it on Twitter just made more sense. Oh well, that's it's one social media platform in the bin. It's fine.
It's okay. Most of them are in the bin now, anyway. Now, Nürburgring
bring back Bebo.
Well, the old head actually remember what Bebo was. I know Zach Sweeney definitely doesn't. Ben Kelly McCauley is back out on track in the Nürburgring Esports machine. 1 lap down from Team RSO. So GR86, it is Team RSO that looked like they will grab another win in the slowest class here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race. Now, Roland Alonfridsson, it's only two and a bit minutes behind the 487, and Ben Kelly McCauley did drive off the track at Hoa Acta a couple of moments ago, so it's not for a lack of pushing right now. All it's going to take is one more mistake, and boom, Roland is in second.
Yeah, I'm going to assume then, based on the shirt, that he is Irish. Based on the 2 shirts we have seen Ben Kelly McCauley in, and with that name as well, he's Irish. Now, the reason why I say that, we can do a little bit of investigation here. For one, he had the Ireland shirt on. That's generally a good sign.
Okay.
And number 2, what is something that we all know about the Irish? They absolutely despise English people, right?
Right.
So he was in a Croatia shirt earlier on, which obviously Croatia did knock out. It was a Croatia football shirt. Did knock out England in the 2018 World Cup. And also, let's be honest, he wouldn't stoop so low to go in a French shirt.
No
so-
one would go that
so-
low from the British Isles, let's be honest.
So, no, obviously he's going to remain in an Irish shirt, and so I understand a Croatia shirt. There could also be some Croatian blood in the family, but I'm just doing some
investigation.
Exactly. I have my CSI Miami goggles on, and it is telling me that I should take my sunglasses off, put them back on, say a cool line, and then play the hoop and move on.
I don't think that was technically just your CSI Miami goggles. That was your Sherlock Holmes.
I've got a pipe, and my
you've got it all.
The fox, was it fox catcher, fox hunter hat, or whatever it was.
What I was wondering is monocle. That's what they call those things, right? Back in the day.
I'm not. What's his name from like the Pringles can? Is he on monocle?
Yeah, I think
No.
that's what it's called. Monocle.
No, see, sorry, this is the whole thing. Isn't this the whole Mandela effect? So I can't remember whether it's the Pringles can that's got the monocle or whether it's the Monopoly man. One of them does. Whatever. Let's just move on, please, as swift as possible.
Now my head has just been absolutely blown wide open. Which one is it?
No, because the Pringles can's got a moustache, no monocle. Then why would you have a monocle on a Pringles can? It makes no sense.
Nothing. Most things don't have to make sense. Let's be honest.
Goodness me.
Yeah. By the way, I saw a question about the 992 class. Those are not GT3 spec machinery. Those are cars without ABS, without traction control, and also without a significant amount of the downforce that the GT3 cars have. It is what Porsche uses to find its next crop of factory racers, of course used in the Porsche Super Cup and the Porsche Esports Super Cup, its virtual counterpart here on iRacing as well. And so their lap times, they're not that much slower, all things considered. Fastest lap time from your GT3s around 8:08. Fastest lap time for a Cup car, an 8:10. 2 seconds slower around this 22-odd kilometer circuit, Lewis. It just makes it speed in a very different way.
Yeah, we actually saw this a little bit earlier on, when there was actually nearly an instant between one of the 992s and one of the GT3s going up towards Ardnau Forst. And what had happened was the GT3 had come past, coming down the hill, and then back up to Foxville. But then as you go into Ardnau Forst, when you're at like the peak speed of the car, relatively speaking at that point of the circuit, the 992 was actually closing back in. Because they've still got very decent straight line speed. Even going out onto the Don't know, we were hearing a little bit earlier on that the 992s, if set up correctly, the 992s and the GT4s can both be as quick as a GT3 in a straight.
And that is why some of the leagues sometimes run with a power cap on the 992 Cup cars. Now, was that?
Yeah, it was Roland.
Oh no, that was scary.
Honestly, you should see his facial expression.
Did it not change at all?
Barely. I don't think he's got the energy. We're now going to get a really good example of that straight line speed between these two, because look, you can see that 992 sat on the rear end. Theoretically speaking, Chavez could re-overtake. He's not that stupid though.
Well,
okay, he is that stupid. He's not going to do it.
He's a racing driver. You know, sometimes they don't think with their brains. Sometimes they think with the hands and the feet, a bit more reactionary. But no, Will Chadwick recognizes that we've got an hour and 23 minutes to go. It's time to settle in, and with the 3-minute advantage, no need to risk anything right now. Again, remember, Roland Alfredson, or Daniel as he's now going to be called, very broken car, wrong setup, wheel damage, engine damage. It's about 8 kilometers an hour slower in a straight line. Klaxon just went off, and that was for the Forgia TV racing team down onto pit lane. That might not be their... that might actually be their final pit stop on the day, because they have done a 9-lap stint, lap times going on 10 minutes, so they should be able to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, a big moment for quite a few of these drivers and teams, where they are hitting the final moments of the race. Yes, ticking off that final pit stop. It's a big moment. Like I said before, you've got to look at it and be like, put together your various milestones in the race. Hitting the night time, hitting the halfway point, sun coming back up, 1 quarter to go, a couple of hours to go. Like, you've got these final bits, and obviously the last one is the last pit stop. That's like, once you've hit that milestone, you're like, right, we're finishing this race for sure. Like, there's no doubt.
Don't say that.
For sure, almost no doubt. Almost no doubt. There is no such thing as the commentator's curse. There is bad luck and bad driving, and in this race, an awful lot of fatigue.
Yeah. the reason why I say never say stuff like that is it's less true in the world of sim racing, of course, but like, you know, Lewis, you've gone and commentated now on GB3, GB4 for a couple of years, so you'll know this as well. But as much as we say those cars are all the same, no two cars that roll off the factory line, let alone once they then end up in the hands of teams, will end up being the same. The engineering process to make them will be the same, but the chassis will flex in a slightly different way. Or as we know sometimes in F2, for example, as teams and drivers sometimes are reluctant to come out loud and say, you know, verbally, those engines aren't the same either.
No, I mean, look, again, I'm not pointing fingers, naming names, or doing nothing, but in my couple of years in motorsport paddocks, I remember I used to think that everything was fair and equal in things like Formula 2, obviously GP2 back in the day. I always used to think it was all fair, it was all equal, and everything was because we're all in the same car. Yeah, that's a very innocent point of view, because that is simply not the case, and that is whether teams are doing certain things to exploit the vehicle, whether it is doing really bizarre things that I don't even want to go into, because for one of them they're secrets, and also for two they're really weird. But to get that extra little bit before, it's cheating, but whatever. All that stuff, it's everywhere in motorsport, and like you say, no two cars are identical. It's impossible.
Impossible is the word to use. There is no way for two cars to be identical in the real world. And that's before you then go and look at, like, you know, series specific rules. Indy 500, for example, there's qualifying for that right now. And
iRacing.
That camera, by the way, that just focuses on that logo every time, it just made me giggle. But those cars, remember when McLaren had their issue trying to qualify with Fernando Alonso? To be clear, a year after they successfully got Fernando Alonso in collaboration with some of the teams, Schmidt-Peterson Motorsport, successfully got Fernando into the show, but when they went back there and were a bit more in control of the engineering, they paid 6 figures to get damper settings and stuff from some of the other teams, and then forgot to go and convert them from the units that they were sent to them in to the units they were actually using, because Imperial versus metric. But yeah, spec car, not so true. And yeah, it's such a weird world, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you know what? That's the second time that story's been told in this broadcast.
Is it really? Who else said it?
Ara. Of all people. He actually went and found... Because I didn't believe him.
You didn't believe it? Oh my... Oh.
No, because okay, so I heard this, right? I had heard this. But engineers are smart people. Mechanics are smart people. I refused to believe that they would do something so stupid as to... Again, as I said, I was like, let's be honest, if you were to look at a sheet of paper, right, where it said, you know, if you were an engineer and, you know, you were doing like the, I don't know, suspension and stuff on the car, and you would look at it and go, oh, that's 5, that's 7, that's this, that's that. You'd look at it and go, well, that has to be inches, because that can't be centimetres, because centimetres would make sense in that. So, like, because the difference between a centimetre and an inch is 2.5. Right? That's not a small difference. So you can't look at it and be like, how did you make that mistake? That's before even, I don't know if they've got like typos or whatever. If you were to go into like tyre pressures and like that, like the difference between kilopascals and PSI is enormous in the numbers side of things. Yes. Because again, metric makes sense and imperial doesn't.
Well, I think that conversion is probably a bit more stark of a thing, right? Because the tyre pressures fluctuations probably... That makes a bit more sense because you also see it in the roundness of the tire. Mm-hmm. But when you talk about, I'm guessing, you know, centimetre to inches and some of those conversions, I'm guessing a lot of the engineers were new to the IndyCar as well, right? So as much as maybe it would look slightly weird, I could also kind of imagine them going, well, they told us to do this.
Yeah, but 2.5. You know, and I mean
no, you're not wrong.
I mean that as 1 inch is 2.5 centimeters. I think it's like 2.57 or something.
Yes, yeah, to be specific.
It's something like that. But again, it is not a small jump, and that's the thing that kind of like concerns me as to how you would make a mistake like that. That seems just bafflingly stupid to me. And the point where there's that whole thing like there's some of the memes where they're like, there's a couple of people and then they're like realize like, oh yeah, that is like that scenario. It's like, how did you get that wrong? Oh well. Anyway, that's very angry.
Yeah, they also had issues with gearing and stuff like that. That was just a comedy of errors. I think, there's no better way to describe it than a comedy of errors. Unfortunate that it went that way, but of course McLaren back at Indy in a bit more of a strong force, and supported with Tony Kanaan as their sporting director, and TK of course not racing here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours solely because he's there track side on the mission control stand, helping out with the 4 drivers that are have now effectively locked themselves into the race. A handful of those drivers later on today will be going out there for Fast 12 and potentially Fast 6 qualifying, which should be fun. A couple of cars reached 240-something miles an hour in qualifying yesterday.
That is almost as fast as my Mazda 6 on the way back from Le Mans Virtual in 2023.
Can't admit that without going to jail.
The speed was kept well within the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Was it?
Well within. Well within.
Well within. No average speed cameras to catch you either.
There's only, look, I'm going to be completely honest. There is one speed camera between my house and Silverstone. It's right outside of Silverstone. Read into that what you will.
You know exactly where you can and can't get caught. With racing,
not condoning speeding, by the way.
Right, we do not condone it. But Racing Prodigy, we were out at this wonderful, Airbnb in Big Canoe, Georgia, which is like, rural Georgia. We're like in the national park, in the mountains, in the type of place where they tell us that the lights have to be out by 10 p.m. outside the house so that we don't attract bears and stuff.
Nice.
But the hilarious thing was that, there's these gorgeous driving roads, Lewis, like switchbacks, up and down through the mountains. Like, I wasn't getting to drive a race car, but I was still enjoying my driving. And then I saw the instructions from the Airbnb team. Speed limit is 25 miles an hour. Cameras are posted around the property. Speeding charges will be added to your final bill.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have a slight. There is a great quote from Cameron Roger, who once turned around to me and said, "You are the fastest driver I've ever been in a car with, and I don't mean that as a compliment."
No.
Oh dear, that was ERWC, of course, last year at Milton Keynes, when I decided it was a good idea to attack some roundabouts at the speed limit.
Roundabouts, by the way, I saw one of them in Georgia for the first time and I actually commented, I'm surprised that they put one out here. I thought most Americans got confused by these, but no, it was great.
Very simple. Roundabouts very simple. Yeah. The only thing that makes roundabouts confusing is in this country when they decide to put traffic lights on them, and I just don't understand. That defeats the purpose of the roundabout. A roundabout's there for smooth traffic flow, and then you break it up. At that point, you might as well just have a crossroad.
No, yeah, at that point it becomes an intersection, basically. Yeah. Why not just make it a four-way? Yeah. It's funny you talk about being a bit of a bat out of hell on the road. I left the Atlanta Motorsports Park at 5:10 p.m. It said it was going to be around a 2-hour drive, so get there at 7:10. I had someone.
Be careful with what you say.
No, I'm being very careful.
To court.
I'm not getting in any trouble here, but because I used HOV lanes. I had passengers that I was taking. They had an international flight, though, is the point, right? 8 p.m. was their international flight, Lewis, and I was going to get them apparently to the airport at 7:10.
Right.
You can see how there's an issue, right? Well,
tight. Yeah.
Yeah, tight. As soon as we leave, I put Waze on because Waze typically gives you a bit more accurate. Boom. We're down to 6:40. We're not speeding. We're making our way through. And I get them there at 6:30. Then I get the message from Will Redford that he's made it to the gate, got through security in time, and I go, let's go. I didn't even have to speed that much.
No, you didn't have to speed at all.
No. That much. iRacing.com. Didn't speed that much because remember in the US you go with the flow of traffic. I was going no faster than anyone else was.
You go with the flow of traffic. What does that mean?
You let the person in front of you get pulled over speeding. That's what you've got to do.
Yeah, no, I did get told a story. I'm not going to name who it was, but they were driving back from Cornwall or something like that, and they needed to make up an awful lot of time. Again, not naming names and not condoning speeding. But he said he was driving down the motorway and someone in a McLaren absolutely bombed it past at probably about 120 miles an hour. To which he thought, bear in mind it's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
He was like, brilliant. What an opportunity.
Oh, no.
In my Ford Mondeo, watch me keep up with this McLaren, because if there's a flash, he'll have enough time to slow down. So just staying far enough back to realise if he gets pulled over or done for speeding, I've got time to adjust. It's okay.
Right.
So that's just brutal. We don't condone speeding. All of your speeding should be done on the racetrack in a safe environment.
In a virtual environment, if you want to be even more careful. Yeah, there are city simulators that you can go and drive around. If you're feeling the need for speed, don't need to go and do it out on the road, that is for sure. But yeah, when I always tell the story that I was driving across. I used to live in Atlanta, and now I'm out in California. And so when I moved, I drove across with my dog. And so, you know, that's it's 2,500 miles. Like it's a pretty long drive. And so I split it up into multiple days, you know, find some hotels along the way. But the trick is that you stay. Okay, first, I'm just saying this out loud right now. A lot of America has poor lane discipline. The right lane should be used for driving most of the time.
Yep.
The left lane should be used for passing.
Yep.
So it's very easy in America, if hypothetically, just stay on the right-hand side, right? And long, straight stretches, just stay there and make your passes occasionally. And then you get the person that's coming up and doing a bit more than is reasonable over the speed limit. There's a couple of cars following them as well. And so you slot into line behind them. You put Waze on.
Got to know where the speed cameras are.
And where the cops are on the road as well. Because in the US we don't have so many cameras, we more have actual cops out there to stop you. So
right, fair play.
Yes,
fair play.
There you go. I'm not. Again, we don't condone it, but safely. Safe ways to do this.
Aren't you allowed to undertake in the US?
I don't know if you're allowed to, but I'll say it right now. You have to. Like, I don't know what it is, Lewis, but sometimes genuinely I feel like there are people that spite you in California, because in that drive across the country, I distinctly remember seeing the California sign and immediately seeing indicators and people moving over to the left lane. Slight hyperbole, but you see what I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will say lane discipline in this country is not great either.
It's better than it is here, Lewis.
I have no doubt, but I get like proper vein throbbing in the forehead every time I go near the M25, just because it's just sort of like, there are 6 lanes here. You're doing 60 miles an hour in the 5th lane. Why? What are you? Sorry, Henry. Sorry. We're right off topic now. They should take a little bit of a coaching session from Silly Lully as to how to drive.
Silly Lolly's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job. Again, that nickname given to him by his Team Redline teammate before anyone comes at us and says, why are you calling him silly? That's what his teammates call him.
Much worse nicknames.
Oh yeah, we just can't say them on air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we've got, there are pictures of some of these Team Redline drivers as well that, you know, nothing too bad, but there's, you know, I've got that picture from ESL R1 Gamers 8 where Enzo Benito was drawing on a whiteboard, and there was words that were written that he will definitely not want to ever be revealed to anybody in the world.
Honestly, I still cannot remember what it was.
And that's what makes it so great, is I'm the one with the picture. I'm the only one that will ever know what it was said. But Enzo now has got to be scared of me revealing his deepest and darkest secrets.
Yeah, indeed. It's nothing insidious. It's just he Yeah.
Absolutely
Fun.
nothing bad at all, actually. That's what's funny.
No.
It's just one of those things where it's just absolutely hilarious that you're having fun. Playing Trackmania with Jamie Fluke. You're letting him go and grind out a level and trying to have Jamie beat Enzo's time. Enzo goes and is doodling on a whiteboard having some fun, and boom, suddenly, blackmail.
Have you seen Jamie's beard recently?
I have. It looks great.
It does look great. It really suits him. He's got, basically, Jamie Fluke's always had a little bit of facial hair, but he's grown it out a little bit, and it really suits him. It really does suit him. He's a good-looking man now.
Can you
He was
grow
anyway.
facial hair?
Yeah, but I hate it, so I don't. It is a choice, but I absolutely can grow a decent beard. I
Okay.
just cannot stand facial hair. The idea of, like, when I'm lying in bed, I've said this before, I'm lying in bed and you can feel like your cheek being moved around because of the hair. I'm like, no. Past that point, I'm like, this is going. I'm
No,
done.
for me, I get to a point where I can just feel it growing. Like, legitimately, I swear, I can feel it growing too long. And at that point, I am a no. But the other issue for me is I'm very good at growing Wolverine facial hair.
Oh, fair.
Yes. Not so good at connecting it up.
No, that's fine. Well, to be fair, I mean, if you want to talk about facial hair, you should go and have a conversation with you and O'Leary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw that picture of him and I went, when did he double in age?
Poor guy. Yeah, I mean, double's a light way of putting it.
Are you saying triple?
At least he's now matching his personality on that side.
Oh, he is getting old, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Look, I'm just going to say I think that the Premier League's refereeing and VAR was perfect this season with no issues whatsoever.
Are you really going to make that claim?
No, because I'm still a little bit sorry about the Arsenal-Newcastle match and things like that, but it's fine. No, it's fine.
And, well,
Yeah, whatever.
today you want them to go your way, don't you?
I do, but they're not. It doesn't matter. Do you really think that Man City are going to get beat by West Ham at the Etihad? Exactly. They're not, regardless of whether VAR gets involved or not. It's not happening, and that's okay.
No, but the Premier League script writers may have something in store.
Nah,
Because you know this is all scripted, right? It's all fake.
it's true. City are going to win 5-0. 5-1.
Probably. The reason I make that joke is go back to when they won their first Premier League title.
Yeah, right.
How was that not scripted? Like, seriously.
Crystal Palace. Aguero.
What a line as well.
Great goal.
I wish our commentary could be so easy where we just had to say a name and, you know.
I had a good conversation with Jack Nichols about this a couple of years ago, actually, where we were discussing about football commentators and stuff. It's just a lot easier because all you got to do is, unlike in motorsport where dead air is the enemy. We don't like dead air on a motorsport broadcast, sim racing broadcast. It's just never really liked it. As Ate Kalpin is going to try and make a swift pass. This is actually full position, by the way.
It is. Now, Williams Esports has just come out of pit lane. Door Esports. Ooh, so this now ends up being a wheel-to-wheel fight for this fifth position because they will both still have to make one more pit stop without a shadow of a doubt before the end of the race. There is no way Ate Kalpinen is going to get to the checkered flag. It's not just 63 minutes, remember. It's potentially a lap after that to see the end.
Indeed. I will return swiftly to my point because there's not going to be an overtake, at least until they get onto the Duttinger herd. There might be some drama, but we'll go to that as it comes. As a football commentator, you can sit back and just be like, Vardy, Addison, as they're just passing it around. And you can just, like, leave it with nothing for a little while.
Like the crowd noise as well. That is what is so good about football, yeah.
But then it's just sort of like... I mean, I'd love to do it. Don't get me wrong, I am not saying football commentary is easy. It is not. But it's just a hilarious thing to point out that you can just sit there for 2 minutes and just say people's names, and that's it.
It has the opposite difficulty to motorsports commentary, right? Where motorsports commentary, there's a lot of words, and so using fewer words where you can and being more impactful is important. In football commentary, or soccer as the Americans, as I've got to now call it, I am becoming the American of RaceSpotTV, unfortunately, in many ways, Lewis, so yeah, I've got to. But, you know, there you're going to say less words anyway, and so it's how do you add the description and whatnot, and that's where those great lines and whatnot come from, is the ability to, you know, set the scene and to tell the story from just the words. Now, that was not ideal from Paul Lang in the Door Esports Academy Audi, struggling just a little bit. Ate Kalpen has been sitting in that rearview mirror since he exited pit lane and out wide through X-Muller. Audi looking very, very uncomfortable. That move is surely going to come up towards Berger, get the power down, and pass your way up towards the Muck curve.
Potentially, but then it's like, what do you really gain from this right now? Because they'll just be able to repass you, potentially going on the Duttinger Höhe. So as we work into Bergwerk up towards the Mutt-Kurve to Bravery Corner, see if there is going to be a move between the pair of them. Did see the note as well. Thanks, Mike. That of course the return to the race circuit for the Whilst Cooking Racing Event Skull. Lewis Woods behind the wheel of that one. They will be going to greet the checkered flag, and rightfully so. Endurance, spirit, and all that. We've got 60 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in this one. Here comes the move from Kalpanen.
And this is where don't go side by side up with Bravery. They did it a couple of times in the DNLS. It was Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rudy Van Buren. Oh, they don't want to do it though with 1 hour to go. 23 hours about to be complete, and Paul Lang holds on, holds his nerve as well. Ate Kalpanen didn't want to force it.
That was my eyes were opening a little bit at that. I hope they've both had a decent night's sleep if they're going to try and pull those kind of moves off. I beat Rudy Van Buren once, by the way, so. Yeah, that's it's not the place to do it, especially when you've got. I've always said, like, why would you make the move there when you've got a perfectly decent place to do an overtake on the Duttinger Höhe?
I guess you think you're faster and you can pull. Like, the thing is, in this section, if you think you're faster, you genuinely could gain a second or two before you get to the Dottinger. So, you know, risk versus reward. Something quite scary has just been popped into the YouTube chat, by the way. Apparently Luke Crane is racing on the red line stream.
Why?
I know, that sounds scary, doesn't it?
Not good.
Yeah.
Actually, no, to be fair, I will say, I'm going to be completely honest about Luke Crane. I think underestimate him as a driver at your peril.
Oh, really?
I distinctly remember racing him. ERWC, we obviously were at Simply Race. We had a few goes on the old sim rigs. Absolutely no slouch behind the wheel.
That we did know, but we now have to find a car combo.
I know what
suits us a little bit more.
Yeah, I know what we should avoid.
What?
Anything to do with a Clio.
Yes.
He is pretty good in a Clio.
There are no Clios. I know he likes an Indy car, but I don't know how good he is in an Indy car. I'd rate myself up against him.
I'm going to say Super Tours.
Okay, is that where you're going?
Yeah, 100%.
So we're going to do this race between the three of us at some point. Maybe we'll add George Morgan in.
Oh, no, you don't want to do that.
No?
No.
Pedal to the metal? No, no, no?
Pedal to the metal and no. I stole that in the final race on Friday. I was like, boom. Also, I think it's really fun in the ESLR1 intro. It's me saying his line. Honestly, 10 out of 10. But no, we did a hot lap challenge around Spa in the TCRs and Red Sport, obviously in Sweden, right? Okay. And the goal was we had one lap. That was it. This was when TCRs were before they'd been released. They were brand new. Before they'd been released, as here comes the move, as we'll see this one first. Hoisting Feld to the outside, the Williams Esports Hoisting Feld rather, to the outside to sweep past the Dua Esports car. Should be a pretty easy move coming down into Tiergarten. There is the move fully completed. Might be a move coming down to T1, so we'll keep our eye on that one. But yeah, so we did Spa, outlap, time lap. That was it, right? I want you to guess how many seconds I was faster than George. Just pluck a number out your head.
This is touring cars, we're saying.
Touring cars around Spa. So quite a long lap.
I'm thinking here, just to be clear.
Yeah. What's a reasonable number?
Well, so you're good in a touring car as well.
I'm pretty good in a touring car. I can tell you something, my lap was pretty good.
Yeah, so I'm trying to factor in that sort of, that margin to give you... George, I know, he's decent in downforce cars. He does a lot of...
Henry says 4.
4 seconds?
Yeah.
No, that's too small.
Exactly. That's way too small.
That's way too small. Like, I was thinking 8 to 10.
It's more than that as well.
Whoa!
It was 12.
Okay, okay, so I wasn't that. I would have gone beyond if I had gone with another guess. Okay,
Yeah.
12 seconds.
Just to clarify as well, I was only a second off Bent in one lap. So
Ben's Banky, who's kind of the benchmark in many ways across of all the different cars in Wrench Sport.
Just saying, I was a second off two-time WTCR Esports champion Bent Banky. Don't worry about it, lads. Don't worry about it. In my first lap in the car.
Well, I just remember that when you and I were at Gamers 8, we didn't get to actually race together. So I got to do a race with Yardier, who, speaking of Clios, well, technically neither of us won because we were faffing around just a little bit too much. But we had some fun. He was probably a little bit faster than me long run because I was burning up my tires. But you were mentioning Clios. Mr. Yards just finished up his first race weekend in the Clio Cup Europe, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, I didn't actually see how he got along in it, but
He finished.
One of the nicest guys that I've dealt with in sim race. Obviously, we had a lovely time working with him in Gamers 8. He's a good lad, very funny as well, very funny.
Yeah.
Did have me on the floor at one point.
Did he really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, I cannot describe what it was because it is not broadcast appropriate. But all I'll say is it was just a very well-timed line that even thinking about it now gets me giggling. It was very funny. It was very funny.
That's great.
Race spot after hours. We'll
okay, not suitable. Got it. Understood.
No, absolutely not.
Picking up what you are putting down. 55 minutes left to go here in the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Of course, it's BMW M Team Redline that still lead in the GT3 class. Share Esports Blue leading the way in the 992 class. And of course, the Apex Racing team, Impulse Racing by GTU and Team RSO on course, it would seem, for respective class wins in GT4, Touring Car, and GR86 categories as well. Next week, the next iRacing special event, the Coke 600, part of the NASCAR iRacing series that follows around the Cup Series with its full season schedule. 4 or 5 of those races, full-length races, and so 600 miles. You'll get 8 or so opportunities to try and survive and to make your way to the end. And the following week, if you're feeling like doing the virtual double, well, the iRacing Indy 500 rolls back around, but with both fixed and open setups to try and work through. If you don't have the ability or the engineering confidence to set up an Indy car for 4 laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, get the most out of 16 corners, that fixed setup option gives you a very, very interesting place to fight. And I think if my memory serves correctly, Casey Kerwin might technically be our 2022 defending Indy 500 fixed winner.
Oh, honestly, I don't even remember.
It's a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. I still made it. So I've actually still never done the Indy 500 on iRacing because every time I've been working when it's been on. And I know there's obviously multiple splits, blah, 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 but like there are various clashes and stuff like even throughout a week, and it really irritates me. I really want to do it. And I think this year is absolutely no different.
No different. Where are you this time around? Do you know?
Is it which weekend is it?
So it's the week after the Indy 500, so 2 weekends. It's the weekend of the Detroit thingy-mabobby that they're racing.
So it's not this weekend. It's next weekend, right? As in sorry, it's not the 25th, 26th. It's the 1st and 2nd of June.
Exactly.
GB3's at Spa.
Are you going to be at Spa?
Most likely not.
Silence. Oh.
Most likely I'll be doing it remotely.
Well, it sounds like maybe you can do the Indy 500 then.
To be fair, maybe. But then the problem is what time it starts. I'm pretty sure we got a race. I haven't double checked our schedule.
You'll
is it on
have
Saturday or Sunday?
Well, you've got 7-8 time slots across 3 days, so I'm sure.
How many fixed time slots do we have?
4. I think
okay.
4.
So, because just to clarify, when you're saying about not setting up the car and blah, 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 me is what you're talking about, and that, me.
I will give you this. I could get you a setup that is capable of making the big show. That is the fastest 33. It is publicly available, and anyone could get access to it. The race setup, yeah, you're up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, that's why, again, we roll with fixed and go with that.
and I've got to be very careful about what I say about race setups, because somewhere, Team i5G, Team Talent, / private label, Team Hype, Satellite Racing, they're all listening and trying to get the secrets of the Powerslide Motorsport setup, which that race setup, it's won 2 open wheel 500s in a row. Hugo Olsen has got some work, I think, to do the month of May to try and make it Powerslide Motorsport's first ever win. No bias from the commentary booth. No bias.
Well, I think what I'm hearing here is that you could get me a pretty decent setup for the race as well. That's what I'm hearing.
I can get myself a good setup. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, I've got nothing really to offer. I should have held the Kevin Siggy pictures.
For a bit later, you should have said, if you give me the setup, I'll show you Kevin Siggy with pink hair.
Blue hair.
Blue hair as well.
What a hero. What a hero. We've got 51 minutes left to go in this race. I'm going to float it out there now.
Okay.
Just so that, because I know he's listening, that I think we should definitely have a little conversation with Roland. He did say he was up for it. But I'm just going to chuck it out there now again, so that he can prepare himself, and we'll have a little chin wag with him in a few moments' time, because I'm sure he's exhausted.
Did he talk to you when you talked to him during his previous stint? How much was he focusing on the road? How much was he focusing on your questions?
I don't think he was focusing on the road.
Okay.
He was very relaxed, very calm, and bearing in mind, like, we were talking to him, I was like, I'm not gonna start there. I'm just gonna answer a nice easy question, and he's just there, just chatting, coming out of the carousel, a bit of power slide, coming up over the top at her act. It's like, just having a chat.
So here's what I'm gonna say to you: the time between the winner of GT3 crossing the line and us actually getting to read the results, it could be as long as 10 minutes, right? Let's say that there's a GR86 that crosses the line just before the GT3 car winner sees the checkered flag. They've got to go around and do the entire lap. So what we're going to have to do, in my mind, is we want to interview him potentially before he's even finished the race.
Yes.
You don't believe in a commentator's curse, so...
No, that's fine. Lewis, are you going to win the NURBS 24-hour in a TCR car? Well, I'm not in it. Along with, see how Henry says, along with your 2-time VCS Simi Awards, because everyone remembers that I'm a 2-time VCS Simi Award winner, aren't you?
Who's the current 2-time Simi Award winner, though?
Well, I mean, we're both technically current. You're just the current holder of it.
Yeah, okay, that is a technicality.
Yeah, but we are currently both.
We are both currently 2-time winners. The main thing is, let's be honest, should we just withdraw ourselves from contention this year?
Yes, let's both do that.
Should we put all of our weight behind one commentator and get Hugo Luis his first ever VCO Simi Award?
Absolutely, let's do it. Hugo Luis, VCO Simi Award winning commentator. I will say, as a requirement of that does mean that we do have to have him commentating at least once.
Exactly. Oh, you heard me. That's exactly what I was thinking. Now, what would make him most uncomfortable to commentate on?
Probably this when nothing's going on.
No, you see, because he's done endurance racing and he's done he's if we put him in a Formula One Grand Prix broadcast, he'd be fine.
Right.
So what we need to do, I'm thinking jumpy trucks, World of Outlaws. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, iRacing. Every time it pops up, if you watch this ER
Seagull.
Yeah, seagull. So at Zandvoort, me, Luke, and you, every time there was a seagull that kept popping up on R Factor 2, and every time it'd pop up in the middle of the screen, we would just immediately, mid-sentence,
seagull,
we'd stop what we were saying and just say seagull. That iRacing logo is the same. Regardless of what point we have, you've got to stop and just say seagull. Seagull, iRacing. I'm tired.
You're tired?
I didn't sleep.
Whose fault is that?
No.
How long did you have between your stints?
Look, I'll clarify. I've napped between them, but I couldn't really go because all I can think of with 6 hours is like, I know I'm going to do it. I'm going to fall asleep completely. And then I'll never wake up. And then I'll be the one to miss the broadcast. And Dara was already cutting it pretty fine. He was already cutting. He was here on time and was well prepared. It's fine. But there was a point about 10 minutes before
where you were getting concerned,
where both Lorenzo and David posted in the chat being like, "Where's Dara?" And I went, "Don't worry, lads. If he's not here, I'll just do it solo for a little bit." And I remember thinking, I'm like, is he going to pull a Cameron Roger?
He is a professional. Not
Cameron Roger.
I was
going to say. Well, we're about to find out. Well, I'm going to find out how professional Cam Roger is when me and him both tackle the 5th hardest golf course in the United Kingdom on Tuesday. Tomorrow we're doing a slightly easier one.
So 5th hardest in the UK. How hard is it around the world?
I actually have no idea, but it almost broke Rick Shields. So, read
wow,
it you will.
I need to go watch that video.
If you Google Rick Shields or look on YouTube, Rick Shields time to quit. First video, that is the Brabazon.
Now,
it is a disgustingly difficult course. 14 of the 18 holes have water, mate. 14 of the 18.
I'm guessing it sounds like it's pretty intense water as well. Now, Rick Shields, for those that don't know, YouTuber. I say YouTuber, that sounds, maybe a bit dismissive of his skills as a golfer as well. He's quite good. But, does he have any interest in motorsport?
I don't actually know. I've never seen him.
There must be a crossover between golf, fast cars, and motorsport.
Well, 100%. Especially because most of the drivers that I've commented with in GB3, iRacing, and GB4 and stuff, they all do golf. Pretty much all of them go and do golf. Most of them did really badly as well. It's excellent.
Yes, I know it's great.
But all of them do golf to some degree. I remember even talking to Henry Moore. I was talking to him, being
he's a golfist.
His Instagram has a little bit of golf now. And I asked him what score he got the last time he played golf. He said, "I don't know. I wasn't keeping track." And I was like, "Oh right, what are you roughly aiming for?" I think he said, "Oh, a few over." And I was like, "Oh, all right."
Maybe more than a few over if he's not keeping score.
Yeah, I was like, do you know what? I'm hoping you're in the region of, I don't know, 15, 20, maybe 30 over.
What's your handicap now?
19.4.
Ooh, it's getting there.
It is getting there. I'm no Peter Mackay yet, but
what's Peter's handicap?
Oh, it's single digit somewhere.
Ooh, that's scary. Don't want to think about that now. So, Lewis, I got a question for you. What's the longest ever pit stop that you've seen on iRacing before?
40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. I can't remember exactly why, but I distinctly remember that we instantly quit.
Okay. Now, if I told you that there was a team out there that had done 175 minute pit stop.
3 hours, yeah.
3 hours pit stop. What would you say?
I would have left.
Yes. How is the Whiskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry? I know why they're back on track. They're intoxicated by iTelemetry.
Great name.
They are, in their touring car Honda Civic Type R, back out on track.
But this is the thing. Was that with the entire time of that? Was that repairing the damage, or was
someone went to sleep?
No, exactly. Which, let's be honest, we even have a slight history of, because we did that in the Zolder 23 hour.
Did we?
Well, you didn't, because you were asleep or whatever, I don't know. But obviously, once all of my teammates had used all the fast repairs of the car, binned it 1,000 times, got us $60 worth of penalties that I paid off, and then we all bailed from the race with 2 hours left to go.
Oh, right.
In the race. It might have even been an hour left to go. Dan Kell was like, I want to rejoin this race. And he did, and he took out Florian.
Yes, now I remember. Just because of that.
Absolute Chad.
Speaking of, by the way, Florian Hasper, that is team manager over at BS Plus Competition. Of course, their sole surviving car, the Mahler Racing Team Machine, second in GT3. Did you know he's been doing some iRacing again recently? Did some Mazda racing?
I did know that. I have seen him posting on social media. I have seen Florian drive. I'm concerned.
What I have been trying to now figure out is how do we get him into a top split special event?
By stealing someone else's account and paying a lot of money for the privilege.
Hey, he could be here in Toyota GR86 land. He could.
How much iRating is the lowest iRated GR86 driver?
I see some 3,000 I-rated drivers.
What, in this?
In this, yeah.
I could be in top split.
No, Roland! What's
he
happened to
done?
Roland? He's stationary on the timing screen, Lewis.
Oh, he's
Oh,
pulled
no.
over. He's pulled over. Has something else happened?
Has his pedals failed?
Hold on.
Roland. There we go. He's off and away again.
I think it was a technical because I'm watching him on his stream. I don't know if he's hit a barrier, but the steering wheel was straight.
Okay.
I think he just pulled over.
This is the story now of the rest of the race, let's be honest. Roland, alone Fridson, must see the end. Pit stops underway. Peter Berryman off and away in the race-leading Apex Racing Team BMW M4 GT4. Off and away now for Chris Lallam as well. Back onto track with 40 minutes left to go before Redline conquered the Green Hell and another special event win goes their way.
Yeah, I know. Again, in such a strong position in this. So, to be fair, as all of our leaders are, relatively speaking, but as we've seen before, and it is still with 40 minutes left to go in the race. His PC was dying, apparently.
What?
I don't know. I'll read into that. Maybe we'll grab an interview and we'll see if we can actually find out what's going on. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it. With the GR86, leader who binned it earlier on, or had an issue earlier on in this race to allow RSO to take over, set the Nürburgring esports team. That really hammered home the fact that no one is safe. No one is safe.
And not even our favourite team, at least right now on the broadcast. So let's talk about overall event wins, because with Team RSO finding themselves, I don't want to say gifted this chance to grab the victory, but if you had told them 2 hours in that they would be leading with such a comfortable margin, I think they would have not just bitten your hand off, they might have asked exactly what medicine you had taken as well. But, Tobias Cerny, Niels Carstensen, Alexander Lang and Elmar Urkelot are the 4 drivers on driving duties there. Now, this is going to be Tobias's 4th win, quite remarkably. For the other drivers, it might actually be, I see Elmar has won 3 as well. These are some big names who are quite familiar with winning races here.
Yeah, exactly. In things like DNLS or whatever, or even I'm sure a few people are in the race overall. Like IRL, I'm sure someone's snuck a few, or even just cool hot laps. Winning around here, it's a privilege. In sim, etc. I have never won around here. Have you?
Never for a 24-hour race. I think I might have won a VLN race once.
Okay,
Which counts.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll allow it. I will allow it. But realistically speaking, I will never win a race around here, because I can tell you how many races I will do around here in the rest of my life.
0.
It's a goose egg.
Yeah,
it is a solid goose egg.
Scaredy cat. Now, I should have a race win here in the IndyCar. I should. You know what I did?
Well, I don't know. What did you do?
Sped on pit lane.
Wait, sorry, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. What was heartbreaking is I'd done the hard work. I'd managed to convince the community to vote for it, and it was the very first time we had brought the Nordschleife into the iRacing IndyCar Open Series. It was the first week of the iRacing week, first race of the iRacing week, which means that as many people will know, that when you do races here at the Nordschleife in official series, qualifying is usually done separately, but because it was the first race of the week, there was no qualifying, so we were all gridded up by iRating. I probably would have been on pole if we had qualifying, but no, instead I was starting slightly further behind, and so I was taking it a bit easy in the first stint, and I just remember blasting down into pit lane, missing my marks, and realizing before I even got to the line where I had to be down to speed that, oh snap, this is trouble. Yeah, that was frustrating.
Do you know, the last time I raced around the circuit, I thought it was in a Skip Barber, but I do recall racing around here in an IndyCar.
Did you?
Well, I was in that broadcasted race.
That's right. I commentated on you.
Yeah.
In an IndyCar. Oh, I feel so happy now.
I distinctly remember when doing it, I was like, oh, this will be fun. It's a broadcasted race, you know, IndyCar, blah, blah, blah. This will be funny. Everyone's going to crash, or, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then I joined and I see the entry list, and I was like,
yep.
I have made a catastrophic error, because I'm looking at it and it is just a list of IndyCar specialists. Like, everyone else on the grid is an actual IndyCar specialist, and the amount of crashes in that race was almost none. Like, I don't think anyone... I think I finished stone dead last. I don't think there was a retirement.
No, there were definitely retirements, but
I don't know.
There weren't many. There were definitely not many. Yeah. Oh,
I'll go and find out in a sec. I've got it somewhere in my results.
Because it was probably, what, 2 years ago?
No, way more recent.
No, because it would have been in 2022.
No.
Lewis, it couldn't have been in 2023.
It wasn't in 2023. It was in 2024.
It can't have been, because I've commentated on one race, and that was the first race that we did back. Unless you were in that, and I don't think you were.
I was.
That was 4 months ago.
Yeah, I was in that.
Were you in that one?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
So me and you and O'Leary got to tease you then
Exactly.
on the broadcast.
In fact, it was the last race that I did on iRacing. I finished in 15th of 18. There were 2 disconnections, or 2 retirements from the race.
Definitely
which
had
was
crashes in that race, by the way.
Dudick, and that was also... What date was that on? That was on the 16th of January.
No, it was on the 15th of January. You just lived in the future.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it does say 16th of January, 12 a.m.
Yes, no, yes, I just, that's what the YouTube was telling me, but, okay. Wow.
Can't believe you... It must have been 2 years ago. Get out.
How many, yeah, you know how many broadcasts I do. They all kind of blend together.
Yeah, whatever.
The only important broadcasts are the one where I don't have to commentate on Lewis, let's be honest.
That is true. That is true. Just so we know, by the way, this very lap, we will catch up with Roland once he's come out onto the...
We will? Okay.
Yeah, once he's come out, I've told him, once he comes out onto the Dittingahoa, we'll catch up with him.
Okay, we'll do our interview with him now, so that, let's be honest, when the checkered flag flies, he can get out of the rig.
I think he wants to go to bed.
Yeah, and go to bed. So, good shout. Let's get that interview done and dusted when we can. Whenever you get word, Lewis, drag him in here, and we'll have a catch up with him. In the meantime, though, 34 minutes still left to go. Quick update around the track. Well, not much to update you on. We're still waiting for Drago Racing to come down to pit lane from the lead of the GT4 class. That will give Apex Racing Team back the lead in the category. Outside of that, Lewis, right now, it's 34 odd minutes to survive and hope you don't have internet issues.
Yeah, that's a real good timing on that one. Just popping in and out there, blinking there for Drago Racing. Yeah, right now, the thing is, half an hour left to go in this race. Realistically speaking, when you talk of the big numbers, which is how many laps left? 3 or 4. You're really not talking a very long left to go in this race. The thing is, with it not being that far, it still feels miles and miles away. You've done, 23 hours, 30 minutes of racing until this point, and yet still that end feels miles away.
Yes. How do you think, by the way, Roland is going to go to sleep? Is he going to put on the Formula 1 Grand Prix and watch turn 1 and instantly fall asleep? Or do you think he just literally will put his head on the pillow and will be escorted into the night?
Well, I am told sleep and Roland don't get on. He's just going to keep going. So obviously he does have to get ready for this exam.
This exam on Monday, yeah.
We'll question him about this.
How important can this exam really be?
I hope it's not like his entire future rests upon this exam. At which point I'd question what is he doing in this race.
Especially since he properly YOLO'd this, remember. No practice, no preparation. Wrong setup was loaded onto the car. Not the same story as what has happened for Shera Esports and Will Chadwick. Back out onto track they go. Final pit stop in the books officially. And now just trying to hold on for what should be 3, 4, maybe 5 laps at the most in that 116 machine, as Shera Esports look to become, quite remarkably, the first team in the history of this event to win back-to-back races in the Porsche Cup class.
Yeah, indeed. Got a couple of multiple winners as well. Obviously, don't forget GR86. It would be another. I think 5 wins, isn't it? It would be 4 in, because obviously they had 3 in the MX5s and then 1 in the GR86, which is sort of.
Wasn't it Astro Racing last year?
Huh?
Wasn't it Astro Racing in the GR86 last year?
Yeah, but it's not. I'm not saying in a row. I'm not saying in a row. I'm just saying they won 3 times the MX5 before, and then and now at the moment they're in position at GR86. And if you kind of count it in that way, it's sort of the same class.
Yes. Slowest class.
The slowest class, the class that we belong the mostest in. As we can see, all these drivers are coming out. I'm going to tell you who's coming up towards the Duttinger Hoa.
Is it our friend Roland?
It is our good friend Roland Alfredson, who's working his way out from Galgen Cop for now. As soon as he's through the corner, because it is tricky, I'm going to drag him straight in.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. He's out onto the backstretch. Let's have a quick chat with Roland, who is still in the race. Half an hour left to go. You must be absolutely exhausted.
Nah, mate, I'm full of energy.
Oh, you sound it. You sound it. How are you feeling? Obviously, just 30 minutes left to go. What is it? 3 more laps, basically, for you?
Well, I think it's pretty clear my voice is going. I'm just hoping my computer doesn't die and I don't get killed when I finish the race.
See, you had a bit of a problem earlier, and what happened?
So, basically, I have a GT Omega cockpit. I have a keyboard tray next to me, which is how I've been typing the entire race. Sadly, the keyboard tray has a bit of a trait of unscrewing itself over time. And it got loose, and my keyboard and mouse slid off the tray, and it fell on the keys. I clicked the Windows key and started typing stuff in my search bar, and I couldn't see where I was going, basically. So
Wow.
I stopped, I picked my keyboard up, I put some tape on it, and I'm hoping it doesn't do that again.
Well, some organisation to make sure you got some tape nearby for that one. So solid effort on that one. We're wisely informed you've got some exams tomorrow, and yet still you're doing a 24-hour race in this.
Well, it's not really exams. I'm too young for those. It's just more of a test, end of year, kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So it's not super duper serious, not life dependent type stuff then. So what are you going to be doing post race? Are you going to put on the Grand Prix? Are you going to sleep? What's the post race scenario for you?
It depends. I might go race on F4, Super Formula maybe.
Wow. Would you not think you'd be bored of driving?
I am very bored, but not. I think it's because I've been doing this track for 24 hours straight, not because of. But I think if I hopped in an F4 car right now, I'd have the most fun I've ever had in my life.
Right. I see. Fair play. Great. In game, we don't have your livery on the broadcast, but I can see it in my own game. Bit of a meme livery. What's any stories behind any of this? There's a lot going on in it.
Well, the full story behind me doing this thing solo is I woke up Saturday last week. I basically said, damn, I'm not in a team, I have no one to run this with, but you know, it's the biggest event of the year, I can't miss it, so why not do it solo? And here I am. And obviously, I was never gonna take this seriously in the first place, because I'm gonna get a DQ anyway. So I decided to make the most epic livery known to mankind, which I did, and I'm very proud of it.
It is excellent. Unfortunately, you are just driving around in a bog standard livery on our stream, but I can see the livery and it is excellent and very well deserved. We'll let you focus and hunker down for the next 27 minutes, see that checkered flag, and then apparently go and do another race. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. The vibes are high. The energy's there.
Well, fingers crossed for you. All right, good luck, Roland.
Thank you.
There we go. Twitch.tv/Roland_Alfredson. Obviously, doing the entire race, has streamed the entirety of it. I'm sure. He sounds pretty tired.
The energy is there, Lewis. He sounds tired. Poor guy.
Sorry. He's like, yeah, I'm maybe going to do some Formula 4, Super Formula.
That was so hilarious. I like how he said, I think I'm going to have the most fun I would ever have if I go and do an F4 race right now. What?
Yeah. I think that's because, like, the tiredness, right, is...
He's delusional. You can say
He's
it.
lingering. Got to say, though, 70 people watching his stream at the moment. So for everyone who has jumped over to go and give him a little bit of support, anyone who's thinking of jumping over as well, obviously go and do so, because... these are the kind of things that we love seeing. He needs all the support he can get to... I mean, you heard him. We all heard him.
We heard him.
The man's pretty tired. The man is pretty tired.
He's giving it a good go. We'll give him that, though. Again, like he said, he's going to get disqualified as soon as they cross the checkered flag. So it's going to be somewhat frustrating, I guess, in that regard, but can't really do much other than take that iRating hit. He's still got 7,558 iRatings to play with. So plenty to get him into maybe another top split special event later on this year. Now, Door Esports, at one point we had been wondering whether they were going to be able to challenge in GT4 and cut the pit stop out. Now, their technical issue has dropped them out of contention, of course. They're down in 7th in the class. GT4 as it sits right now, with everyone having made the pit stops for the final time, Apex lead from Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who are only 5 seconds in front of Drago Racing. Lewis, we may still have at least some intrigue to keep us occupied and entertained on the run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's not just the will everyone survive kind of deal. There is still more to deal with in this race, still more close potential battles, still more drama as we get ready to see the checkered flag. The important bit, though, is that there is not long left to go in this race. There, obviously, we said before, it's 24 minutes basically left to go. A short little sprint race. But in that time, so much can happen. You just never really know. This is the time it's so easy to lapse in concentration. I have seen some of the greatest drivers in sim racing in their final lap of a 2-hour stint at Spa after a perfect drive with no issues whatsoever, setting the fastest lap of the car, drop it on the final lap of the stint. The greatest drivers in sim racing can do that. You never know what can happen at the Nordschleife.
Since when did you become a great driver, Lewis?
Hey, Vince Cousy said it, it's fine.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, why are we listening to the person that came up with wet toast, though?
Because he likes me, and I like him. We get along well.
So you like wet toast?
I'm sure there's worse things.
Confirmed.
Sure there's worse things to eat.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't know. I did see someone, by the way, posting that they were going to have a pineapple pizza, which I'm hoping they mean a Hawaiian, because having a pineapple pizza is crazy.
Yes.
Pineapple, unlike you, pineapple on pizza is fine.
It's a crime against pizza.
No, it's not.
Cyberpunk 2077 told us the future.
A Hawaiian pizza, the ham brings the saltiness, the pineapple brings the sweetness. There is a good combo with that. They are flavours that do actually work fairly well together. Don't get me wrong, not my choice of pizza, but it can work, right? The idea of having just pineapple on a pizza is disgusting.
Yes. But again, just, Hawaiian pizza is just not as good as the other options that you can get. It is as simple as that.
Terrible.
I've never said that. I've just, maintained that it is a crime against pizza to do something like that to a pizza. Put pineapple on it. Anyway.
I can think of worse toppings for a pizza.
Ooh. I actually can as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I
I
can
mean-
think of so many worse toppings.
In Iceland over here, you can get it's a shop, by the way. You can get a doner kebab pizza or a hamburger pizza, which is
Yes.
surely just beef on a pizza. Like, surely it's not actually that crazy. But whatever. For me, mushrooms and olives. Oh. Even away.
Yeah, olives in particular for me.
No, thank you.
No,
I can
thank
stay
you.
right away.
And stay off my pizza. By the way, in terms of the race leaders right now, it could end up being the case that they're all pretty much set in terms of how many laps they're going to do. Of course, they'll have the knowledge already of where the overall leader is. Car on screen, BMW M Team Redline is in comparison to them. So as out of Arenberg works Chris Lullum, Shera Esports, Will Chadwick, has just worked out through fluke plot, so he's only about a couple of kilometers behind down the road. Peter Berryman has just entered the Nordschleife, so another further couple of kilometers down the road. And guess what? Impulse Racing GTU, the touring car entry, well, the Redline BMW is about to go and put a lap on them, so by the end of the 20 minutes before the clock expires, they will go a lap down to your leader overall. And Team RSO, well, the Mazda replacement, the Toyota GR86, as Team RSO gets ready to win in that car for the very first time. They are once again already passed by the GT3 cars, and there goes the 992 leader to very, very simply make it that one by one, our class leaders will come across the line and we'll be able to talk about them individually. Nice and easy.
Yep, indeed. And then we can also go to bed and put on the Imola Grand Prix, or the
Other order.
Or to give it its full title, the Formula One MSG Cruises Grand Premio del Made in Italy El dell'Emilia Romagna 2024.
And again, other operation. Put the F1 on, then you go to sleep, right? Because that's what helps you go to sleep.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I said get into bed, I didn't say go to sleep.
Okay,
get into
good point.
bed,
Yes.
put the F1 on, and by the time that Harry Benjamin says whatever it is about the start of the race that he's going to drop, I'm gone.
So, okay, for those wondering, Harry Benjamin stepping in for David Croft for one round of the Formula One World Champ. Is it 3? Ooh, I didn't realize that.
It's this one, it's Spielberg, and I cannot remember the other one, but there is 3.
Shows how much attention I pay. But if you're only stepping in for, a couple of the races here and there, based on David Croft's schedule, of course, do you come up with your own catchphrase, or do you carry on with exactly
nah,
what
you got to do your own
Crofty's
thing.
doing? Do you think so?
Okay. I think you will have to do your own thing. I would be surprised if Harry did anything other than that. Do you like Harry? It means I've now commentated with an F1 commentator. Just saying. I have commentated with Harry on Ginettas, of all things.
Ginettas?
Yeah, too right.
How random.
Weird, isn't it? Well, yeah, I did all. I did 15 of the 16 races at the British GT weekend at Brands Hatch last year, and Harry joined me on one of those. And we had a good bit of banter whilst just checking out the Ginettas. Neither of us knew what was going on. We had an excellent time.
When we talk about Ginettas as well, like for those that don't know, the Ginetta sort of a race car that sometimes goes racing. They are sports cars, I would describe them. But how better would you describe them? They're front-engined, right?
Front-engined. So basically, if you want to progress up towards something like British GT in this country, or even moving your way into GT's side of things, especially if you're moving first out of karting, Ginetta, there is actually a really good ladder of Ginetta racing. So you've got Ginetta Juniors, which is basically it's the GT5. It's it's very small. People will jump into it after go-karting. Some of the very best people have done it. Cough, cough, Lando Norris. Just saying. People like that have jumped into it, as we'll see the 160 car in pit lane. A lot of damage on the front right hand side. I don't know if that's an overhang from previous incidents, or whether that's just their final stop in the race. So you've got Ginetta Juniors, you've got their GT4s, and then GT Trophy, which is a little bit of multi-class stuff, but again, we're not talking about it. So you can do those, and then you can work your way. There are also Ginettas in British GT, which sound thousands of times better because it has a V8 in it, and it sounds incredible. Actually, it's the best sounding V8 in British GT. Is the Ginetta?
Is it?
100%. I don't know why, because as people know from me, I cannot stand the sound of the Ginettas that normally race. That Ginetta in British GT sounds incredible.
Okay, noted. What's the best sounding car outside of that in British GT, actually?
Aston Martin at the moment.
Okay.
Aston Martin sounds... that, to be fair, that Aston Martin, both looks and sounds very good. You could chuck, obviously, the Lambos in there, V10s. Can't really complain. Probably the worst sounding... This?
Yeah.
It's so boring.
Yeah, it's just turbo cars, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. It's so boring, so quiet.
They all sound the same, don't they?
Yeah. Sorry. Luke joined our chat and said, disgusted at your lack of respect for my driving. I had to take over for Max as he's racing in some regional series called Formula 1.
Luke?
I was going to say...
you bigged him up!
We said that he was actually... Yeah, it's okay. Someone did say, to be fair, we were bigging him up. That's fine. Thank you.
You legitimately were, like, questioning... We were trying to come up with a car combo that would make us look good.
Yeah. How dare you come into it, Luke, with that attitude, thinking that we were just chatting. To be fair, I think it's a fair assumption.
Yeah,
It is very much a fair assumption.
Especially knowing you. I'm fine, but you...
Are you saying that I like to fire shots at other people?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
As long as I'm known for it.
Yeah. You got to be known for something, right?
Well, as the original two-time VCS Jimmy Award-winning commentator.
Yeah, but you know what you're not known for anymore? Your ties.
That is true. We've not done team tie in ages. We need to bring
that's
that
your
back.
fault, though. You could you could have represented on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but it was like a 5.5 hour broadcast, and it's hot and sweaty in here.
So?
I'm not putting a tie on.
Sounds good.
Sorry, did you even notice that George Morgan didn't even have a waistcoat on?
No, I did notice that, and that's why I was making the comment, actually, because no team tie. I was like, maybe no team waistcoat as well.
Yeah, no. I will. To be fair, I need to sort out a few. I do miss being a part of team tie. We need to bring those days back.
Do we need to make a custom tie for team tie?
Yeah, and make sure there's not green. What? Why?
For those, okay. Well, let's set the context. So we were talking about team tie and how much we were enjoying doing stuff with ties, right? And at the time, we were commentating on an event, and someone decided that we should do ties. Great idea. Except when everyone's on a green screen and you make the tie green, guess what happens?
Yeah. The tie doesn't show up. It's a nice tie, but it's just like you're looking at it being like, as soon as it arrived, I was like, oh wow, cool. It looks. Oh.
I'm never gonna wear this.
Oh yeah. It's not even my colour. That doesn't look good on me. Like that colour doesn't look good on me. It needs to be like red, blue.
Are you implying that there's something that looks good on you?
Sorry, every time you say it, I just want to make like really just no. It's fine.
Inappropriate jokes.
just move on.
The type of jokes that you're only allowed to make when we're in person with one another.
Yeah, no, definitely. Otherwise, a certain chance guys will rejoin the old conversation. We'll start talking about that for a little bit. But anyway, 30 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. It's fine. It's fine.
So where is your leader in relation to the line? Well, wrapping around the opening sector. So next time by, we'll see the white flag. I think we're pretty much clear and guaranteed on that. The lead in your GT4 class opened up to 47 seconds. Drago Racing, we had been keeping an eye on whether they were going to be able to catch up to the back of Team 75. I think they are running out of time. They do still effectively have 2 full laps or so left to go, but 4 seconds the margin, iRacing.com. Yeah, I think Aaron Vasquez, unfortunately, just not going to be able to get onto the back.
No, which is a bit of a shame, but that's just where we're at with this race. At the moment, some of the margins are a little bit too large. That said, it's not a million miles between the pair of them. Yes, the gap's not coming down enough at the moment, but you can when you've got that target directly ahead of you, as Aaron Vasquez does. He's also got a couple of digits for iRating. No, he's got the ability.
What is the highest I rating now on the entire service again? Are we in the same spot that we were a couple special events ago where you had, what was it, 30 drivers above 10k I rating?
I actually don't know off the top of my head, and I can't remember because I think can you still only see it through the website?
I don't know, but guess where I'm going?
You're going. Well, I'm also going to the website, so actually you can do it.
We'll probably both get there in about the same number of seconds.
Exactly. And the more we do it, the more we're just going to put there. Whatever's fine. You can deal with it. You can tell me exactly what's going on.
I will tell you the I rating statistics on the drivers.
Can I make guesses?
Go for it. That would be more interesting.
So Aaron Vasquez is still number one.
Okay, wait. Are we talking sports car or Formula now?
Well, with sports car.
This has really made it more difficult.
Honestly, I made this, and I feel like I was in the minority when I said it. I hate it. Just saying. Just one man's opinion. I don't like the split because it just makes things more complicated. But yeah, sports cars, that's what we're dealing with. Aaron Vasquez is top or second. Might be Sven Haase or whatever, I don't know. Aaron Vasquez will be top in my opinion, and there are 37 drivers above 10k.
Okay, 37 drivers above 10k.
That's my guess. By the way, I definitely haven't looked, so...
Yeah, okay. Aaron Vasquez is indeed number one.
Woo!
How many drivers above 10k? Wait for the second page to load.
Above 40.
36.
Ooh, hello.
They weren't far off, but now
Hello.
I'm still questioning. I'm not convinced this is legit.
I've not logged in. But then I can't prove that now, so it's tough.
No, you definitely can't prove it.
So it is what it is. You have to just take my word for it, and you won't. But
what about on the oval side? Do you have any sort of a sense there?
I actually don't have any on the ovals. I just know who I believe is the best.
Wow. So we've got 36 10k plus drivers on the road side of iRacing.
Is it a lot on the oval side?
There are 7.
I was going to say there was either like a vast amount more or so many less. It was not going to be 36 or like in that kind of margin again.
That is crazy.
It is interesting.
Mr. Karamadaru has jumped into our YouTube chat, by the way, to say hello. Team manager's name that I didn't even realize that it was more common to just say Mr. C.
Mr. C, yeah.
To the point where even his own driver, Mihai Neg, when I met him at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, I had to ask him, so tell me, how do I say the name? I don't want to say just Mr. C.
Bogdan.
Karamadaru. It's not that hard, actually, Karamadaru.
No, Karamadaru, no. Now I've known Bogdan for... Oh, see, this is the thing. I said this earlier on in the race when I was talking about how long I knew Bono for.
Right.
And again... Bogdan's in that kind of vein. I believe because Bogdan was around TPS when I first did TPS, which was 2013. So it's coming up for 11 years.
Wow. 11 years. Imagine knowing Lewis for 11 years. That sounds painful.
Thankfully, he's not had to deal with me in most of that time. It is absolutely fine.
There is
shout out to Walk Racing.
There is the VRS Kawanda machine that finds itself, of course, Ayn Changuin behind the wheel, one lap down after the early issues. Okay, so Lewis, I'm going through right now and trying to find various ratings. So before the split of sports car and Formula, there were 180,000 active road drivers. That is crazy. 180,000.
It's a few.
Where do you think you were in terms of your iRating ranking? You just for context, I am 4,400 or so. I haven't raced much, of course, in 4 years, but I am apparently ranked 4,784 in the world.
I reckon I am somewhere between 10 and 12.
What's your iRating again?
3.2, 3.3, something like that at the moment. I don't know. I've not done a race since that IndyCar race, and I lost some iRating in that. I am 3.2, 3.265. In fact, I have not raced since the split.
No, neither have I, and that's why I have to go back to the old road racing license to go and find some of these stats, because I don't show up in the sports car or Formula racing licenses just yet, because I have absolutely no history. So if you're iRating, Lewis, let's say it is around
3265, by the way.
3-2. Okay, so I have to go digging a little bit deeper down through these pages to go and find you, but I think you're you're still not that bad, right? Because you got to remember the iRating's
compliment.
iRating's a bell curve, right? So you're what do we say it was again?
3265.
3265. That will probably put you like inside of the top, if not 10,000, maybe 15,000 iRacers in the world.
Yeah, right. This is the whole thing of like, because someone's asked me like what the average iRating was, and a lot of people, when you ask what the average iRating is, a lot of people will lean towards it being something like 2K. That is not the truth.
Actually,
it is
lower than that.
Way lower than that. And the reason why I said that, I was like, okay, let's be real. If there's like, if you do a race and there's it splits 6 times, right? And you've got 2K iRating, right? Generally speaking, you are, if you're like 2.5, you're either in the top split or you're fairly high in the second split. Whereas if 2K was the average, you would almost certainly be at the lower end of the third split or top end of the fourth split, right? If 2K was the average. 2K is not the average. Like, the average is... I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark. I reckon the average is probably not far off default, which is what, 1350, 1250?
Yeah.
It's somewhere between default and 1K is average from what I vibe in.
I think that's what the design of the system is meant to be as well, right? The idea of an ELO-based system. It's not unique to iRacing. Of course, we have our own unique implementation of it. So, yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, the iRatings go up naturally just because more people join iRacing, and every new driver that joins adds whatever it is, 1,300 iRating points to the pool for everyone else to then accumulate and to cycle around. So what was it again, Lewis? 3266?
3265.
3265. Okay, I've almost found you then, and I was right. I was right with my first guess. You are inside of 10,000. So if there are 180,000 iRacers on the road side of things,
yeah, I'm basically top 5%. Don't worry about it, lads.
Yeah, and when I say you're not that bad, that's what I mean, right? The bell curve, again, it sounds like such a drastic swing. I found you. You are the 9,689th ranked iRacer on the roadside as of the time of that split.
Top 10K, baby. Obviously, the most important bit there is with almost no effort. So, winning.
Winning.
We will, by the way, potentially get a last lap battle, because I will say, with where the red line car is, this ain't the last lap. I don't believe, because I think they're too far around. 4 minutes left to go. Nah, this ain't the last lap. No way. So Drago Racing, Aaron Vasquez, is closing up for the Team 75 Bernard by CLSC car quite a bit.
Yep. No, it should be a... In fact, you know, when I had said, 5-10 minutes ago, that was a 4-second margin. I thought Team 75 looks comfortable. 1.7 now, almost inside of drafting range. Does Aaron Vasquez have just a little bit more in the tank to try and push at this stage as we watch the Impulse leading touring car entry? The Impulse Racing by GTU car that's heading down in towards the Foxhole and running towards our now Forest.
I just want to correct myself.
White flag out now, sorry.
I was literally just about to say, I'm pretty sure it will be the last lap, because Chris Lullum crossed the line with 23 hours, 51 minutes, 51 seconds, 0.7 on the clock. That's how many had been completed. And a lap around here is about 8 minutes 10, 8:13. 8:13 was on the last lap, which you would need to set at 8:09 basically to have that under the 24-hour mark. So this is, in fact, the last lap of the race. It would help if I looked at the numbers.
Don't forget that during VCO Infinity, I was very, very bad with last lap calculations. Very, very bad, to the point where I just didn't trust myself, and kept saying that I don't trust myself, but just be aware. So now, where is that Drago BMW? just getting to fluke plots. And so they've still got basically most of the lap, a good 18 odd kilometers left to go. And if Marvin Strel is slow and feeds draft to the Drago Racing BMW on that run through the Dottinger, we could get a last corner pass in the battle for the second step on the podium.
Oh, there's a battle in there. But Aaron Vasquez will be aware this is the last lap of the race. Aaron Vasquez is going to absolutely rag this car around. And the important bit there is in doing so, he's got the final sector to absolutely this part that we're going through now. And you can gain a lot of time when you're absolutely at the limit of the car going 3 or 5 seconds. Yes, it's high risk, but that's what Vasquez will do. He is a good enough driver to potentially pull it off. Not quite good enough, though, to wear the right shirt in our photograph here.
That's just such an old photo that we need to get that one updated. Now, the Drago Racing shirts are quite nice, I will say that. They've got a whole range of them, Lewis. They've got the team shirt, then they've got this like team crew shirt, then they've got this like regular t-shirt with just like it's a black t-shirt with the logo on it. It's great. I love my care package from Drago Racing.
All right.
Got a cushion as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway.
Jumper, hoodie.
All right.
Got a flag.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know. I don't have anything really over that.
No, but you clearly haven't bugged them enough just yet.
I have a small R8G LMP2 diecast.
Yeah, you see, that is quite cool. I think I need to send Mehdi a message and see what
you
I
ain't
can
getting
get.
one of them.
I'm not getting one of those, but I'll try and find something else to get.
That is I did the Predator Cup in 2022 after coming back from Spain and catching COVID, and that was my prize.
Not bad. Vince Cusi just reminding me that I still don't have a Redline care package. Have you got one yet, Lewis?
No. With Luke Crane having dropped by, and with all of the plaudits that we've passed away of Redline this race as they come down to the final sector, I think we definitely deserve, at the bare minimum, a shirt and hoodie.
Yeah, for both.
And Simrig, pay, just asking for some small stuff here.
And the contract as well. I mean, I tell you what a driver has been. Have not put a foot wrong. Stayed out of trouble, and when those in front came to blows, came to a stop and waited for the drama to pass. Out of the final corner, it's BMW M Team Redline. It's Chris Lullen that will cross the line, but what a victory for the team. Florian Lepigra, Diogo Pinto, and Max Verstappen, conquerors of the Green Hell, winners of the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. A 40-second margin to boot as well. What more can you say other than they came and they conquered? Conquering as well for the second year in a row. Coming out of the final corner, Scherer Esports. Will Chadwick, guest driver, put it on pole, will come across the line to see the checkered flag. And Lewis, what a dominant display from your reigning, defending Porsche Esports Endurance Nürburgring Trophy champions.
Yeah, indeed. Incredible performance from both Scherer Esports. They did excellent, but let's be honest, our race winners there, absolutely incredible in this race. The next one, I believe, to cross the line will actually be Impulse in the TCRs, but I am desperately keeping a close eye on the battle between Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC and Drago Racing. It is still fairly close between the pair of them, but just not quite close enough. Need a big final sector here from Aaron Vasquez.
And kind of hoping here, right, that the run out of Galgenkopf potentially will see the slingshot. I don't see any traffic in front of them, and so Marvin Strel's a bit of a sitting duck in terms of the slipstream, so that could be quite close and quite fun as well. As you can see them pushing just a little bit wide, trying to use every little bit of the track on offer.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, absolutely on the limit. This is going to be a tough. Imagine the heart rate at the moment. 24 hours of racing leading to this for Marvin Strel and the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC team. Heart rate rising. It is going to be very, very tricky for him to hang on. But slipstream going the way of Drago Racing. I say there could be a move coming down into this sector here, which we're seeing the Impulse team coming through.
And I have seen my fair share of last corner passes here at the ring. It is possible, but requires two that are willing to tango and two that are quite daring as well. Impulse Racing held their nerve though in what was a three-way fight. Team Huizinveld and Obsidian Racing tried to deprive them. Impulse Racing come out on top, winners in the touring car category in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Next up in queue will be the Apex Racing team. They don't have far to go either as they work their way through. What a drive from them. Mark Tranter was saying behind the scenes and strategy, first time he's ever been able to go off and have a proper night's sleep behind the scenes. That's because they have been so calm, so collected. Peter Berryman, Salva Talons, Maxime Briand and Maxence Cadino coming across the line. Dominant win in this class, and now the drag race behind. Lewis, Team 75 or Drago, who holds on to second.
Yep, indeed. This is where things are going to get very tight. Aaron Vasquez closing his way in. Is it going to be close enough? There's surely going to be an attempt. This gap is closing and closing and closing. Definitely within a second right now. We're riding on board now with Aaron Vasquez as we head under the Bilstein Bridge and then back down the hill up towards Tiergarten. I don't think this is close enough. It's going to take a real big drag race out of the final corner. I think the 75 car might have just done enough.
Oh, whoa. Vasquez goes for it, shows the nose. Now the door gets slammed shut, but pushing his way on forward, Vasquez corrects Marvin Strel, points him back in a straight line, and it's a moot point. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, will hold on to second. Vasquez, though, with the desperation, the willingness to put it on the line.
I will say, little bit of respect there for Vasquez. I reckon if he'd have actually fully spun the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car around there, based on what I saw, he would have actually waited. Because he could have made that move. He could have gone past there and rightfully so lifted out the throttle because, like, that would have been really silly. I understand you've got to go for it, but if you do go for it, I understand the consequences. I've actually got no problem with that from Vasquez because he did lift out of it, and rightfully so. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC crossed the line in second place.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword, right? And so, you know, you're willing to go for the moves. You're also willing to live with the consequences. And yeah, Aaron Vasquez, you might see some comments about the move, but at least he lets the finished result be the way it is. At least we saw a little bit of a fun fight as well. This GR86 class, my word, it has been rough and tumble in so many different ways, but for Team RSO, tangled up in incidents in the opening hour, I don't think they could have believed it if you had said they will come out of the final couple of corners and on top.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, I just saw that the Roland Alfredson's been raided by Red Lights. He's got 4,000 viewers now.
Let's go! Oh, what a way for him to finish things off. Team RSO will come to the line for Elmar Erklot, for Alexander Lang, for Niels Carstensen, and for Tobias Cerny. It's victory once more in the Green Hell for the first time in this slowest class since 2018, and history made for Elmar as well as for Tobias, adding to the record book a fourth win in this event for them, just extending the record-breaking run. Plenty more cars still yet to come to the line, but let's not wait around. Before we take a look at the results, let's go grab a word with some of our winners. And first up, it's RaceSpot's own Will Chadwick standing by with Lewis McLean.
Will Chadwick stepping in for again a bit of a free agent, I guess, but stepping in for Sherrett Esport there, grabbing pole position, grabbing the race victory. It's too easy for you, isn't it?
There you
Talking's
go.
not there. There we go. Fantastic. Nice commentary. Nice
Julian's here as well. But yeah, no, it was a really good race, and I can only thank everyone in the team for making it such a good performance.
Yeah, indeed. Julian, obviously, you joined us as well. You did a few stints, including the penultimate stint of the race. Solid effort for the team. I mean, you were fairly dominant all the way through that one, right?
Wait, I have some communication issues. I can't hear you, really.
Perfect news. I'll pass that question on to you then, Will.
Yeah, I mean, Julian and Luca were both late for the entire race, and truly, that I don't think we could have done it without all being together. I think we all carried our weight, and we were all really, really close on pace, and ultimately that led to us just being super, super consistent across the course of the race. And I think when you're so close between all three drivers and you implement a solid strategy, it's no surprise that a result like this can come.
Well, we do also have Luca Alper also in the old channel. Let's jump down to you. Obviously, Sherra Esports have a very good record around here, and not just in this race, but obviously things like DNLS and all that kind of stuff. What is it that's special for you and the team here?
Well, I think it was said in the stream early on that we are the first guys to win this event back-to-back in Cup, and I guess that makes me super proud of what we achieved today. And yeah, what's special? I'd say we love driving together. We love the Nordschleife. We always meet up here and have a great time together. And it's just not a hobby anymore. It's, what is it called? I'm missing the words. I don't know. I'm over the moon.
Well, you should indeed be so. Congratulations, lads, on your fantastic race victory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll make our way from the Porsche Cup class winners as the donuts in slow-mo there on screen in front of you to Impulse Racing. The 122, Martin Aschert, joins us now in the broadcast booth. And Martin, a margin of victory that maybe doesn't tell the whole story, because those first 13, 14 hours, 3 teams pushing pedal to the metal. You, Team Hoisingveld and Obsidian Racing, how do you feel right now, winners here at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring?
Yeah, it's absolutely over the moon. It was for us, I guess, the perfect race. But those first 13, 14 hours were very tense, swapping all the time. Bit different tire strategy, so you didn't know if you were fast enough on those tires or not. And in the end, it all worked out. Unfortunately, Obsidian had an incident, but otherwise, I would have liked to see how tense it would have been. But yeah, basically for us, the cherry on top after winning the 24-hour series 3 weeks ago, and now grabbing this one in the same season. It's kind of the perfect season for our TCR squad.
And this is maybe, in many ways, the final iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race without rain. How are you feeling about coming into next year with that threat lurking over your head?
I guess survive, right? That's the main thing. I'm really curious about that one as well. That's going to be insane. I don't even want to think about it yet. Let's enjoy this one first.
Well, enjoy this. Go celebrate, Martin, and can't wait to see you and the rest of the Impulse team for the rest of the iRacing special events.
Thanks for the broadcast, guys.
Always great to catch up with Impulse in that 122. But before we wrap up our post-race coverage, let's see if once more we can catch up with Roland Alfredson, standing by with Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, are you alive? Are you awake? Are you still there? The stream's down, but I'm sure you're still around and about.
Again, no way.
Did you bail from it, or are you? I mean, to be fair, it's gone down at the right time. What a race, though, to have come across the line second, up there on the podium. I know you've been DQ'd, but what a race from you.
Yeah, I'm not good, obviously. I don't know what to say, really. It's probably the best day of my life, I can't lie.
Done quite well on the old streaming side. Obviously, the view count's been climbing up as it does when you're doing such a big achievement. You've had great support from a lot of people. I'm sure that's helped you guide your way through it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have made it without having an active Twitch chat, talking with me the whole time. I really would not have made it without the chat. I was suffering. The hardest time for me was right from when the sun started rising until, I think, 10 hours. I was doubting if I can finish it. I was not in a good state. I hit my runner's high after that. And I cruised home, good vibes, and good energy the whole time. And I'm just glad I finished, yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that are glad you finished the race as well. Go and have some rest, whether it is sleep or not, and at least rest the old voice. And good luck tomorrow on the exams.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Everything that's happened today is crazy for me. So I'm gonna take it all in. Probably have the best sleep I've ever had before. And ace the exams.
Exactly. That is the target. All right. Cheers, Roland. What a driver. What an effort.
It was a great effort and great to be able to... we don't often do those in race interviews, but, he was clearly so tired. We weren't so worried about what might suddenly spring from his mouth, and you could tell there struggling just to get words formed inside of his brain. Look at the results as we wrap things up. It's BMW M Team Redline. Chris Lullum leading across the line, and now Max Verstappen on the grid, ready to go for the Imola Grand Prix. Marla Racing Team, Team Redline, Falcon Sim Racing on your lead lap, and then those finishing. Williams Esports Hoisting, Veldori Sports Academy, and VRS Coanda. The rest of the drivers, unfortunately, do not see the end, and big drama for Williams Esports Shield Blast and the Apex Racing Team in coming to blows. Grid and Go, of course, not getting to the end after a technical issue for Nicholas Rubelar. What a drive for Scherer Esports. Put it on pole and drove away from there. Strategy was very interesting, but Altus and Valkyrie end up on the podium, one lap behind for Greiker Motorsports with Effect Simulations, Carlar, Visceral, and Pro Sport seeing the end for the other of the Visceral machines. We mentioned that they were not going to be able to see the end legally, disqualified as soon as they saw the checkered flag, but crossed the line inside of the top 5. SimCity Racing, the other DNF in the class. Down through the rest of the running order, you make your way on over to the GT4s, where Peter Berryman led by 51 seconds at the end over Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Drago Racing unable to make the move on the Porsche in the closing stages, while Simify, Sontec, Williams Esports Academy, Door Esports, and then Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, and as well the Virtual Coach.gg by GNG Machine, seeing the end. Retirement for Drago Racing in 2 of their BMWs. Unfortunately, one of them still does see the third step of the podium. Touring cars, only 9 saw the green flag. Only 2 finish on the lead lap. Impulse Racing by GTU in front of the defending race winners, Team Hoisingfeld, and what a fight it was between them. Obsidian Racing dropping down to 5th after Daniel Herrera's incident through Flugplatz saw them drop from contention. Sim Racing, Grid Phoenix, and Carlar Esports see the end, while Whiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry, 3 hours in pit lane at one point, back onto track to finish down in 6th, while SimCity Racing, the second Impulse machine, and AWK, your top 9 in class. And last but not least, it is the GR86s. Team RSO, history made for them. A win in the GR86s for the very first time, but it is the 4th win in the slowest class of category. Add that to their win in the GT4s. They are the dominant force here at the Green Hell. Nürburgring Esports recovered to 2nd in a remarkable day for them, with Talk Crick Racing, Forgia TV, and then Tier 1 Motorsports seeing the end. Vermilion Esports, Moya Regards, and then Ava Vivadic, Roland Alonefredson, and XCM, along with the Medicus Kiwi Racing Team, the 11 that saw the start. Lewis, 24 hours of racing. It is crazy that we get to do this with so many people from around the world to share our joy of motorsport. Next time we do the 24-hour races, it's in the summer from the Ardennes when we make our way to Spa. There's plenty more special events, though, to come, including next week with the iRacing Coke 600.
That is definitely one that I'm not going to do. If you fancy yourself an endurance race and you think Nürburgring 24 hours may be slightly too long, go do the Coke 600, because that is an endurance race, especially when you have to deal with all of the full course cautions, which will be all over the place. It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
And twice around our clock, our team behind the scenes has made it all happen for our graphics team of ATVO, Nick Gleason, Kevin Niatola, and Simon Grossman, working alongside of the likes of Timing 71, Dougie Beard, and of course our producing team of Hugo Luis and Dane Baird. Our commentators, 24 hours of coverage, Lewis McLeod alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary, Paul Smith, Zach Sweeney, Lorenzo Bonder, David Haynes, and Dara Tacker, as he will forever more be known on RaceSpotTV. It's time for us, though, to bid you farewell. The best weekend in motorsports comes up next weekend in the real world, and we got plenty more to come on the iRacing Esports Network. So long from the Green Hell. Redline, Apex, Scherer, Impulse, and Team RSO leave with the biggest smiles on their face, the winners of the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing.